Vampire Bound, Book 2. Written by R.A. Stephan. Narrated by Gwendolyn Druyor. One. Pacing had never felt so unsatisfying. My son was missing, for God's sake. After mysteriously vanishing from the airline flight he'd boarded in Denver. Meanwhile, I was stuck here in St. Louis, powerless to act. Leonidas, my vampire boss and occasional knight in tarnished armor, glanced toward the door of his extravagant penthouse suite.
"The others are here,"
he said, though I'd heard nothing with my pitiful human ears.
"Sit down, Bonnie. Preferably before you get worked up enough to set something else on fire."
My cheeks flamed in response to the jab, even if nothing else around me did. It was a valid concern. Since swallowing vampire blood to heal injuries sustained when the Russian mob took exception to my inability to pay back a debt owed by my deadbeat ex, I'd mysteriously acquired the ability to blow doors off their hinges and set fire to things with the power of my mind. Lucky me. That second unwanted skill had come to light barely an hour ago, when I accidentally set fire to the bed I was lying on. Unfortunately, that bed had been located in a swanky apartment on the floor below this one, in a building Leonidas personally owned. Predictably, the fire had set off the sprinkler system, necessitating evacuation of the whole building and a visit from the fire department. Awkward didn't begin to cover it. But there was no time for any of that now. I did not, in fact, sit down, though I did at least stop pacing, in favor of rubbing absently at the garnet pendant hanging around my neck. It wasn't like pacing had accomplished anything on the calming me down front, after all. Leonidas crossed to the penthouse door and unlocked it, opening it to reveal Zora Bright and Ransley Thorpe standing outside. Zora was a friend of sorts, one who'd drifted away under unusual circumstances, only to reappear under even stranger ones. And in addition to being a former co-worker of mine, she was also Leonidas' biological granddaughter, not to mention being a vampire who also happened to have demon blood in her family tree. Ransley, Rans to his friends, was a vampire as well. And right now, that was good, because I suspected I was going to need all the supernatural help I could get. Zora immediately rushed into the living room and took me by the shoulders, her face set in deep lines of worry. "We'll get him back, Vonnie," was the first thing she said. "Somehow, we'll find out what happened and bring him home." The words should have been reassuring, but I could only shake my head in pained bewilderment. How could anyone disappear from a pressurized cabin on a commercial jetliner? I asked, hearing the plaintive note that had entered my voice. I'd been clinging to the knowledge that Jace couldn't possibly have fallen from the plane. He'd been inside when it took off, a fact confirmed by multiple cabin staff on the flight, and nothing could physically leave the cabin in flight without causing it to catastrophically depressurize. That wasn't the kind of thing you could cover up after the fact.
"I've a couple of ideas about that,"
Ren said grimly. His precise British accent lent weight to the words, and I looked over Zora's shoulder to meet his ice-blue gaze. Leonidas frowned, and Zora loosened her grip on me to turn around as well.
"You think it was the Fae?"
Leonidas asked.
"How could they have tracked our movements so quickly?" "Magical surveillance,"
Rans replied, his expression set in hard planes.
"And believe me when I say I'll spend the next century or so kicking myself for not considering the possibility."
"Okay, slow down," Zora said, saving me the necessity. "So, You believe this Teague character managed to get a tracking spell on Jace and portaled him off the plane in mid-flight?
Or arranged for someone else to portal him off. Whenever you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, etc.,
Rand said, waving a hand in frustration. Leonides' mouth twisted downward.
Could have just as easily been a demon.
I lifted my fingertips to my temple, pressing hard against the headache trying to break through. Could someone back up and start talking in a way that actually makes sense? I demanded. What do you mean, portaled? Zora took pity on me. Some Fae have the ability to rip a magical tunnel through space from one point to another. They can travel long distances almost instantaneously that way. They can also transport other people through the tunnels. Remember the video game Portal? Not really, I hazarded, trying to take the explanation on board. The scariest part was that it wasn't all that much more improbable than anything else that had happened to me in the last few days. She shrugged. Anyway, to make things even more complicated, demons possess the ability to teleport from place to place in the blink of an eye, so it technically could have been a demon. I stared at her, flashing back to the night a demon had appeared in Leonides' jazz club after closing time, even though the place had already been locked up tight. Is that how Nigelus got in and out of the Vixen's den after hours? I asked, meeting his dark eyes.
What? Nigelus was here.
Rance interrupted, his tone hovering somewhere on the spectrum between angry and scandalized. Zora also looked taken aback.
Yeah,
Leonides said tightly.
Though I'm not sure yet if his visit relates to the current situation. It pains me to say it, but try as I might, I guess I can't really see any motivation for a demon to snatch the kid. I should have made him a fake identity to fly under.
Zora gripped my shoulder again, giving me a supportive squeeze. If Jace had a Fae tracking spell on him, she told him, a fake identity wouldn't have made any difference. Look, at this point, I'm a lot less interested in the details of how he was taken than of where he was taken, I said.
Quite,
Rance agreed.
To that end, perhaps Zora and I should head for Denver to investigate, and from there to El Paso. I hear the cactus is lovely this time of year.
Sure. Great. Let's go, I said, aware that sometime in the past few hours I'd overcome my squeamishness related to spending other people's money. Not so long ago, the idea of accepting an expensive last-minute plane ticket for my rich boss or his rich friends would have mortified me. Especially right after I'd caused a bunch of costly damage to the aforementioned boss's fancy apartment building. Now, bring on the charity, baby.
Not you, Vonnie. You're not going anywhere until we figure out what's going on with your magic and get it under control,
Leonides said. I gaped at him. Excuse me? Zora squared up to him as well, standing at my shoulder. Excuse you? It's the woman's son, Guthrie. The thing with the door? Well, let's just say there were extreme circumstances at play. I pushed past the mental disconnect of hearing Zora use her grandfather's decidedly unvampire-like first name and crossed my arms stubbornly. Leonides only raised an eyebrow at me.
She set the bed on fire while she was sleeping on it,
he said in a monotone. My cheeks flamed with mortification again. I hadn't actually been sleeping when I set the mattress aflame. What? Zora asked, whirling to face me. It was an accident, I muttered. Rance eyed me with interest.
Since you don't smell like a smoker, I assume we're not speaking about an unfortunate mishap with a lit cigarette.
I blushed hotter.
We're not,
Leonidas said. With difficulty, I rallied. Whatever magical side effects your crazy vampire blood gave me, that's completely separate from going after Jace. We're wasting time.
And if you accidentally blow a hole in the plane's fuselage while it's at cruising speed?
Leonidas asked.
Or set something in the cabin on fire?
The blood that had been staining my cheeks and neck drained abruptly from my face in response to the image he painted. I can't just stay here and do nothing, I said, uncertainty creeping into my tone despite my best efforts. Zora looked at me with worry in her dark eyes. Look, babe. I'm sorry, but this sounds more serious than I thought. And, well, the police don't generally drag a kid's parents along with them while they're investigating a kidnapping. Not that this is a normal kidnapping, of course, and not that the police will necessarily be investigating it if the Fae are involved, but the airline will be. From their perspective, this is a multi-million-dollar lawsuit just waiting to happen. Plus, we'll be investigating.
So will we,
Leonidas added, his voice grim.
But from a different angle. I doubt Teague will have left St. Louis when he's neck-deep in trying to make my life miserable. Don't know about the rest of you, but he sounds like a person of interest to me.
And that was actually a really good point. Rands nodded cautiously.
All right, then.
Sure you're okay to handle this creep on your own? Zora asked. As I recall, he's the reason you called us here in the first place.
It's looking more and more likely that the thing I was worried about when I called you has just happened anyway,
Leonidas said.
Plus, Teague's young. Or so I'm told. I have some thoughts on how to make him slip up. Young, eh? And did this tidbit of gossip come from Nigelis by any chance?
Rands asked.
You know, if you and he are starting a knitting circle, you might ask him if you could borrow Edward for a bit.
Leonidas glowered.
He came to the club one time, Rands, because you wouldn't return his calls. He asked me to play supernatural fix-it man for him, at which point I told him to go and he left.
My stomach, already roiled by worry, dipped unpleasantly. But when he came in, he wanted you to look into
human children and teenagers going missing around the world. Yeah,
he finished.
File it alongside the other things we can kick ourselves over.
Children going missing? Older children? Meaning it's not related to the tithe? Oh, Zora said. Silence reigned for a long moment as that sunk in.
It could be coincidence,
Rand said eventually.
Or it could be related. But whatever the case, you should still ask for Edward's help with your little pyrokinesis problem.
It was on the tip of my tongue to ask who Edward was supposed to be. At the last moment, I decided I didn't care. Could we just do something now, please? I asked instead. Yeah, Vaughn, of course, Zora said. We're on it, promise. I've got pretty good Fae radar, and I'm confident there weren't any of the creepy blonde bastards nearby when we were getting Jace onto the plane at Lambert. Like Rand said, we'll snoop around in Denver and El Paso and report back. You get with Edward about your magic and see if Guthrie can shake anything out of the Teague character. Have you told your no-good baby daddy what's happening yet? The reminder of Richard was the last thing I needed right now, but I called him. No answer. I left a message. Okay, Zora darted in for a quick hug, and I tried not to be ashamed of how tightly I clung to her as she said, "We're off in that case. And Guthrie, seriously, don't piss off the wrong Fae and get hauled away to dine in silver shackles while we're gone. I'd be upset, and Rands would do that eye-rolling thing you hate so much."
"I'll do a lot more than that,"
Rands muttered.
"Less fussing, more going,"
Leonidas said.
"Stay in touch. We'll do the same."
They went. As soon as the door closed behind them, I started pacing again as I pulled out my phone and made another unsuccessful attempt to reach Richard. Leonidas sighed.
"The smartest thing would probably be to call Nigelis right away and see about getting Edward on retainer. But from your expression, I'm guessing we have a mob-funded CBD and vape shop to visit first."
I put the phone away and scrubbed a hand through my tangled hair. You'd guess right. Because this, of course, was exactly what I needed on top of everything else that had happened tonight. Two. To say that I was over-dealing with Richard's bullcrap was an understatement. But, A, he was Jace's father, and he deserved to learn about his son's disappearance from somewhere other than the 10 o'clock news. And B, there was a very real possibility that he was currently bleeding out on the floor of his precious shop because he was too stupid to run and hide when the Russian mob was after him. On the list of things I expected to find when Leonidas and I arrived in the unfashionable neighborhood, located several blocks east of the much more fashionable Delmar Loop, a shattered store window was pretty high on the list, actually. The dead mobsters scattered among upended shelving units with their throats and bellies ripped open was considerably lower on the list. More accurately, it hadn't been on the list at all. My gut churned, clearly signaling that it, too, was about done with this kind of bullcrap. "I think I might be sick," I managed faintly, stopping myself an instant before I would have reached out a hand to brace against the window frame still bristling with shards of broken glass.
"Do it outside, please,"
Leonidas said, already sliding past me, through the gap and into the store.
"Cleanup in here is going to be bad enough as it is."
I closed my eyes and swallowed hard a couple of times to get my gorge back where it belonged. When I was confident that my stomach contents would stay put, I followed him inside, being careful of the sharp edges of glass. An anemic fluorescent light buzzed and flickered overhead, illuminating a scene I was in no hurry to see in any kind of detail. My heart thudded against my chest as I tried to fit the grisly tableau into any kind of rational scenario. These men looked like they'd been mauled. And I was quite frankly running close to capacity when it came to dealing with weird, inexplicable shit. I struggled to wrap my brain around the idea that Richard could be dead. Not so very long ago, I'd been so damned angry with him that I'd convinced myself I'd happily dance on his grave if he managed to get himself killed. Somehow, the reality of it wasn't quite so cut and dried. "Richard?" I called in a quavering voice. At the same moment, I registered the smell of kerosene inside the store. My eyes landed on a 5-gallon gas can lying on its side near the front entrance.
"Someone's still alive in here,"
Leonidas said grimly.
"I can hear breathing and a heartbeat."
Right. Because he was a freaking vampire, and of course he could. A shiver skittered up the length of my spine. The magical pendant at my throat tingled and throbbed against my skin. "Where?" I asked.
"Back corner,"
he replied in a terse tone. I turned in that direction, only to freeze in place as a low, feral growl reached my ears. The flickering light above us chose that moment to give up the ghost, plunging the shop into near darkness broken only by the sodium glow of a streetlight further down the block.
"Okay. You have got to be fucking with me right now,"
Leonidas said, as a pale, oversized wolf stalked around the corner of the checkout counter. I blinked, and blinked again. The animal appeared diaphanous, its silver fur illuminating the darkness around it. I was absolutely sure I could see through its body to what lay on the other side. "What?" I squeaked. The beast's lip was curled into a snarl, but at the sound of my voice it paused, sniffing the air.
"Vonnie, is that you?"
Richard's wavering voice reached me, and I caught my breath as he crawled around the counter, following in the ghostly wolf's footsteps. He dragged himself upright, stumbling, his bloodless face lit strangely by the glow from the animal's fur.
"I don't know what's happening. They broke the window, and there was shooting, and what's happening to me?"
I stood staring at him with my mouth open, waiting for words to come.
"He swallowed Rand's blood, too,"
Leonidas said, as though it were some kind of explanation. I mentally bitch-slapped myself a couple of times until some neurons started firing. After a beat, connections slotted into place. I wasn't all that fond of the shape they formed. "Are you telling me that vampire blood does this kind of thing to everyone?" I demanded. It came out unpleasantly shrill. "Why the hell didn't you warn us?"
"No,"
Leonidas said, staring at the wolf with an intense gaze.
"It absolutely doesn't do this kind of shit to everyone. That's the entire point." "What are you talking about?"
Richard asked in a tone of desperation. The wolf growled again. "What point?" I snapped. But Leonidas only shook his head.
"Not now. I really need to speak to Nigellus first, much as it pains me to say that. And you need to talk this guy down from the ledge so we can get him out of here without parading around the neighborhood with a magical apparition that can tear people's throats out."
Richard whimpered. I made a concerted effort to drag my shit together and turned to face my ex. Somehow I didn't think that, "Hey, buddy, I've been trying to reach you so that I could let you know our son has been kidnapped from an airplane by fairies," was going to do the trick. I cleared my throat. "Okay, so, Richard," I began. "I know this whole thing is crazy, but you need to calm down now. All right?" Richard let out an ugly sound that might have been a laugh. It wasn't really a calm kind of noise.
"You know, in my disgustingly long life, I can't ever remember seeing anyone calm down because another person told them to calm down,"
Leonidas observed. He had his phone out and was scrolling through it, while casting occasional wary glances at the wolf. "If you think you can do a better job," I said sharply. He shrugged.
"I'm just saying."
The wolf plopped its furry, insubstantial butt down on the floor and started licking its shoulder. Richard made another, longer sound that might have been laughing or sobbing. I grasped my composure with both hands and strode past the canine specter to where my ex was propping himself upright against the sales counter. When I was within arm's reach, I smacked Richard sharply across the cheek. The wolf yipped in outraged surprise and dissipated in a cloud of wispy light as Richard raised a hand to cradle the side of his face. Unlike the time I'd slapped poor Maurice in the vixen's den, I didn't even feel bad about it afterward. The fluorescent light buzzed back to life.
So, is the slapping thing a habit of yours I should know about?
Leonidas asked, not looking up as he texted rapidly on his phone. I glared at him. It worked, didn't it? Both times. He gave a little eyebrow shrug of acknowledgement. Richard's face paled as he took in the carnage on his shop floor. He was still cradling the red handprint on his cheek.
What happened to those guys? You did, apparently,
Leonidas said. He pocketed his phone.
Right. We're leaving. I've got some people coming to take care of this mess, assuming they can get here before the cops do.
Once again, my boss gave new meaning to the term, someone to help you bury the bodies.
What do you mean, when you say I did this?
Richard asked in a hoarse tone. But Leonidas was already ushering me toward the broken window with a hand on my lower back.
Walk and talk.
He had a point about the wisdom of getting away from here. It was a testament to the state of the neighborhood that neither the broken window nor the gunshots Richard had mentioned had set off any alarms or inspired anyone to call the police. But that didn't mean sirens wouldn't start converging on the place if we hung around too long. I clambered gingerly through the gap in the window, glass crunching under my sneakers. A glance behind me confirmed that Richard was tagging along like an obedient puppy. Or a kicked one. The black SUV Leonidas had somehow acquired to haul Jace and the rest of us to the airport was parked outside. And that brought me back to the reason we'd come here in the first place. I drew breath to tell Richard what had happened, but Leonidas cut me off.
Not here,
he said.
Get in, both of you.
Richard and I climbed into the second row of seats, and Leonidas drove in the direction of the den. Richard still looked nearly as pale as the unearthly wolf he'd somehow spawned. "What happened, Richard?" I asked quietly. "Before we got there, I mean. What do you remember?" He leaned his elbows on his knees and buried his face in his hands.
I was in the apartment upstairs when I heard the shop window break.
The words emerged muffled.
I grabbed my gun and ran downstairs, but there were like 6 of them. They started shooting at me, and I dove behind the counter.
"And then?" I prompted. He ran both hands down his face and looked up.
Dunno. I felt really dizzy and sick for a second. Then these noises started coming from the floor. I couldn't see what was happening, but there was screaming. Evidently, your fear manifested as a spectral wolf that ripped your attackers to shreds,
Leonidas said from the front seat.
Which, I've gotta say, I didn't even realize was a thing. So, congratulations, I guess. This is crazy,
Richard said weakly. Agreeing with him about the insanity that was our life now didn't seem productive. Neither did yelling at him, so I clamped my mouth shut and finished the journey in silence. It didn't take long before we were pulling into the underground parking garage. Leonidas parked the Cadillac and turned off the engine.
Out,
he said. Once we'd complied, he turned to me.
Okay. You can tell him now. If the wolf pops into existence and looks threatening, just slap him again, I guess. Or, I don't know, set it on fire or something.
It was clear I was not going to be living the burning bed thing down any time soon. Jace is missing, I said without preamble. He disappeared off the plane between Colorado and Texas. We think he was taken by that blonde guy who showed up when Ivan had us." I braced for fangs and snarling, but no glowing spectre appeared. Richard's back thumped against the door of the SUV. A moment later, he slid down it, landing in an ungraceful sprawl on the concrete.
"I can't do this,"
he said.
"Vaughn, I cannot do this."
My fists clenched at my sides. "Yes," I snapped. "You've already made that eminently clear, Richard. So, what? You'd rather just not know that our son is gone? You want me to deal with this on my own? Because at this point, as far as I'm concerned, you can fuck the hell off if you're not going to do anything useful." Richard winced, folding in on himself. Part of me was distantly aware that I was having yet another domestic fight in front of a witness, and yes, it bothered me. Mind you, it would have bothered me a lot more if Richard weren't acting like a useless man-child when I needed him the most. Would we even be in this mess if he hadn't decided to take dirty money to fund his latest scheme, and damn the consequences? If I hadn't stumbled into the den that first night, desperate enough for money that I'd been reduced to selling my body as a paid escort, I wouldn't have ended up on Teague's radar. If I hadn't been on Teague's radar, he'd have had no reason to go after Jace. Or would he? Kids were already going missing. Were the two things connected? Or had I merely gotten caught up in Teague's apparent vendetta against Leonidas? The vampire in question had retreated a short distance away, once it became apparent that there wasn't going to be an immediate ghost wolf feeding frenzy in his parking garage. He returned now, looking between the two of us warily.
"I've spoken to Nigellus,"
he said.
"He'll be flying in from Atlantic City sometime tomorrow."
"Flying?" I asked tiredly. "Not teleporting? Seems like a waste of his talents." Leonidas shrugged.
"The day I understand what goes on in a demon's head is the day I take up silversmithing."
Vampire joke. Right. I sighed. "So, this guy, this demon, is supposed to know someone who can help me with the magic thing?"
"Someone who can help both of you. Yes."
At that, Richard jerked his spine straight.
"What? Oh, no. I'm not getting dragged any further into this shit. Vonnie, you need to call the police about Jace, or the FBI, someone official. The rest of this it's just insane."
"He disappeared off a commercial airliner cruising at 30,000 feet, Richard," I shouted, my temper snapping. "What the hell do you expect the police or the FBI to do with that?"
"I don't know,"
Richard yelled back. He clawed his way upright against the side of the Cadillac.
"I just know it's better than you trying to play Scooby-Doo with a bunch of freaks."
My anger turned cold. "Then get out." "I did my duty. I told you what's happening. If you're not going to help, go play with your Russian mafia loan shark instead. At least you can apparently rip his throat out with a magic attack dog now." Richard's face went gray again.
"I told you. That's bullshit. And I don't know what you're talking about."
"Go," I said, my tone icy. He went, disappearing toward the street entrance to catch a bus or get an Uber or whatever the hell. At this point, I couldn't bring myself to care.
"Huh. That certainly went well,"
Leonidas said deadpan. Several sharply worded replies flitted through my head, but I swallowed them. "I really don't think I can take much more tonight. I said instead. Despite my best efforts, there was a telltale quaver in my voice. His face softened for a moment before his customary cool mask slid into place.
Yeah. Okay. Go up to the penthouse and get some sleep, Vonnie. I have some things I need to do that will keep me out until tomorrow morning.
I looked at him blankly, exhaustion sliding over me in a wave. I just wrecked one of your fancy apartments a few hours ago, and now you're sending me to your penthouse?
Yes, I am,
he said.
If you're worried about it, there's a gas fire pit on the rooftop with some patio furniture around it. Grab some blankets from the spare bedroom, and it shouldn't be too bad. Not much damage you can do out there, right?
I shook my head in bewilderment. I don't understand you, I told him, in the understatement of the century.
The feeling's mutual,
he said.
Why the hell didn't you run when you had the chance?
Why did you offer me a job? I shot back.
Because you needed it,
he replied evenly.
But I'm sorry you ended up getting sucked into whatever this is.
I didn't know what to say to that, so I said nothing.
Come on,
he said.
I'll let you in and give you the door codes. You need sleep.
Three. To my surprise, I did manage to sleep for a few hours. The fire pit toasted my front as I lay wrapped in blankets on a lounge chair on the rooftop patio. A gentle breeze ruffled my hair, and the sky above me was brilliant blue when the sun creeping over the concrete wall of the rooftop patio finally woke me. It was the first time I'd been out here, and I'd been too exhausted and distracted last night to really take in the casual demonstration of wealth. Hot tub, swim spa, tasteful potted plants dotted at regular intervals along the inside of the wall. When I stood up, clutching the blankets around myself against the morning chill, I could see St. Louis laid out below me like a painting. Distance muted all the little imperfections, turning a city in decline into a mellow, dawn-lit vista. If only the clear morning skies and a hint of spring's promise on the breeze could do the same for my life. No such luck, unfortunately. All of my worries and fears came crashing back in a landslide, threatening to bury me. With a sigh, I stretched the aches and creakiness from my joints and headed inside, trying not to leave finger smudges on the spotless sliding glass door. Indoors, the smell of cooking eggs wafted through the apartment. At the first whiff, my stomach opened up like a bottomless pit. After tossing my borrowed blankets onto the bed in the guest room, I followed the aroma to the kitchen, where Leonidas stood in shirt sleeves at the stove, his back to me as he worked.
Have a seat,
he said.
I was just about to wake you. Zora called. They've arrived in Denver and plan on poking around the airport today.
I plopped down on a bar stool without grace, watching as he flipped something in a skillet with a smooth flick of a wrist. Where does a vampire learn to cook? I asked. No, scratch that. Why does a vampire learn to cook? He didn't turn around.
I wasn't always a vampire. In fact, out of the nearly 100 years I've spent stumbling around this planet, I've only been a vampire for about 8 months. I digested that. How did it happen, anyway? He was silent for a beat before answering. You've already met the asshole who turned me. I imagine he thought he was doing me a favor. Rance, you mean? I asked. That's not a how, it's a who.
I'm guessing he didn't just wake up one day and decide he needed a new vampire buddy. Leonidas slid the fragrant frittata onto a plate and turned off the stovetop. He placed it in front of me, then turned to retrieve silverware and a napkin.
I was dying,
he said.
The demon I sold my soul to had decided to collect on the deal. Rands thought he could get around the fine print of the contract by turning me.
I stared at him, fascinated. And did he? Get around it? Leonidas shrugged.
Not exactly. But I'm still here, and the demon, for now at least, isn't.
Drawing my gaze back to the plate, I picked up a fork and used it to separate a bite-sized piece from the edge of the Italian omelet. Sounds more like Rands didn't want to lose you, I observed.
Maybe,
he said.
Pure selfishness on his part, if so.
I glanced up at him. I bet Zora didn't either. She adores you. He turned away, avoiding my words in favor of fussing around the kitchen, putting the skillet and cooking utensils in the sink to be washed.
Did you sleep?
He asked, changing the subject abruptly. Yeah, I said. And now I feel ridiculously guilty for not staying awake all night worrying about my kid.
Would that have helped him?
He shot back. Of course not, I replied truthfully. But I feel like it's written into the mom code of conduct somewhere, regardless. Though in my defense, I'm doing double worrying right now to make up for it. Did Zora say anything else when you talked to her?
Sorry, no,
Leonidas said.
Just that they were about to start nosing around on the Colorado end.
I nodded, letting the silence stretch for a beat. I'm sorry you were stuck watching another round of my co-parenting dumpster fire last night, I told him, because it seemed like the sort of thing a person should apologize for. He made a non-committal humming noise. My stomach made its complaint of hunger known again, and I tucked into the frittata. It was delicious. The tender egg golden brown at the edges, stuffed with morsels of mushroom and asparagus.
I paid a visit to Ivan Resnikov last night,
Leonidas said, when I was roughly halfway done with my meal. I stopped chewing and swallowed abruptly, nearly choking. Excuse me? The surname was unfamiliar, but there was little question who he must be talking about.
Your Russian mafia gadfly,
he confirmed.
Interesting trivia. He wears polka-dot pajamas to bed. More interesting trivia. He no longer retains any memory of you, Richard, your son, the money Richard owes him, or the fact that you might have been involved with the death of his underlings.
I gaped at him like a landed fish.
There's too much other shit going on right now,
he continued.
And frankly, I was getting sick of watching that particular farce play out. Especially after the part where we found you writhing on the ground with your kneecaps blown out.
A sudden wave of dizziness washed over me, and I clutched the edge of the counter with the hand not holding a forkful of eggs. My mouth was still open, because apparently at age 30, I'd mysteriously lost the capacity to speak English. Or, any other language. But I croaked eventually. You can't just... His lips thinned.
Oh, I can. And I did.
I tried to shift things around in my mind to reflect the idea that I no longer owed money to the mob. With everything else going on, Jace missing and the Fae and demons and magic I didn't know how to control, it was all too much. Too big, like trying to rearrange bulky furniture inside a crowded bedroom. Ivan's not after me anymore? I asked tentatively, only to correct myself. Not after us anymore?
Ivan has no idea you even exist,
Leonidas said. An odd choking noise shook free of my chest. I put the forkful of eggs down on the plate very carefully. Did you find out anything about his connection with Teague while you were there? I managed. He raised an approving eyebrow.
That was, in fact, the other reason I wanted a word with the guy. But no. He has no memory of any dealings with the Fae. Total dead end on that front.
I licked my lips and cleared my throat to ensure my voice would behave. Do you realize how terrifying it is to think that a person's mind can be altered at any time without their knowledge? His gaze dipped pointedly to my chest and the necklace hanging there.
Not your mind, though. Not while you're wearing your pendant, anyway. Which brings us to the next item on the agenda.
My jaw tightened. As far as I'm concerned, there's one item on the agenda, and one item only. Jace.
I get that, Vonnie,
he said.
I really do. But it doesn't change the fact that everything which can reasonably be done is being done right now. And no offense, but none of it involves you. Franz and Zora are doing the legwork. I'm working on something at this end to draw Teague out. And in the meantime, you're blowing out doors and setting shit on fire.
That stung. It really did. And it did absolutely nothing to quiet the raging maternal beast inside me, insisting that I needed to act, to rip the world apart until my son was back safe and sound in my arms. I pictured every terrified mother of a missing kid I'd ever seen making a heartfelt plea for their child's return on TV, and wondered how in the hell they sat at home waiting for news without going nuts. The half an omelet I'd eaten sat in my belly like a lump of lead. I forcibly switched gears, because the alternative was to have a full-scale meltdown right here in Leonidas' kitchen. So, tell me about this guy you were talking about earlier. Edward? Was that his name? I said hoarsely. What's the deal with him? Leonidas leaned a hip against the counter and crossed his arms, looking vaguely uncomfortable.
Edward is human. He's demon-bound to Nigellus, but apparently Nigellus likes him enough to keep him around as a sort of butler, I guess you'd say.
I frowned. So, he sold his soul, like you did. The line of tension in Leonidas' shoulders didn't ease.
Evidently. I've got no clue about the backstory there and no intention of asking. The important thing is, Edward has magic. And he's also had a hell of a long time to study it. He's not as powerful as a fae or a demon, but he's definitely the most magically adept human I know.
And he and Nigellus are coming here today? I asked, just to confirm.
They should arrive in a few hours, yes.
Great, I said, without enthusiasm. On some level, I was aware that my lukewarm reaction was hardly appropriate, given that Leonidas had just removed the millstone of Ivan from around my neck. I closed my eyes, making another unsuccessful attempt to rearrange the contents of my brain into something that felt less like the aftermath of a major earthquake. Look, I'm sorry, boss, I tried. I really do appreciate everything you're doing for me. I'm having trouble focusing on much of anything beyond Jace, that's all. But thank you for dealing with Ivan. Creepy vampire mind control powers or not, that's pretty huge in my world right now." Leonidas seemed to hesitate over his words for a moment.
"I'm not doing it to collect some kind of IOU, Vonnie," he said. "Anyway, I'll leave you to get freshened up. If you need me, I'll be downstairs in the back office of the club."
I nodded to cover the awkwardness that seemed to have crept over the room, and he left without another word. The unfinished omelet sat accusingly on the counter before me, but my stomach rebelled at the idea of trying to eat the rest of it. Reluctantly, I rose and tipped it into the trash. Somehow, covering it with plastic wrap and sticking it in the fridge felt way too weird. Besides, eggs didn't reheat worth a damn anyway. Afterward, I went in search of a shower. Because really, getting doused by an automatic sprinkler system in the middle of the night didn't quite do the trick when it came to personal hygiene. If I was going to meet a magical demon-bound butler, the least I could do was wash the stench of burning mattress out of my hair first. "4. Edward was old. When Leonidas had mentioned that the man had been studying magic for a long time, I guess he hadn't been exaggerating. Though spry, he was easily past the age of 80, with stooped shoulders and a kind, deeply wrinkled face accentuated by bushy eyebrows. "A pleasure to meet you, my dear," he said, grasping my hand lightly with his and shaking it. His bones felt like a bird's, hollow and fragile beneath thin skin. Nigellus, meanwhile, had grown no less intimidating since the last time I'd seen him. Of course, that fact hadn't stopped me from speaking up at our first meeting. It sure as hell wasn't going to stop me now. "Sure as hell. Ha! He's a demon. From hell," echoed the faintly hysterical inner voice that had been drilled into me during years of childhood Sunday school classes. I pushed past it, releasing Edward's hand. "They took my son," I told the demon, not flinching from the intensity of his whiskey-colored gaze.
"It pains me to learn this," he said, politely if unhelpfully. "I am sorry, Miss Morgan."
"Do you know what happened to him? Where he is?" I pressed. He lifted a dark, gracefully swept eyebrow.
"I fear I know only what I relayed to your employer on the evening we first met." "Yeah, sure you do," Leonidas said. "You're just an innocent bystander with no connection to any of this shit. Right? Look. Sit down, both of you." He gestured to the comfortable furniture scattered around the penthouse's living room. "I have a proposal for you. You too, Vonnie. Have a seat."
Nigellus sat with a flourish, while Edward silently took a place at the end of the couch, his rheumy eyes darting between Leonidas and me with clear interest. I chose a chair across from the pair and tried not to fidget. Meanwhile, Leonidas remained standing.
"A proposal, is it?"
Nigellus asked.
"How intriguing. I must say, Mr. Leonidas, I'm surprised to find you, of all people, voluntarily pursuing negotiations with a denizen of hell."
Leonidas ignored the dig.
"I need to borrow Edward," he said without preamble. "In return, I'll look into the missing children like you asked."
Nigellus leaned back against the cushions, regarding him intently.
"Indeed. And why would I need to barter Edward like chattel, when it's clear you are already motivated to pursue this course in hopes it will lead to Ms. Morgan's son?"
Leonidas didn't even hesitate.
Because, as you correctly pointed out the last time we met, she has magic. And since drinking vampire blood to heal a serious injury a few days ago, that magic has become both powerful and uncontrollable.
Heat rose to my cheeks, but I ignored it to ask, "Will this lead to my son, though? If we find these other children, will we find Jace too?"
Not even a demon of fate can foretell the future, Ms. Morgan,
Nigellus replied, unruffled in the face of my agitation.
Yeah, don't bother grilling him,
Leonidas said.
You won't get anything else out of Mr. I can't interfere on Earth.
Indeed, Nigellus agreed.
I fear demons are forbidden from such things, on pain of treaty violation.
The odd emphasis on the word demons was subtle, but unmistakable. I frowned in confusion. Then Edward cleared his throat softly.
Quite so, said the old man. Demons definitely are.
The connection clicked into place, and I drew in a sharp breath. "Will you help me?" I asked breathlessly. Edward's small, crooked smile deepened the creases in his careworn face.
We magical human freaks must stick together, my dear. And let's just say, I have a particular interest in achieving a positive outcome in this matter. Well then, Nigellus?
Leonidas asked. The demon straightened the cuff of his shirt with a brisk tug.
Far be it from me to stand in the way of my servants' personal wishes. We've already established that I hold no sway in the human realm.
Leonidas scoffed.
Right. Of course you don't.
The corners of Edward's eyes crinkled.
If I may say so, sir. We've just agreed to everything you requested. Perhaps a bit more circumspection regarding your distaste for us? My distaste is aimed squarely at your boss, Edward. Not you,
Leonidas retorted.
And he's already well aware of it, so there's not much point in hiding it. Now tell me what all you'll need in preparation for dealing with an uncontrolled human witch who's currently jacked up on vampire juice.
I gave a little jolt at the word witch. For an instant I bristled, only to remember dear old Aunt Mabel who'd worn that particular mantle with pride. Witch doesn't necessarily mean evil, Vonnie, no matter what your parents and their ilk like to say. Was I a witch? What else would you call someone who could affect the physical world with the power of her mind?
Delusional?
Said my unhelpful inner voice. Or maybe possessed? No doubt my parents would lean toward the latter option. But the only demon in the room was seated in front of me, not inside my head. When it came to the inside of my head, it was the vampires and fae I apparently had to watch out for. Edward made a considering noise.
Goodness, I fear I'm somewhat out of practice with all of this. It really has been a while, he said. A remote location, I should think. Somewhere surrounded by nature, since I don't know yet what sort of elemental affinities we're dealing with. Do you have access to such a place, sir? There's a hunting cabin on 100 acres. It backs up to Mark Twain National Forest, if that's remote enough, Leonidas said. The place is a bit less than an hour from here by car. Oh, I don't think a car will be necessary, sir, Edward replied immediately. And that sounds ideal.
My head felt like it was whirling at the efficient way I was being managed. Don't forests tend to catch on fire kind of easily? I asked. Edward tilted his head at me. You have my word that I won't allow you to burn down a national monument, my dear. I may be an old codger, but I assure you I'm an old codger who's learned a few tricks over the years. His tone was wry. Very well, then, Nigella said. It's settled. Ms. Morgan, I assume that time, given the circumstances, is of the essence. Perhaps you'd care to gather any belongings you might need while Mr. Leonidas shows me the exact location of this property. I feel the sudden urge for a brief visit to the wilderness. I blinked. You want me to leave now? Like, now? Leonidas gave me a look. The cabin's not that rustic, Vonnie. Take your phone and charger. We'll keep you apprised of any news. Nigellus's attention landed on him heavily. Oui, he echoed. So, you involved Ransley and Miss Bright after all, then? Only reluctantly. Leonidas' voice was a growl that discouraged further pursuit of the subject. And no, I'm not going to play mediator for you. If you need to talk to them, it's not like you don't know how to find them. But the demon waved the words away. As long as they continue to send along regular shipments of vampire blood to hell, I have no reason to pursue them. As a demon, one learns not to expect gratitude from those with whom one makes deals. Leonidas gave a sharp snort. Is this anything that I want or need to know about? I asked, gesturing between them with a finger. I remembered Leonidas implying at one point that Rands had made a deal with Nigellus, and it hadn't gone well for him. But not to put too fine a point on it, I was still operating near capacity when it came to supernatural power games. No, my dear, Edward told me. It's a separate issue, only tangentially related to the matters at hand. Can I help you with your luggage? Current drama aside, that sort of thing is rather my stock in trade these days, so to speak. Butler, you see. I yanked my thoughts free of all the distractions and shook my head. No, thank you. I've got it. I was basically packed already anyway. Because it appeared that things were moving forward whether I was on board or not, I rose and went to retrieve my bags. Every step felt like I was moving in the wrong direction, away from Jace, even though I knew on an intellectual level that Leonidas was right. I couldn't tackle the Fae and God knew what else while I was a ticking time bomb of uncontrolled magic. Until I got this under control, I couldn't help my son directly. When I returned, lugging my bags, it was to find Edward holding a small overnight case as Nigellus and Leonidas spoke in low, intense tones near the door. The demon gave Leonidas another searching look before shaking his head once and turning to join us. "Ready?" he asked. "I guess so," I replied. "But if we're not going by car, then how—" Nigellus closed one hand around my upper arm and the other around Edward's. Before I could protest or jerk away from the unexpected contact, he released me. I stumbled on uneven ground, an undignified squeak of shock escaping as I took in the leaf litter beneath my feet and the sunlight filtering through tree branches above. "5. Edward turned a slow 360 on the spot. "Oh, yes. This should do nicely." "What just happened?" I managed, gawping at the sights and sounds of early spring in the forest. The other two turned to me, as though just now realizing that I might be about to lose my shit.
"Teleportation, dear,"
Edward said, as though it should be self-evident.
"Good heavens! Did no one think to warn you ahead of time?"
And the worst part was, they had. Heck, I'd made a joke about it myself when I'd learned that the pair was coming in from Atlantic City by plane. Flying? I'd asked. Not teleporting? Seems like a waste of his talents. Unexpectedly experiencing it firsthand is a bit different from knowing about it in theory, I managed, locking weak knees as I steadied myself and looked around. We're really an hour away from St. Louis? Just like that?
Just like that, yes,
Edward agreed, before returning his attention to his demon employer.
It goes without saying that I may need to draw power from you over the next few days, sir.
Yes, I had gathered, Edward, Nigellus drawled. He handed Edward a piece of paper and stepped back.
Here are the entry codes to the property. Summon me when you're finished. Good day, Miss Morgan.
And with that, he was gone, only a faint whoosh of displaced air marking his abrupt disappearance. Okay, I said faintly. Edward straightened briskly.
Come along, then. We should take our bags inside. Forgive me, I ought to have asked earlier, but do you prefer Miss or Ma'am?
I prefer Vonnie, I told him, distracted by the sight of the elegant cabin nestled among the trees to our left.
As you wish, Vonnie. Let's get settled, and we can start right away. Unless, have you eaten?
Not since breakfast, I said absently, as I followed him up the flagstone path leading to the porch. Edward paused to enter a code into a keypad next to the front door. The lock clicked, and the door swung open at his touch.
Well, I suspect the choices will be somewhat limited, but in that case, let me see what I can arrange for a meal first.
While Edward bustled around, opening drawers and cupboards, I explored the small structure. The cabin had 2 bedrooms and 2 baths, a kitchen, a living area, and a spectacular wraparound porch overlooking a wooded valley in back. Inside, exposed beams in the ceiling contrasted appealingly with white plaster, and the place felt perfectly suited to its surroundings. Rather than appearing abandoned, it had the feel of being in stasis, waiting patiently for the arrival of its next set of guests. There was no dust, no stale or musty odor, and the bathrooms were stocked hotel-style with bars of wrapped soap and unopened shampoo. I could only assume that Leonidas paid someone to come in and clean regularly even when it wasn't in use. Another manifestation of the kind of wealth I still found mind-boggling. When I reappeared in the kitchen, it was to find a skillet of hash bubbling and squeaking away on the stovetop, sending a savory aroma wafting through the modest space.
Not quite up to my usual standards, I fear, Edward said. But there's only so much one can do with frozen potatoes, canned vegetables, and corned beef. There's bottled water in the refrigerator, along with a selection of local craft beer, if you'd prefer.
Are you sure you want me drunk for this? I asked tartly, opening the fridge door so I could survey the options. He let out a huff of laughter.
Perhaps not drunk, no. However, a certain level of tipsiness might be helpful, to be honest.
I grabbed a bottle of some kind of IPA I'd never heard of and popped the top with the magnetic bottle opener stuck to the door. After a deep draught, I decided it wasn't really to my taste, but resolved to drink it anyway on the assumption that booze couldn't hurt right now. Edward emptied his skillet onto a couple of plates and set them on a small table in the dining nook. He politely waited for me to sit first before taking the chair across from me and shaking out his napkin.
"Tell me more about your magic," he said.
"Tell me more about the Fae and what's going on," I shot back.
"We'll get to that part shortly," he told me, unruffled as he speared a chunk of potato on his fork. "The explanation will be more use within the context you're about to give me."
I let out a frustrated breath and took a bite of hash, chewing and swallowing as I tried to organize my thoughts. Okay. My great-aunt believed in magic and was into all the New Age woo-woo. She willed me the pendant I'm wearing, but I never believed in any of this stuff until just recently. Apparently, the necklace gives me some pretty decent resistance to Fae and vampire mind control, but without it, I'm helpless. Edward nodded.
"And since imbibing vampire blood?"
My ears burned. I seem to have gotten more powerful, but I don't know how to use that power or control it. I blew a locked door open from 15 feet away, and, kind of accidentally set fire to something. I stuffed another forkful of food into my mouth to cover my embarrassment and chased it with a swig of beer. The stuff was better when paired with food, I couldn't help noticing.
"What else was happening around you when these two things occurred?" Edward asked. "Do you recall what you were feeling at the time?"
Oh, boy. I cleared my throat. Well, with the door, Jace was inside the house, and I was worried about his safety. I really needed to get to him to make sure he was all right.
"That makes perfect sense," Edward replied. "And the fire?"
Now my cheeks were burning, along with my ears. I took a deep breath and lied through my teeth. It was a nightmare, I guess. I was sleeping, and the sprinklers going off woke me up. His bushy eyebrows shot up.
"Goodness, that must have been rather startling. Was the bed itself on fire?"
I stared intently at the plate of food. Yeah. The sheet and mattress were burning, but the flames didn't hurt me.
"It sounds like we're definitely dealing with elemental magic in that case, which is useful," Edward said. "That's the most common variety among humans of European descent, so it's not terribly surprising."
I forced my gaze up to meet his. "Leonidas said you had magic too?"
"Oh, yes, my dear," he answered easily. "In fact, it's quite possible that we share a distant ancestor somewhere. Your family is Scottish, I assume."
"What gave it away?" I joked weakly, gesturing one-handed at my fiery red hair and freckles. He chuckled.
"Believe it or not, I hail from the county of Perthshire in Scotland myself. Born and bred."
I looked at him with interest. "Really? You sure managed to lose the accent."
"Oh, we travelled around quite a bit when I was young. England, France, and besides, one learns to move with the times, my dear. Had I kept the impenetrable brogue, no one would be able to understand me."
"Aside from other Scottish people, you mean?" I quipped.
"Something like that,"
he agreed. "Right. You've got my story now," I prompted. So tell me whatever Nigelis was hinting about earlier, about the Fae and the missing children. Edward sobered immediately.
Yes, the Fae. You've already gathered they hold considerable influence on Earth, I assume.
Yeah, you could say that, I agreed dryly. Like controlling the police and politicians?
The Fae were arguably the winners of the last war between Dyne and the demon realm of Hell, he said. Earth, not to put too fine a point on it, was part of the spoils. The Fae Court's only major concession when the demons finally sued for peace was to agree to pay a tithe to Hell. 10% of all children born in the Fae realm would be sent to the demons as tribute, I suppose you'd say. And in return, demons renounced all influence and interference on Earth.
I stared at him for a long moment before speaking. The Fae voluntarily send 1/10 of their kids to hell? I thought you said they won the war.
I said they arguably won the war. They were still quite motivated to ensure that the hostilities didn't drag on for another few centuries due to sheer demon stubbornness.
Edward dabbed at his lips with his napkin and set it aside.
And while one might logically assume that they would send their own children to hell, that was not, in fact, what happened. Are you familiar with the concept of changelings?
I set aside my shock with difficulty. I've heard the word before, I think, but no, not really.
Fairy tales these days are not nearly as dark as they once were,
Edward said, sounding as though he disapproved of the fact.
A changeling is an unseelie baby exchanged in secret for a human infant. The human children are taken to the Fae realm of Dyne and held there until the next shipment of the tithe to Hell comes due. Meanwhile, the Fae changelings are raised on Earth, where they are ideally placed to gain influence over humans from within. I dare say you've already met at least one such individual.
Teak, I breathed, my stomach sinking as I began to connect the dots. And this is why the Fae are kidnapping children? So they don't have to send their own kids to hell? Edward's expression grew troubled.
No, my dear. The current situation appears to be something quite different.
What do you mean? I pressed, trying desperately not to entertain the idea of my son being sent to hell by evil Fae.
Fae changelings and human tithelings are infants, he explained. The magic of Dyne tends to warp the minds of older humans. It's alien, I suppose you'd say. Antithetical to those raised on Earth. Our brains aren't designed to cope with it, except in special circumstances.
And these are older kids that are being taken now, correct? I asked, seeking clarification. Like Jace. He's 14. Edward nodded.
Yes, just so. Additionally, there has been no sign of unusual activity near the gate between Earth and Dyne. There's only one way through,
a weak spot in the fabric of reality between the two realms, located in Ireland. As you can imagine, that gate is heavily surveilled." I frowned, trying to take everything in. "So, where are the missing kids being taken, if not to this Fey realm? Where is my son?" His expression held empathy, but no answers.
"That is rather the question, I'm afraid."
I turned my attention back to my food and beer with reluctance, knowing I'd need the sustenance, despite the fact that my stomach was roiling. When I'd eaten as much as I could, I lifted my eyes again. "Tell me about your magic," I said, both to break the silence and to change the subject to something less painful. My aunt is the only person I ever knew who claimed to use magic for real, and with her it always seemed to be stuff you couldn't check independently. Things that were most likely coincidence, like getting a new job after performing a ritual with candles and incense or something. He chuckled.
"Yes, that is the most common approach with human magic, especially when it's weak, which it generally is. Rebel that I was, I fear I turned my meager powers toward summoning demons when I became frustrated with my lot in life."
A smile hooked the corner of his thin lips, the hint of a roguish glint lighting his deep-set eyes for an instant.
"As you may have gathered, it worked rather more effectively than one might have expected."
I was intrigued, despite myself. Edward didn't seem like an evil kind of guy. Frankly, Edward seemed like the opposite of an evil kind of guy. And honestly, I was having a hard time reconciling what I'd seen of Nigellus with my childhood image of slavering, red-eyed demons bent on human destruction. Was Nigellus cool and calculating? Yes. Manipulative? Quite possibly. But in the end, he was just trying to get someone to look into human children going missing, because he apparently couldn't do it himself for whatever reason. A treaty violation, he'd called it. Unless he was secretly trying to locate the kidnapping victims so he could devour them and pick his teeth with their bones, that motive fell far outside my definition of evil.
"At first," Edward continued, "I only asked him for advice. But the counsel of a demon is often a double-edged sword. Eventually, I asked for more than simply his guidance."
"You bartered your soul away?" I asked softly. He gave a little shrug.
"If you like. At the time, I still believed the teachings of the Church, and it seemed unlikely that I was bound for heaven after the life I'd led. I bargained for the thing I most desired, and in the end, I received precisely what I'd asked for, which also happened to be precisely the opposite of what I thought I'd been asking for."
"I don't understand," I said. His smile flickered for a moment before his expression sobered.
"The details aren't important, my dear. Suffice to say, when my life was nearing its natural end, it pleased Nigellus to make me his servant, rather than making a meal of my soul. I believe the irony amused him. Perhaps it still does."
I digested that for a few moments. "You said something about drawing power from him before he left. For magic?"
"Just so. If Mr. Leonidas was concerned enough to call for help from a demon,
Your power must be exceptional, and I did promise not to let you burn down the forest." I tried to decide if that was reassuring or not. "You're using Nigellus as... what? AA batteries?" He huffed an amused breath. "More like a bank of industrial-strength Tesla batteries, my dear. Though with luck, we won't require quite that much juice." Setting aside his napkin, he rose and gathered the plates. "Come along, then. Let me rinse these in the sink, and we'll take a little stroll outside before the sun gets too low. Might as well get started right away, don't you think?"
Six. The afternoon wavered on the cusp between late winter and early spring, rife with a teasing hint of earth and life on the breeze, but still damp and chilly. I huddled deeper into my jacket, shoving my hands in the pockets as we trudged through decaying leaf litter. Along the way, Edward had foraged a stout branch to use as a walking stick. I slowed my usual pace to match his, but it still didn't take long until we were out of sight of the cabin. Tree branches arched overhead, most of them still bare of leaves, but a few tinged green with swelling buds. Birds chirped merrily, the cheerful noise at odds with my dark thoughts and worries. My companion gestured to a side trail, which opened into a decently sized clearing. The afternoon sun painted the grass and trees at the eastern edge of the glade with liquid gold, and it would all have been quite scenic if I could focus on much of anything besides the throbbing, desperate need to get Jace back.
"This will do nicely, I think," Edward said, drawing to a halt near the center of the open area. "Now, before we begin in earnest, may I see your necklace?" I fumbled beneath the collar of my jacket and bulky sweater for the clasp and handed it to him. "It's been acting oddly since the thing with the vampire blood," I admitted. "It's supposedly just a hunk of garnet, but Leonidas told me he'd seen it glow red several times in the presence of magic. Now it glows amethyst instead." He nodded and made an interested noise. His bushy brows drew together in concentration, and he murmured a string of words in low tones as he dangled the pendant in front of his face, staring at it intently. The stone glowed red, heat waves rippling around it. "Sorry," I exclaimed. "I should have said, it also gets hot sometimes." That happened when Teague tried to influence my mind, and also when Leonidas first tried to mesmerize me. "I see," Edward said, his attention moving back to me. The garnet immediately stopped glowing. "Quite a useful little focusing device, it seems. It must be fairly old, a few centuries at the very least."
"Really? What makes you say that?" I asked, curious despite myself. He smiled ruefully, a teasing note entering his tone.
"Oh, as I'll happily tell anyone who'll listen, magical ability ages like a fine cognac. If you want the most powerful magic, look for someone, or something, as old as dirt."
"Well," I told him, "I don't know much about its background, beyond the fact that it was my Aunt Mabel's. But I can't help noticing that for you it glowed red, not purple. Does that mean Leonidas was right, and the change is because of the vampire blood used to heal me?"
Edward nodded. "I should think so, yes. It was Ransley's blood you drank, I take it."
I tilted my head curiously. "Yes. How did you know?"
He handed the necklace back to me.
Mr. Leonidas and Miss Bright are both quite young. Their blood is not as powerful.
I turned that over for a moment, because while it might be true of Zora, Leonidas is like 100 years old, Edward. He fought in World War II. Edward made a small noise of amusement.
Such things are strictly relative, my dear. Ransley Thorpe is more than 7 centuries old, and has spent all but the first 3 decades of that time as a vampire. By contrast, Miss Bright and your employer were turned mere months ago.
I looked at him blankly. 7 centuries? His amusement was still visible.
Is it so difficult to credit, given everything you've learned about the paranormal world?
Another pause while I tried to digest the implications. So, basically, you're telling me Zora's sleeping with a cradle robber? At that, he chuckled aloud.
And yet, they appear to be admirably well-suited and happy together, don't you think? I'd despaired of ever seeing the poor lad find someone with whom to settle down. But apparently he was just waiting for the right human-fae succubus hybrid to come along. C'est l'amour, as the song says.
They do seem happy, I allowed, refusing to acknowledge the little pang of something I felt at the words.
Indeed. But now, let us continue before we lose the light. Hold the pendant out so it doesn't burn you, and let me see this amethyst glow you describe.
I did as he asked, drawing breath to explain that I couldn't turn it on and off consciously. The words died in my throat as he wiggled the fingers of one hand in a quick, complicated gesture. Light flared above his fingertips, a smaller, denser, and thankfully less terrifying version of the glowing ball of sparkles Teague had summoned in wordless threat the first time he'd barged into the vixen's den. The magical light floated up until it was hovering above Edward's right shoulder. Stupidly, I glanced at the necklace I was holding. Sure enough, it was glowing purple from within, eerily beautiful in the waning sunlight.
A lovely shade of violet, as described,
Edward quipped. A flick of his nimble fingers dispelled the floating light into a fading cloud of iridescent wisps. I watched them dissipate, open-mouthed. Okay. Wow, I managed. But Edward shook his head, turning to walk a short distance away from me.
A parlor trick only, my dear. Useful if, for instance, we were to misjudge the sunset and end up trekking back to the cabin in the dark. However, the flashlight app on your phone would accomplish much the same thing, with considerably less energy expended. Right now, I'm more interested in a demonstration of your power.
I can't control it, I reminded him. I have no idea how to make it happen on command. He waved his hand, and a wall of burning sparkles formed between us, rushing toward me. I yelped and stumbled back a step. At the same instant, a feeling I couldn't quite describe burst forth from my skin. The sparkles met the invisible force and skittered off it, flowing around me as though I were standing inside a protective bubble. I gaped at the old man across from me. "What did you just do?" I demanded.
"Very little," he said, "and my apologies for startling you. Unfortunately,
Until you gain some control, taking you by surprise is the quickest way to feel out the parameters of your abilities."
This time I very nearly missed the subtle movement of his hands by his sides. Dry wood cracked, the sound coming from several directions at once. I gasped, whirling around as dozens of heavy branches tore free of the trees surrounding the clearing and hurtled toward me at speed, spinning through the air. I wasn't proud of the high-pitched shriek that escaped my throat. Human instinct tried to pull me into a crouch with my arms covering my head, but something stronger, something other, kept me upright. My hands lifted in a flinging motion, seemingly of their own volition. A more powerful blast of energy exploded from my body. I'd only felt its like once before, when I'd blown the heavy door off its hinges. The hurtling branches impacted the wall of energy and bounced off. Several shattered into splinters. I caught my breath as one heavy chunk ricocheted directly toward Edward's head. He threw up a gnarled hand with a swiping gesture, and it deflected around him, missing him by inches. The invisible wall of my power slammed into him, sending him back a step. He grunted as his aging body bent beneath the onslaught. "Edward!" I cried, already rushing toward him. Around me, pieces of wood of various sizes fell to the ground like rain. Silence echoed around the glade, the wind and birdsong eerily absent. Edward straightened with a wheeze and waved me off.
"Good heavens, my dear! No wonder your employer was concerned. No, don't fuss. Appearances aside, there's very little you can do to me that would cause any irreparable harm."
He brushed a few bits of wood from his coat lapels and let out an amused breath.
"Well, I see we have our work cut out for us. But for now, we should return to the cabin before it gets dark."
I stood frozen, trying to untangle what had just happened. "Would you really have taken my head off with pieces of tree just now?" I asked. "If I hadn't managed to stop them, I mean." His expression was patient.
"No, Bonnie. I may be under the protection of a powerful demon of fate, but that doesn't mean I'm eager to make enemies of 3 vampires by concussing you with a forest."
I peered at him closely, trying to read his intent. Good? Because, yeah, Leonidas tends to get a bit murdery when someone goes after one of his people, and I really don't need that on my conscience right now. His eyebrows rose.
"He does appear to be rather protective of you, my dear, as I'm certain you must have noticed."
My cheeks heated. "Oh, it's not just me," I said in a rush, not sure which one of us I was trying to convince, or why. More like anyone he considers under his care, you know?
"I'm certain you're right," Edward said easily. "He's a good man, if a rather bitter and closed-off one."
"Yeah, well, I imagine selling your soul to a demon will do that to a person," I snapped, a surge of defensiveness rising on my boss's behalf. The moment the last word passed my lips, I remembered exactly whom I was talking to. If anything, though, Edward seemed more amused than offended.
"It has been known. Or so I'm told, anyway."
"Sorry," I muttered. "You're right. We should get back now." I cleared my throat. "Can you tell me more of what you know about magic once we get to the cabin?"
"Of course," he said graciously. "And with luck, someone will have delivered groceries while we were out. One should not, after all, attempt to learn the art of magic while subsisting on corned beef hash and cocktail weenies."
His voice grew dry, and he gave a little shudder of distaste for dramatic effect. "I've subsisted on worse, believe me," I replied in the same tone, thinking of too many weeks spent living on ramen and boxed mac and cheese when there was still some month left at the end of the money.
"With luck, it will be unnecessary in this case,"
he assured me, gesturing for us to return to the trailhead leading toward the cabin.
"I dare say one or the other of our employers will have arranged for more suitable provisions to be laid in."
I followed him down the narrow side trail, turning onto the main path that would lead us back. I was surprised at how shaky I felt. My legs were more than a little rubbery, and I was vaguely lightheaded. "Am I supposed to feel like I've just run a 5K? I asked after a few minutes of walking. He got a sideways glance toward me, assessing.
"Do you feel worse now than after the other occasions when your magic manifested?"
I thought back to the muddled aftermath of Ivan's kidnapping, when I'd found Jace safely under Len's protection. "No," I allowed. "I guess not. I just didn't connect the two things before. There was, kind of a lot going on at the time." I absolutely refused to think too closely about what else had been going on the second time my powers had manifested unexpectedly. I'd had a different reason for feeling shaky and off balance that time, too. Just not one I was willing to discuss.
"The drained feeling does rather come with the territory, I'm afraid,"
he commiserated, huffing and puffing a bit as we trekked up the incline leading to the cabin's porch.
"But for what it's worth, you're currently throwing energy indiscriminately into your magic. It will be possible to achieve the same effects with less effort, given practice. At least it will be until your vampire power boost wears off."
We walked up the stone steps and entered the unlocked front door. "So this is going to go away?" I asked, just to clarify. Edward hung his coat neatly on the rack and held out a hand for my jacket to do the same.
"Well, it seems unlikely that you'll be able to maintain your current power levels without, shall we say, regularly imbibing."
My nose wrinkled. "Ew." He gave a little head tilt of acknowledgement.
"That being said, Ransley's blood didn't give you magic. It merely strengthened what you already possessed. Training will allow you to utilize your own innate talents more effectively. But the level of raw force you just demonstrated, that's essentially unheard of in a human."
I frowned at him. "But I just saw you rip dozens of branches thicker than my arm loose from the trees and hurl them at me. And you're human."
"I'm a human drawing power from a demon," he clarified. "And I did mention that magic grows more concentrated with age. In that arena, I fear I've quite a head start on you."
"What?" I tried to joke. "So, given a few decades and a bank of industrial Tesla batteries to draw from, I could catch up to you even without the occasional vampire blood chaser?" But he only shook his head ruefully.
"I believe you mistake me, my dear. I've been demon-bound for a very long time. Much longer than the wrinkles and age spots represent.
I opened my mouth before my brain had properly decided what should come out of it. After a beat, I closed it again. Leonidas had mentioned on multiple occasions that it was the demon he'd made a bargain with who'd stopped his aging and extended his lifespan, and Edward had confirmed just moments ago that Leonidas and Zora had only recently become vampires. By that logic, it was totally possible that Edward was even older than his elderly appearance implied. Questions crowded my mind, but none of them seemed polite to ask. Why hadn't Nigellus preserved his body at a younger age? Had Edward really waited until he was in his 80s before selling his soul? What had possessed him to do such a thing? But I definitely didn't know him well enough to demand he share something so personal. With a pang, I remembered Leonidas' carefully walled-up pain as he spoke of bargaining his soul in exchange for remission of his wife's incurable cancer. If Edward had made a similar sacrifice, it wasn't my place to stir up those memories. He'd agreed to help me with my magic, even if that help had so far consisted of him feeding me lunch and then throwing things at me. He didn't owe me anything more than that. "Okay," I said, in lieu of any other questions or opinions I might have had. "So, vampire blood chasers it is, then. Assuming I want powerful magic anyway. I'm still on the fence regarding that question, to be honest." Edward's expression sobered, becoming uncharacteristically grim.
"If you'll take an old man's advice, Vonnie. You've already become embroiled in the doings of more powerful beings. While it's true that having powerful magic may make you more of a target during the coming struggle, without it, you are defenseless. If I've learned one thing from demonkind, it's that power may not take the form you expect, but to relinquish it when you have the ability to utilize it instead, that is always foolish."
Seven. The following morning found me once again in the woods, my head aching after a night spent tossing and turning, capped off with what had probably been too much coffee. Though in my defense, the coffee part was not my fault. For someone used to store-brand instant crystals, putting a carafe of Colombian dark roast from a French press in front of me was basically like dumping a meth addict in Walter White's secret lab and telling her to knock herself out. Edward had spent several hours the previous evening discussing magical theory with me, specifically the difference between demon, fae, and human magic.
"Demon magic is fairly distinct," he'd said. "It's more to do with the manipulation of space, and to a lesser degree, time. Demons are unstoppable power factories, immortal in the truest sense of the word. They learned long ago that with enough raw energy, the various dimensions making up reality are more like guidelines than a hard and fast rule."
I'd frowned, trying to put the knowledge into context. Hence, the ability to teleport, and the reason Nigellus can send you power to use even though he's nowhere near you?
"Precisely so," Edward had agreed. "Fae have some of those same abilities, but their portals require more energy to create and maintain. For that reason, they use ley lines rather than portals for travel across longer distances." Think of them as an existing network of invisible roads crisscrossing the planet. Or perhaps a subway system would be a better analogy. It's easier to hop on the metro and be a passenger than it is to get on a bicycle and pedal your way to your destination.
But humans can't do either? I'd asked. Not even magical humans?
Not that I've ever seen, no. Human magic, and to be fair, the vast majority of Fey magic, is elemental in nature. Broadly, it's divided into two main categories: magic related to inanimate objects and magic related to living things. In humans, the former is far more common than the latter. For Fey, it's the difference between seelie and unseelie. Though it's a gross oversimplification of a very complex system, you can think of seelie magic as being creative in nature, while unseelie magic is destructive.
Nigella said that this Teague guy is unseelie, right? I'd asked. Edward nodded.
Male Fey are generally unseelie, and female Fey are seelie. Though I did meet a male Fey recently who demonstrated some facility with life magic. So it's clearly not a hard and fast divide.
As interesting as the theoretical stuff was, I needed concrete answers. And what about mine? I'm guessing breaking things and setting fires falls under destructive elemental magic? I wasn't sure how to feel about that. But on the other hand, spawning pretty flowers and bunny rabbits into existence didn't seem like it would be much use in a fight.
It appears so, my dear. The fire aspect is fairly unambiguous, and you demonstrated control over the air around you this afternoon. I'd like to experiment with earth and water in the morning.
And so it was that I found myself crouched next to a stream in the chilly morning air of a gray and dreary day. At Edward's direction, I dug a little depression in the muddy bank, which had promptly filled with water.
The key to control is learning what feelings translate to what magical effects, Edward was saying. Water is the safest element for experimentation. Honestly, all you can really do to it is freeze it or evaporate it. We've already seen that instinctual fear mediates your control of air. And without knowing more about the details of the nightmare you experienced when the bed caught on fire, it's difficult to make a determination on that one.
I resolutely did not blush. Since the fire had been a direct response to an embarrassingly lurid sexual fantasy about my boss, Edward was going to be waiting for a hell of a long time for details about my so-called nightmare. So I should, what? Try to feel different emotions until something affects the water? I asked.
Yes, exactly,
Edward replied.
Though I'd also like you to picture those emotions focusing through your pendant. You're not making proper use of it at the moment, hence all of the wasted power flowing out of it in the form of heat.
Huh, I mused. Okay, I'll do my best. Any suggestions on what emotions to try first? Is there, like, an elemental magic cheat sheet or something?
He huffed. Sadly not, my dear. Your magical nature is unique to you.
I held Mabel's pendant dangling from my fingers and stared at the little puddle of water, thinking. Lovey-dovey positive emotions were going to be a stretch in my current mental state, but they were also the least traumatic way to start. Taking a deep breath, I focused on feelings of friendship, picturing Len's selfless bravery in protecting people weaker than himself, Zora's kindness in forgiving the lies and half-truths I'd told her, Kat's gentle support when I was overwhelmed or out of my depth. I pretended I could somehow shoot those feelings through the pendant like a beam of light going through a prism, and looked hopefully at the water. Nothing. Right. That was friendship and affection, I reported glumly. Nada.
Try something else,
Edward encouraged. I thought for a minute and focused on the queasy sensation I experienced whenever I confronted another example of Leonides' frankly rather ridiculous wealth, and got slammed with the knowledge that I would never, ever experience that level of security and luxury in my own life. Nothing for jealousy either, I told him, when the water continued to sit in its little muddy depression unmoved. Steeling myself, I let my fierce maternal feelings for Jace flood through me. Tears pricked at my eyes as I remembered the nurse handing him to me after he'd been born. His first word, his first steps. The water didn't so much as ripple. Nothing for love, I whispered, clearing my throat when my voice quavered on the last word. Unbidden, my thoughts turned to the Fae who'd taken my child from me. Cold fury chilled my blood in my veins, the feeling so intense that I almost forgot to picture it channeling through the garnet pendant.
There we go,
Edward said with satisfaction. My breath caught as white crystals multiplied along the surface of the puddle, growing faster and faster until the water crackled and froze solid before my eyes.
What emotion was it?
He asked. The desire for revenge, I replied faintly. He made a considering noise.
A dish best served cold, or so they say. Appropriate, I suppose. Try heated anger next.
I cast around for a moment before Richard's face floated before my mind's eye. I remembered the vicious satisfaction of smacking him across his stupid, handsome face, the sense of absolute rage I experienced whenever he did something selfish or foolish or short-sighted, or more frequently, all three at once. I could feel my blood pressure rise, like a cartoon character about to blow their top. The ice cracked and hissed like someone had aimed a laser beam at it. In moments, it had bubbled into a boil and started steaming away.
Well,
Edward said,
there's one mystery solved, though you forgot to focus through the crystal on the second try.
I tore my eyes away from the boiling puddle to my necklace. Sure enough, it was radiating heat. This is nuts, I murmured.
This is magic,
Edward replied simply. Several hours later, I was cold and hungry, and I'd learned that while I was pretty good with air and water, I didn't have much affinity with earth. With a focused burst of abject sadness, I could send a fine spray of dust into the air, even from the muddy dirt of the forest floor. That was about it. Not very impressive. I was also exhausted.
Frustrating that nothing seems to be connecting with your pyrokinetic abilities, Edward mused. Are you certain you don't remember anything about the dream that preceded your unfortunate bed-burning experience?
Nope, sorry, not a thing, I said too quickly. Just a complete blank, followed by an ice-cold sprinkler shower. A cold shower that had been the appropriate, if cliched, response to the situation, ironically enough. Was all he replied, in a tone that made me think he was probably on to the fact that I was holding out on him. I was rescued from further awkwardness by the buzz of my phone in my pocket. I pounced on it, and not only because it gave me an escape from the current topic of conversation. Yes, hello? Zora, is that you? What did you find? I asked in a rush. Vonnie, hey, we're in El Paso now, said my friend. Her tone was apologetic, and my spark of irrational hope that they'd somehow found Jace safe and sound faded. Denver was a bust, I'm afraid. Well, mostly a bust, anyway. Mostly? I pressed. Not completely? We talked to a couple of people whose stories didn't quite jive, she said. Like, maybe their memories or perceptions were altered, you know what I mean? I caught my breath. You think those memories were altered by a fae? Could you use the glowing eye thing to unalter them? Like reverse mesmerism or something? Leonidas did that to me once, sort of. He erased my memories the first time we met, and then restored them later. Zora must have had me on speakerphone, because I could make out Rands in the background, muttering,
What on earth has that man been up to since we left him alone?
Zora shushed him before replying. Sorry, no dice, Vaughn. Fae and demon mind control both tend to be stronger than vampire mesmerism. Still, it's evidence that a fae was here, which supports our theory about what happened. I'd been thinking a lot about that, though. Shooting a glance toward Edward that was half nervous and half apologetic, I cleared my throat. Okay, so I just want to throw this out there for consideration. We're working on the assumption it was the Fae because Teague apparently has it in for me, and because it ties in with the other missing kids, right? But if the demons were trying to get Leonidas to investigate the missing children for them, this would be a damned good way to do it. Make it personal. And now suddenly he's interested when he wasn't before, you know? There was a longish pause, during which I deliberately didn't look at Edward. It was Rands who replied.
While I'm the last person to underestimate the manipulative tendencies of demons, most of them do, in fact, take the prohibition against meddling with humans seriously.
Most, but not all, Zora put in. Remember Muriel?
Muriel got her arse handed to her for stepping out of line,
Rands retorted.
And Nigellus, for all his faults, was front and center when it came to putting a stop to her.
True, Zora allowed. Vonnie, it's not a bad thought, to be honest, and I promise you we'll keep open minds while we're here investigating. I want to get into the actual airplane next, see if I can sense any traces of Fae magic. It's been grounded while the airline investigates, so we'll get back to you as soon as there's any new information. Guthrie said you're with Edward right now, working on your magic? Yes, I told her, already sinking back into that numb, dark feeling of powerlessness, waiting for news from other people while I sat on the sidelines. Then that's where your focus needs to be right now, okay? We've got things covered on this end, and Guthrie's working on something from his end, too. Get that magic shit under control so you can use it as an asset, rather than having it be a liability. I'm working on it, I told her blankly. Thanks for the update. When I hung up, the sense of fatigue that had been hanging over me settled across my shoulders like a cloak made of lead. I won't apologize for not trusting your boss, I said in a monotone, still not looking at Edward. Even though I appreciate what you're doing with me here. A gnarled hand closed on my shoulder, turning me until I had to meet Edward's eyes.
Nigellus didn't take your son, Vonnie,
he said. Perhaps the word of a demon-bound butler holds no weight in your eyes, but nonetheless, I give you my promise on that.
I swallowed and wet my lips. I want to believe you, Edward. I really, really do. He nodded.
The truth will come out soon enough, I suppose. For now, though, you need to rest and eat. Come along, I'll make you lunch, and once you've recovered, we'll experiment with combining your control of different elements at once.
Eight. Days passed, and I grew more confident in my use of Mabel's pendant and my own abilities, even as those same abilities slowly began to fade.
The vampire blood is starting to work its way out of your system, Edward observed. You'll need to make a decision soon, whether or not to seek more, my dear.
I had no answer to that. Zora and Rans had kept their word about informing me of their findings as they investigated the plane and the people who'd been on it. However, those findings had been frustratingly ambiguous and unhelpful. Zora sensed something not of the human realm on the plane itself, but there was nothing concrete enough to suggest where Jace might have been taken. Other airline employees who'd been working that day exhibited odd inconsistencies in their memory or behavior, but it was nothing the two vampires could pin down or overcome with their hypnotic powers. Leonidas called and texted on a couple of occasions to check on me, though he was vague about what exactly he was doing back in St. Louis. I got the impression he was trying to set up some kind of trap for Teague, but no details were forthcoming. Edward was a patient, though exacting, taskmaster. I might have come to resent his stubbornly upbeat and encouraging demeanor, but anyone who made coffee as delicious as his got an automatic pass from me on a lot of things. If he was secretly an evil minion, he did a hell of a good job hiding the fact.
Next step, he said. Practice feeling elementally triggering emotions without allowing that power to escape into the physical world. There might, after all, come a day when you wish to experience the desire for bloody, protracted revenge without simultaneously freezing any water that happens to be nearby into ice. Or to experience the mystery emotion that triggers your ability with fire, for instance.
Crap. I was so busted, wasn't I? At this point, all I could do was try not to react outwardly while being silently thankful for Edward's deeply ingrained old-world courtesy. It meant he was unlikely to pursue details of the fact that lust made me set things on fire, since I was obviously reluctant to discuss the subject. "Makes sense," I replied, absolutely deadpan. "How do I do that, then?" We were standing next to the picnic table in the cabin's backyard area. He settled himself on the end of one of the benches and gestured for me to do the same on the opposite side. Since my control over my powers had grown, it was no longer necessary to hike into the wilderness for lessons related to water and earth. Only for air, since that seemed to be my most destructive ability.
I believe it will be easiest to start with your pendant, he said. You've become adept at focusing through the crystal to concentrate your intention. To neutralize that same magic, you'll need to focus it through the crystal and back into your own body."
I frowned, trying to picture it. I didn't know magic bent that way. Which was possibly a ridiculous thing to say, but so far I'd been picturing my power as a beam of light going through a prism, not something that could twist and turn corners on its own. Edward raised a mildly amused eyebrow.
"It will, if you picture a mirror forming on the inside of the garnet to bounce it back to you."
Understanding dawned, and I made an exaggerated "oh" shape with my lips. He smiled, deepening the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes.
"As with so many things related to magic, it's all in the way you look at things," he said.
We started with Earth, since that was my weakest area anyway. It took more than a dozen attempts of calling up sad memories before I was no longer tossing up little plumes of dirt each time tears pricked at my eyes. I'm not sure if I'm starting to get it, or if I'm just getting numb to memories of our family dog dying when I was 11, I told Edward, dashing wetness from my cheeks. He gestured to the pitcher of water he'd brought out with us.
"Try testing it with that, my dear. I do believe you're catching on, though."
It was true that I found rage, both cold and hot, alarmingly easy to come by these days. I focused on the pitcher with my eyes and on my pendant with my mind, trying to replicate the feeling of a reflective surface coating the interior facets of the rough stone. Richard's face swum before my mind's eye.
"I just know it's better than you trying to play Scooby-Doo with a bunch of freaks."
Steam rose from the pitcher. I sighed and imagined the mirror inside the pendant growing thicker, shinier. This time, the water rippled slightly, but remained liquid.
"Better," Edward approved. "Now, perhaps you should try to—"
He cut himself off mid-sentence. His spine snapped straight, his gaze going unfocused as he tilted his head like a bird.
"Oh, dear."
I tensed, the few days of relative peace having done little for my raging case of paranoia and hyper-alertness. "What? Edward, what is it?" But Edward was already rising to stand on creaky knees, his hand closing around my upper arm as he urged me to do the same.
"I'm so sorry, my dear, but we appear to have unexpected company approaching. An alarming amount of it, in fact."
I glanced around, a bit wildly, not having heard or seen anything. How do you know that?"
"Magical tripwires. I set them in the woods around the perimeter of the cabin and across the driveway as well. Nothing fancy, I fear, just a silent alarm system. But whoever's approaching didn't enter the property using the main road, and I find that distinctly worrying."
My heart sped up. In the clusterfuck that was my life now, there was little question that whoever it was had motives more threatening than wanting to sell us Avon products or talk to us about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. "What do we do?" I asked, hoping that someone who'd thought far enough ahead to set magical alarms around the place might also have some insight into strategy now that they'd been tripped. Edward swept an incisive gaze over the cabin, the clear, grassy area where we were standing, and the woods beyond. His demeanor changed, the affable, elderly butler becoming something sharper, more focused.
"We shouldn't return to the house," he said, his tone grim but steady. "I don't want us to be pinned down. Follow me. We just need to find a place where we can stay out of sight for a few moments while I summon Nigelis."
I had a ridiculous moment of panic upon realizing that all of my packed belongings were in my bedroom in the cabin. It was the same kind of irrational thinking that made people run deeper into a burning building to rescue a family photo or something equally unimportant in the grand scheme of things.
"Move, Vonnie,"
Edward said in a tone that brooked no resistance. I tore myself free of my momentary paralysis, following him toward the nearest opening in the woods that could, at a stretch, be called a trail. Immediately, it struck me how ill-suited Edward would be to crashing through rough terrain with any kind of speed. That didn't stop him from leaving the trail the moment a large enough opening through the thorny brush presented itself, though. I followed, and as soon as the opening disappeared from sight behind us, I realized how easy it would be to get hopelessly lost out here. It was impossible to travel in a straight line with all of the tree trunks and scrub in the way. We were probably less than 100 yards away from the cabin, and already I'd have been hard-pressed to point toward it with any confidence. "Should we be marking our trail as we go?" I whispered, flinching as a branch swatted me in the face. Edward shook his head, easing through the thick undergrowth with more grace than I would have given him credit for.
"Whoever our visitors are, I'd prefer to make them work a bit harder than that to find us,"
he answered in low tones as he ducked under an overhanging branch with a wince, his joints creaking.
"Besides, it shouldn't be necessary."
A few minutes later, we came to a little washed-out gap in the lee of a massive oak, and Edward lifted a gnarled hand to call a halt. Twigs and leaves clung to his wool coat. To be fair, I was pretty sure I had 6 pieces of bramble bush stuck in my hair. He paused for a moment, listening. I held my breath and did the same, certain I could hear people crashing around some distance away.
"This will have to do,"
he murmured, steadying himself against the massive tree trunk as he closed his eyes in concentration. My pendant throbbed a warning against the base of my throat, the sign of magic being used around me.
"We just need to find a place where we can stay out of sight for a few moments while I summon Nigelis,"
he'd said, and that was presumably what he was doing now. Several moments passed. Nothing happened. I bit my lip nervously, aware of the sounds of movement growing closer. Edward opened his eyes, the deep wrinkles between his bushy brows etching even deeper.
"Well, that's certainly disappointing. I fear there may need to be a slight change of plans."
I looked at him in consternation.
"Oh, come on. Is the line busy or something?"
I hissed, having been all in with the plan for imminent demon extraction via teleportation, even if it did mean leaving all of my clothes and toiletries behind. Edward caught his breath sharply and whisked me further into the shadow of the oak. I followed the direction of his gaze through the gaps in the trees. The sounds of rustling and branches snapping had gone quiet, for the most part. But as I watched, a figure dressed in black and holding some kind of angular rifle crept into view, following what must have been another trail as he moved perpendicular to us, perhaps 50 feet away. I caught a flash of white on the back of the guy's shirt, like printed lettering. I couldn't make it out from this far away, but the outfit looked an awful lot like
"SWAT team,"
Edward whispered.
"Not the worst of all possible options, I suppose, but not the best either."
My eyes flew to him, though I kept my voice low. "Excuse me? What could be worse than a SWAT team coming after us with guns?"
"A flight of Fey warriors comes to mind,"
Edward replied, barely audible.
"We'll need to get outside their perimeter."
"Can we do something with magic?" I asked. "To sneak past them, I mean?" That wasn't anything I had a facility for, as far as I'd been able to determine. but I also wasn't the demon-bound magic expert here.
"You read my mind,"
Edward whispered, rummaging in his coat and coming up with a small pocket knife.
"Forgive me, but I'll need a small amount of your blood to rig up a misdirection spell that will cover the both of us."
Blood magic. He'd touched on the subject during our hours of discussion over magical theory. It was several levels of complexity above the kind of stuff I was able to do, but again, Edward had advantages I didn't, both in experience and in the form of his trusty remote demon Tesla battery. Though the trusty part was somewhat in question after Nigelus's notable failure in appearing to rescue us. I'll wager I wasn't the only one feeling that way either. Edward's face was drawn into taut lines of worry as he quickly unbuttoned the top 3 buttons of his neatly starched white shirt. Without ceremony, he drew the tiny blade across the base of his thumb and clasped the handle between his teeth to free up both hands. I watched with trepidation as he swiped up some of the welling blood with his forefinger, using it to draw an arcane symbol on his bony sternum. More rustling of branches and leaves heralded the imminent approach of another armed SWAT member on the nearby trail.
"Quickly,"
Edward murmured, wiping the blade clean. He handed it to me, hilt first. I steeled myself and nicked the base of my thumb as he'd done. He took the knife from me and pocketed it before taking my hand in his and using the finger already stained with his blood to gather some of mine.
"I fear you'll have to take my word that I can't pass any blood-borne infection to you," he said quietly.
"Least of my worries right now, Edward," I replied. I held still as he raised the red-coated finger to my forehead where, if I understood it correctly, he'd be drawing the same symbol on me with our mixed blood, to enfold me inside the spell he was weaving. Movement caught my eye, over his shoulder. A man in black stood framed in the section of the trail visible from our hiding place, his rifle pointed straight at us. I cried out in warning at the same instant a sharp crack broke the stillness of the forest. Edward jerked sideways with a startled grunt, his finger sliding away from the unfinished sigil on my brow as a plume of red erupted from his shoulder. I screamed in surprise, a burst of unfocused power flowing out of me, enough to rattle the branches around me as I forgot every damned thing I'd learned over the course of the past few days. Edward's back thumped against the bole of the oak beneath the onslaught of elemental magic, but to my everlasting relief he remained upright. When I looked back toward the shooter, it was to find him steadying himself in the wake of my ill-directed outburst, the muzzle of his high-powered weapon once more lifting to point at me. Only this time, Edward wasn't standing in the way. I could duck behind the oak. Its trunk would be thick enough to stop bullets, I was pretty sure. But then we'd be pinned down, while other SWAT team members could circle around and hem us in. Making a knee-jerk decision, I clasped my pendant and let my fear of being shot funnel through the crystal into as narrow a focus as I could manage. Power blew through me, concentrated right at the gunman. I caught my breath, praying that my abilities still had enough strength to be effective despite the waning levels of vampire blood in my system. Invisible force slammed the man backward, against the tree behind him, which creaked beneath the force of the impact. He slid to the ground, unmoving. My heart stuttered with a combination of relief and terror as I swung to face Edward. He was still bracing himself against the rough bark of the sturdy oak, but his face was an ugly gray shade of pale. It was all I could do not to panic and immediately start fluttering over the wound blooming red across his shoulder. I swallowed hard and tried to reach for practicality. "Edward, can you finish the misdirection spell?" He shook his head, his chest shuddering on each breath.
Sorry, my dear. Not enough focus to spare for it right now. You need to get past their guard and head deeper into the woods. They'll be focusing inward toward the cabin."
I grabbed the arm on his uninjured side and slung it across my shoulders.
You mean we need to get past their guard?
He tugged weakly against my grip.
Vonnie, I'll slow you down too much. You must take my word that there is quite literally nothing these men can do to me that will stick. I'm demon-bound.
But I was already pulling him toward the trail the 2 SWAT members had been patrolling, in hopes of getting to the other side before any more of them followed the sound of gunfire and screaming.
Yeah,
I told him,
and that's exactly the point. You're demon-bound. I'm not. If our ride shows up, I'd rather be with you than wandering around on my own. Now come on!
He stopped fighting me, though his attempts to keep pace with me weren't much more coordinated than his resistance had been.
The fact that he's not here already is worrying,
he wheezed between shuddering breaths.
I kind of got that part, thanks,
I said through gritted teeth.
While Edward wasn't heavy,
and he was still able to walk, after a fashion, making progress through a forest without the benefit of a trail was challenging enough for one person. I was sure the poor old guy was getting slapped with branches and stumbling over roots just like I was, but there was no time to feel bad about any of it. We burst onto the trail. Across from us, the unconscious gunman still lay in a tangle of limbs. I looked left and right, only to find more black-clad figures approaching at a run from both directions, weapons held ready.
Shit!
I cursed, dragging Edward toward the closest thing I could see resembling an opening on the other side of the path. I wasn't sure how many more times I could use the magical explosion trick before I'd be too weak to haul my injured companion around. We had a bit of distance on the approaching men, so I opted for flight and possible concealment until there was no other choice but to turn and fight. If we could lose them in the trees and find a fallen trunk to hide under, then what? You can hang out there until Edward bleeds to death? I shook off the snide little voice in favor of focusing on our footing and the rattling gasp of Edward's breathing. The ground was uneven, littered with stones and twisting roots. Thorny bushes snagged at our clothing, but the trees here were dense and many of them had large trunks that would help conceal us. Behind us, I heard the sound of voices, echoing oddly through the woods. The words, "Through here! Go, go, go!" filtered to me, signifying that the men had seen us leave the trail and were following. I cast around for something that could hide us, even as I continued to drag Edward forward, deeper into the forest. Our attackers' bulky rifles might slow them down a bit in the close confines of trees and brush, but not as much as Edward's injury was slowing us down. Add to that the fact that we were leaving a trail of broken branches and footprints obvious enough for even a first-year Cub Scout to follow, and our situation was not looking good, to put it mildly. My eyes lit on a monster of a downed tree, its roots exposed and grasping at the air. Cover, I thought. There was a space beneath the decaying trunk that might be large enough for 2 people to hide in, and piles of decaying leaves I could use to try and cover us. The dead tree had taken out a bunch of smaller trees when it went down, leaving an open area. I rushed across it, my back aching from supporting Edward's weight. We'd almost reached the questionable promise of shelter when the crackle of twigs breaking in front of us brought me stumbling to an abrupt halt. A figure stepped around the tangle of torn roots, blocking our path. Without thought, I channeled my fear of imminent death at the man before us and let fly. "9. Power exploded toward the figure half hidden in the shadow of the downed tree, with only slightly less force than what I'd unleashed on the gunman back at the trailhead. But unlike the gunman, this guy was only a few steps away from me. He should have immediately flown backward into the sharp embrace of the grasping tree roots behind him. He should have. Instead, his hand lifted almost too fast for me to follow, brushing the blast of wind to one side like someone brushing away an insect. A section of roots shattered into kindling, and Nigellus stepped forward into the patchwork of dappled light filtering through to us from above.
"About time,"
Edward managed, the words emerging breathless and reedy. Nigellus approached without comment and plucked the old man from my grasp. I let him, still too frozen by shock to do anything else.
"You're leaking,"
the demon observed, eyeing his servant narrowly.
"Good of you to notice, sir,"
Edward rasped.
"Now, if you could perhaps—"
He was interrupted by a vaporous swirl of grey mist blowing through the little glade. I gasped, recognizing the unnatural chilly fog for exactly what it was. The mist gathered into a tight spiral, darkening into the solid form of Leonidas, grim-faced and sharp-jawed.
"I will return for you when I can do so without being observed,"
Nigellus told him without preamble.
"Do please try not to get killed in the meantime."
"What?" I squeaked, as Nigellus grasped Edward firmly by the arm. The pair popped out of existence an instant later. Aghast, I whirled to stare at Leonidas as if he could somehow push a magical rewind button and keep our ticket out of this mess from bailing on us without warning. But my boss was glaring with narrowed eyes at the place where the two had been standing.
"Fucking demons,"
he muttered, the bitterness of decades lending a sharp edge to the words. I began. He seemed to break himself free of his moment of resentment, his dark eyes landing on me instead. A hint of vampiric light lit his gaze from within.
"Hello, Vonnie,"
he said.
"Please tell me you can do more with magic now than set off apartment sprinkler systems?"
The crash of many footsteps through underbrush reached us. "Looks like we're about to find out," I said faintly. His sharp gaze moved to the woods behind me.
"Cover,"
he said, and we both ducked behind the downed tree trunk. "Did Nigellus seriously just throw us under the bus?" I demanded, peeking over the top of the rotting wood.
"Mister, I can't interfere with humans,"
Leonidas replied, sounding about as happy as I felt.
"Oh, he'll be back for us, assuming we manage to take out the rest of this SWAT team. Edward was bleeding. I could smell it. What happened?"
My stomach rolled as I remembered the spurt of red erupting from the elderly man's shoulder, as I remembered what being shot felt like. He was trying to cast a misdirection spell so we could sneak past them and get away. His back was turned to the trail, and I didn't see the guy with the gun until it was too late. He got shot in the shoulder. Leonidas nodded.
"Well, Nigellus will fix him up anyway, which is more than can be said for us."
The sound of breaking branches grew louder, and I could see dark shapes approaching through the trees. "What do we do?" I asked, trying to force down my panic.
"You do magic until you can't anymore, preferably without aiming any of it at me."
He pulled a gun from inside his long coat and grasped it in one hand, pulling and releasing the slide with the other. It snapped into place with an ominous snick.
"Meanwhile, I'll do what I can with this, after which all bets are off."
I was pretty sure all of the men I'd seen had been wearing bulletproof vests, but there didn't seem to be much point in mentioning that tiny detail. If he hadn't seen it when he was flying around earlier, he would soon enough. That did raise a different question, however. "Are these even real cops?" I blurted. Leonidas shot me a sideways glance before his attention returned to the woods where our attackers were about to emerge.
Are they sworn officers of the law? Probably. Are they under Fae control? Almost certainly.
A twisted feeling roiled in my gut. There was something daunting about the idea of attacking the police. It was the kind of thing you couldn't just come back from afterward and pretend everything was normal again. I'd seen the Fae-controlled officers Teague had brought with him to close down the Vixen's den. I was aware that the police had apparently been ordered not to respond to Jace's frantic 911 call when Ivan's goons had broken into our apartment. But I hadn't fought with them. Even though it had been clear self-defense, I'd already flung a SWAT officer against a tree so hard he'd lost consciousness. For all I knew, I'd broken his back. The guy could be lying there dead on the trail at this very moment. And I was about to do the same thing to as many of his comrades as I could, while my vampire boss shot a gun at them. Apparently, our only way out of here was going to be over a pile of injured and dead cops. The cops in question, very much not injured currently, swarmed into the clearing, rifle muzzles swinging to and fro as they looked for a target.
You first,
Leonidas murmured, barely audible. Heart pounding, I dropped to my belly so I could get a clear line of sight through the gap between the downed tree's roots and trunk, praying that my black coat and dark leggings would hide me in the shadows. As I clutched my pendant, I was aware of Leonidas moving silently in the opposite direction, toward the bare branches at the far end of the dead tree. I couldn't tell how much of my shakiness came from exhaustion and how much came from fear, but it was clear that my magical resources were limited at this point. Fortunately, the idea of getting shot again terrified the shit out of me, and that terror was the fuel I needed right now. With a silent prayer that it would be strong enough to do any good, I unleashed another blast of elemental wind toward the center of the group of men fanning out across the area. The ones at the edges of the group barely staggered, but several in the middle flew backward and hit the ground hard. Those who'd kept their feet immediately trained their weapons in my direction, and I rolled to the side until the thick trunk stood firmly between me and a hail of death. A gunshot rang out from my left, and one of the men still standing fell, clutching his thigh. Immediately, half a dozen rifles swung toward the source of the shot and opened fire. Adrenaline coursing, I took advantage of the distraction to call another blast of power. It was noticeably weaker, only sending 2 of the men to their knees. Another SWAT member fell to a shot from a different angle, scrabbling at a growing red patch on his right arm. In growing disarray, our attackers whirled to face the new threat. Mist swirled as Leonidas changed position once more, taking out a third man with another leg shot. One of the attackers shouted a warning, his gun training on me where I crouched, peeking through the gap at the tree's base. Before I could even duck, Leonidas solidified in mid-leap, slamming into the man's back and driving his head against the ground with force. He came up with the man held in front of him like a shield, the rifle spraying bullets at the others in an arc, and... holy fuck! Maybe at this point I should have had a decent understanding of what it really meant to have a vampire at your side during a fight. I hadn't, though. Not until this very moment. My belly twisted again, this time with unexpected heat. I was so focused on the dance of destruction in front of me that I didn't notice the armed man approaching the gap beneath the trunk until he was almost on top of me. Leonidas' glowing gaze flew to me, but he couldn't shoot at the man without risking hitting me as well. I read the dismay in his eyes as they locked with mine, and a different form of power rose inside me. The tree burst into flame. My attacker screamed, his gun clattering to the ground as he fell back, slapping frantically at his burning clothing. The 2 men still standing took advantage of Leonidas' moment of shock to jump him. He grunted under the double impact, jamming the stock of the rifle into the stomach of the man in front who doubled over. Then Leonidas hooked an ankle behind the leg of the one in back and shoved him off balance. His dark coat flared out as he whirled, slamming the rifle into the side of the man's head. He went down like a sack of potatoes, and a swift kick to the first attacker's chin took him out of the game as well. Around the clearing, only a handful of groans could be heard as those still conscious moved weakly to clutch at injuries. I became aware that I was leaning against the burning tree trunk, ignoring the flames that licked at my arms without heat. My breath came as fast and heavy as though I'd been running a marathon. Leonidas straightened from the carnage and gave the flaming tree a wary look. I swallowed and backed away from it. "Edward promised he wouldn't let me burn down the forest," I said nonsensically. There was a brief pause before he replied.
"I think it's probably too wet out here for it to spread far."
I blinked, my attention drawn to an ugly furrow on the side of his neck, oozing dark blood. It was, I realized with a jolt, a bullet graze. "You're hurt," I said faintly. He snorted and crossed to the man I'd burned. The guy had managed to put out the flames by rolling on the damp leaf litter, but he was still writhing, making soft whining noises that cut me to the bone. Leonidas dragged his head up and sank fangs into his throat. My knees wobbled. A few moments later, he let the man drop and straightened, scrubbing at the bullet wound on the side of his neck with his palm. Beneath the smear of blood, the furrow was gone. I fell back to lean against the burning tree again, heedless of the flames. He eyed me for a beat.
"Yeah,"
he said.
"Sorry about that. It's a bit different seeing it firsthand, I guess."
Wincing, he reached forward and hooked me by the arm, pulling me upright and away from the fire. "Will Nigellus come now?" I asked blankly, staring at the destruction around us. Leonidas sighed, an irritated sound.
"Let's get away from this disaster area, and I'll give him a call."
I nodded dumbly and took a step, only for my knees to buckle. "Thought Rand's fixed those," I thought distantly, as Leonidas caught me before I could face-plant. Instead, I ended up clinging to him as my surroundings turned in lazy circles. Sorry," I mumbled. "Magic takes it out of me, and, a clearing full of writhing and dead bodies."
"Can you walk?"
he asked. I licked my lips. Yeah, I think so. Mostly because if you try to carry me, I'll probably throw up on you."
"Right,"
he said uncertainly. After a moment's shuffling, I ended up leaning against his side, an ironic counterpoint to the way I'd dragged Edward through the woods earlier. The muscular form next to mine was strong, and more than a little tense. He led us deeper into the forest, putting maybe a quarter-mile between us and the carnage we'd left behind. When we came to a quiet glade, he propped me against a tree and pulled out a cell phone. His lips twisted as he glanced at the screen, and then up at the sky.
"1 bar,"
he said.
"Good enough, I guess."
He dialed, and a moment later Nigellus must have picked up.
"Come and get us, you fucking asshole hellspawn,"
he said without preamble, before rattling off a set of what sounded like GPS coordinates. Then he hung up without waiting for a reply and pocketed the phone, running a hand over his face wearily. Movement caught the corner of my eye, and I sucked in a breath, still on edge. Nigellus approached from the direction we'd just come, giving us a critical once-over.
"How's Edward?"
Leonidas asked.
"Indelible,"
Nigellus replied cryptically. I hoped that if the old guy were in seriously bad shape, the demon would sound a bit more upset than he did. With luck, he'd used the time Leonidas and I had spent overpowering an armed SWAT team to get Edward an ambulance or something.
I suppose that's one way of putting it,
Leonidas muttered. Can we get out of here, please? I asked.
Indeed,
Nigellus said immediately.
Come, both of you.
He grasped each of us by the arm, and an instant later my surroundings blurred as my aching body was wrenched through whatever crazy dimension demons use to travel instantaneously. When reality reformed, I recognized the living room in Leonidas' penthouse. My stomach turned over violently, signifying that it had finally had enough. After a frantic glance around for some kind of receptacle, I staggered a few steps and landed on my knees next to the nearest elegant houseplant, where I promptly threw up in the tasteful ceramic pot. Ten. When I'd stopped trying to expel my toenails through my digestive tract, I became aware of the utter silence in the room around me. "Oh, my God," I croaked, imagining what I must look like to two powerful supernatural creatures. "I am so sorry." My eyes were streaming, and I wiped them roughly on my sleeve, trying to swallow down the sharp bite of stomach acid coating my throat. Leonidas broke free of his paralysis first.
Don't worry about it, Vani. I'll just take the plant out to the patio. No harm done. Excellent plan,
Nigellus agreed, in the tone of someone who hadn't spent much time in the presence of fresh vomit and had no desire to start now. For the second time in half an hour, Leonidas steadied me as I regained my feet.
Where's Edward?
He asked the demon. I expected Nigellus to rattle off the name of a hospital and made a mental note to visit the old guy, or at least send flowers. So when Nigellus said,
Changing his shirt, I believe. He does get terribly fussy about such things.
I blinked at him in surprise. Nigellus met my gaze, still watching me as though he half expected me to recreate a scene from The Exorcist and start projectile vomiting radioactive bile in all directions.
I took the liberty of retrieving your belongings from the cabin while you were otherwise occupied,
he said. Thanks, I rasped, still stuck on the part about Edward. The demon-bound butler chose that minute to come bustling in, dressed, as promised, in a crisp new white shirt. "Good heavens, my dear! Come here immediately and sit down while I get you a glass of water and a damp cloth for your face." I gaped at him. "Edward, your shoulder!" He waved the words away. "Good as new, child. Don't fuss. Now come here. You're pale as a sheet. How much magic did you do?" He gestured at Leonidas to lead me toward the nearest sofa, and I let myself be shuffled along and lowered to the cushions. I was still staring at Nigellus' servant in consternation. "But how?" I asked, ignoring his question about my magic in favor of trying to understand the impossibility in front of me. "Did you drink vampire blood or something?" Leonidas snorted, and Edward gave a little laugh. "Quite unnecessary in my case, my dear. Perhaps you don't fully understand the implications of being demon-bound." I tried to think back to everything Leonidas had told me. I was aware that being bound allowed the demon to stop a human's aging process, but "You must take my word that there is quite literally nothing these men can do to me that will stick," Edward had said when he was trying to get me to leave him after he'd been shot. "I'm demon-bound." To the extent I'd thought about his words in the heat of the moment, I'd assumed it was some reference to him already having given up his soul. I certainly hadn't taken it to mean that his industrial-strength demon Tesla battery could be used to erase a bullet wound. But why not, really? I'd been shot twice, and thanks to the power of the supernatural, I was good as new, except for the future PTSD-related therapy bills. "Oh," I said stupidly, before reaching up and resting my hand on his bony wrist. "Okay, I'm really glad, Edward."
"It is a rather useful perk at times,"
he agreed.
"Now, just let me get that drink and a washcloth for you. I'll be right back."
I sat for a few moments and just breathed. When Edward returned, I let him fuss over me while Leonidas evicted his unlucky houseplant to the open air of the rooftop patio. By the time he returned, my face was clear of the botched blood symbol, along with its sticky combination of sweat and tear tracks.
"Now," Edward said, "answer my question, Vonnie. How much magic did you do? You're clearly exhausted, my dear."
I swallowed a couple of times and licked my lips. After you left? 2 more big blasts of air magic, and—" My eyes cut to Leonidas and quickly jerked away again. "I set a giant tree on fire." The corner of Edward's lips twitched in what might conceivably have been a hastily covered smile.
"Ah, that would certainly do it, I suppose."
Thankfully for my dignity, neither of the other two had any clue about the subtext surrounding that last part. This was confirmed a moment later when Leonidas turned his attention to Nigellus and asked,
"Time for answers. What the hell was that performance when you were trying to get us to them after Edward called for help?"
Edward raised a bushy eyebrow and turned to the demon as well.
"I, too, would be very interested in the answer to that question. I know what it felt like. But if it was really a fey confoundment spell with enough power behind it to affect a demon of your abilities, sir, that's worrying."
Nigellus lifted his chin.
"Your magical instincts are not in question, Edward. I received your summons, but when I attempted to trace it to the source, I arrived randomly some considerable distance away from where we eventually found you. After a second attempt yielded similar results, I traveled to the cabin, since I'd already been there once and did not require a beacon. When I did not find you there, I retrieved Leonidas to assist with reconnaissance of the area from the air."
Edward sat heavily on the other end of the couch.
"So it was a confoundment spell. I should have detected such a thing when I was placing the tripwires. God's teeth, I must finally be going senile."
Nigellus flicked his fingers dismissively.
"It was designed not to be detected. That's rather the point."
Leonidas stood across the room from the demon, his arms crossed.
"Let me get this straight. The Fae somehow anticipated that they would be at the cabin, and placed a magic spell around the place specifically designed to prevent a demon from following a summons inside it?"
"The first supposition seems unlikely," Nigellus said.
"But as for the rest," Edward put in, "the confoundment spell is a strategy left over from the last war. One that's difficult to implement, and that uses up quite a bit of power, I should add."
He looked up at his employer.
I assume you were finally able to find us because we made it past the spell's perimeter?"
"Indeed,"
Nigellus replied.
Edward sighed deeply. "It seems you were right in refusing to listen when I tried to send you on without me, Vonnie. I fear I really am getting senile, because something else has just occurred to me."
Leonidas frowned.
"What?"
Again, Edward turned to Nigellus.
"You should check her for a tracking spell, because it makes no sense for them to have guessed ahead of time we'd visit that cabin."
I stared at him, my body going cold. "You think the Fae marked me somehow?" Nigellus made a considering noise.
"Plausible. If I may, Miss Morgan."
"I guess so," I replied as he approached, not really sure what I was agreeing to.
"Take your pendant off,"
Leonidas said.
"or I suspect I'll end up healing another second-degree cleavage burn with vampire blood in a few minutes."
I wavered for a moment, knowing he was right, but feeling a perfectly rational sense of hesitation at the idea of losing the only defense I had against a powerful creature who could use magic against me. Reluctantly, I removed the necklace and placed it on the glass side table. Nigellus extended a finger and touched it to the center of my forehead, the same place Edward had started to draw the sigil for his misdirection spell. I shivered, feeling a frisson of something traveling down the length of my body from head to toe. Loops of golden light erupted from my skin in a flash before dissipating into the air around me. "Shit!" I yelped, leaping up from the couch before I remembered that my legs were still too rubbery to hold me. I fell back immediately, shaking with reaction.
"That's what a Fae tracking spell looks like, I gather,"
Leonidas asked grimly.
"Yes,"
Edward replied, not sounding any happier about it. "How do I get it off?" I demanded, imagining I could feel the coils of magic constricting me like snakes, even though the telltale glow was gone. Nigellus gestured to his servant, which I guess meant that actually getting rid of the spell crossed his hypothetical line of non-interference in the human sphere. Edward cleared his throat.
Yes. Removal. I fear this might be a bit unpleasant."
A sigh escaped me. "This is going to require more blood, isn't it?" I asked, overcome with sudden resignation. It took almost half an hour for Edward to transfer the tracking spell from my body to his, and then use Nigellus's power to break it, rendering it useless. By the end, I looked like the victim of a murderous finger-painting class, with blood sigils winding around various parts of my body. The transfer itself had felt unpleasantly like the invisible snaking lines of power were slithering beneath my skin, and I now felt real empathy for drug addicts who stabbed themselves over and over, convinced they were killing invisible insects crawling inside their bodies. I battled my questionable equilibrium long enough to take a very quick shower in the guest bathroom afterward. It helped. A bit. It also gave me time to think, and I wasn't too thrilled with the direction some of those thoughts were taking. When I returned to the living area, it was to find that the others had adjourned to the kitchen, where the tantalizing smell of food was emanating through the door. "What if the tracking spell is how they were able to figure out which airplane Jace was on?" I asked as I entered. "What if they weren't following him, and instead they were following me?" Leonidas had on the carefully blank expression that meant he was pissed as hell about something.
"We were just discussing that. It seems unlikely that the tracking spell could have been placed on you while you were wearing your pendant. So the most obvious time would have been...
When Ivan kidnapped us, I finished. Because I lost the necklace during the fight at the apartment, and while we know Teague was there, I can't remember any details about what happened with him.
All of which means you were most likely tagged already when we drove your son to the airport and escorted him to the departure gate,
Leonidas said.
And that's worrying to me for a number of reasons. Not least because Zora was there as well, and she didn't sense anything. She's usually got some pretty damned acute Fey radar.
Edward looked up from plating something involving pasta. Any Fey accomplished enough with magic to set a confoundment spell around the cabin would likely be adept enough to cloak their own magical aura as well. He set the plate on the counter next to a neat place setting and gestured me to sit. Eat this, dear. You could use the carbohydrates. Despite my earlier nausea, I was legitimately starving by this point. I didn't argue, ignoring the inherent awkwardness of being the only one eating in a room full of people as I shook out the napkin, placed it in my lap, and dug in. "So," I said between bites, "I guess, if nothing else, we at least know for sure now that it was the Fae, right?"
Seems pretty clear, yes,
Leonidas agreed.
Though I'd like to get a better sense of how far into it Teague is. Did he go after Jace simply as a way to get to you and indirectly to me? Or is he neck-deep in the other disappearances as well?
Perhaps you could ask him yourself, Nigella said in a dry tone. I gather the crowd noise and music coming from the ground floor means you found a new way to goad him.
No idea what you mean,
Leonidas replied in a flat tone that made absolutely zero attempt to sound innocent. I paused with the fork halfway to my mouth. You can hear what's happening on the ground floor while you're in the penthouse? Nigella blinked at me.
Obviously.
Okay, I said after a beat, the pasta still suspended a few inches from my lips. I turned my gaze to Leonidas. Next question. Why is there a crowd downstairs when the club has been shut down for alleged money laundering?
It's thanks to an acquaintance of mine,
he replied, still in that flat tone.
Or, I guess, colleague might be more accurate. No point in leaving a valuable Central West End property sitting vacant, after all. That's just wasteful.
I thought about that for a moment before setting it aside to pursue later. Next question, I said. Are more cops going to come and break down the door to arrest us for doing what we did to that SWAT team? I couldn't bring myself to say for killing that SWAT team aloud. Right now, I could convince myself that none of them had actually died after being shot, burned, exsanguinated, and slammed into random trees. I intended to keep it that way as long as possible, if only so I could prevent the pasta I was eating from making an unexpected return appearance. Leonidas only had so many houseplants to puke in, after all. The vampire shrugged.
Could Teague send someone here to make a fuss? Sure, I guess. But for whatever reason, that doesn't seem to be his game right now. And as for the police themselves, first they'd have to explain why they were sending a SWAT team after an elderly man and woman with no criminal record and no outstanding warrants.
I frowned. But even so, won't they be able to trace a bunch of bullets back to your gun? Shooting cops is kind of a big deal, no matter why they were there in the first place.
Gun? What gun?
He replied blandly.
There's nothing in that caliber registered to me.
It was exactly the same tone he'd used when I'd asked him about the money laundering investigation.
Vonnie, do I look like someone dumb enough to launder money any place other than offshore?
Once again, I was reminded that my erstwhile boss was a man who knew how to hide the bodies, whether those bodies were of the literal or metaphorical variety. I was fairly certain that knowledge should be bothering me a lot more than it did, to be honest. "Okay, cool," I said, and turned my focus back to my food. Nigella stirred, rising with the air of someone ready to leave.
"Edward and I will be returning to Atlantic City now."
He lifted his chin, meeting Leonides' eyes.
"Contact me if your attempt at poking the wasp's nest with a stick yields any useful results."
Edward shot me a worried glance.
"Do try to get some rest, my dear. I doubt I have to say it, but that much magical expenditure in such a short space of time does tend to have repercussions."
"On a human, perhaps,"
Nigellus observed in a drawl.
"Don't be condescending, sir,"
Edward shot back, his voice mild.
"I can't recall seeing you quite so taken aback in recent memory as when she unleashed her magic at you. Not for a fair few decades, certainly."
Nigellus raised a supercilious eyebrow.
"There's a reason vampire blood is one of the most valuable commodities in the 3 realms. Do come along, Edward."
Edward sighed and set aside the dish towel he was holding.
"Of course, sir. Goodbye, Vonnie, until we meet again."
I set down my fork. "Goodbye, Edward. And thank you for everything. I'm really sorry about the whole people shooting at us thing. It seems to be an occupational hazard around me lately." Edward chuckled.
"Don't mention it, my dear. Ever since World War I tend to discount anything less destructive than a howitzer. The damage was easily fixed."
With that, the pair departed. Silence settled over the kitchen, and after a moment I returned to the last few bites of my meal. When I was finished, I lifted my gaze to meet my boss's dark eyes. "Right," I said. "Now that they're gone, I want to hear more about this pointy stick you plan to use on the hornet's nest." "11. Leonides nodded.
"Are you over the post-battle shakes yet?"
I slid off the kitchen stool I'd been sitting on, testing the steadiness of my knees. Between the shower and the carb loading, I felt considerably more like myself than I had earlier. "Seem to be," I said. "On a scale of 1 to falling over, this barely rates a 3. He gave a nod of acknowledgement.
"Good. In that case, it's probably easier to show you than tell you. Let's take a trip downstairs."
I shrugged agreement, following him to the front door and then into the elevator, not at all sure what I expected to find in the former home of the Vixen's Den. The elevator dropped smoothly, covering the 8 floors separating the penthouse to the ground floor in under a minute. It settled with a ding, and the door slid open to the sound of laughter and conversation overlaid across smooth notes of jazz. I stared at the familiar elegance of the club, with its low lighting and inviting atmosphere. Even the faces were the same. I caught my breath as I noticed Kat behind one of the bars, chatting and laughing with a customer. The smell of Lynn's tapas wafted from the double doors of the kitchen as a server swept out with a tray balanced in one hand. "What?" I asked, still standing frozen inside the elevator car. The doors started to close, and Leonides reached out to stop them. Maurice was stationed as usual beside the elevators, surveying the floor and keeping an eye out for trouble. He turned, flashing us a quick smile that formed wrinkles in his wide cheeks.
"Hey, boss,"
he began, before seeming to catch himself.
"Sorry. Hey, Mr. Leonidas."
"Good evening, Maurice,"
Leonidas answered without batting an eye.
"Patrons behaving themselves tonight? Not that it's really my problem anymore."
"They seem to be, yeah,"
Maurice said.
"You two here for a drink? Or are you back on the job now, Vonnie?"
"I'm not sure yet," I replied, after floundering for a second or two. "But yeah, a drink sounds about right at the moment."
"You heard the lady."
Leonidas headed toward Kat's station, clapping Maurice on the shoulder as he passed. I followed in his wake, dying for answers. "What did you do?" I demanded. Leonidas didn't look at me as we continued to stride toward the bar station where I'd first learned how to mix a White Russian.
"I sold the building to an acquaintance of mine. Private deal. Cash, no contingencies. She immediately terminated the den's lease for non-payment and opened a new club called the Brown Fox, after which it only made sense to hire back all of the old staff since they're already trained."
I came to an abrupt halt, heedless of the patrons milling around us. "You sold your building?" I asked in disbelief. He stopped as well, turning back to face me.
"It's not the only building I own, Vonnie. Besides, it's got fire damage."
Maybe I was making progress, because I didn't blush at the casual mention of my most recent humiliation. "But you live here," I blurted. "It's your home." A look of genuine perplexity crossed his face.
"I've lived lots of places. And besides, I only had Gina terminate the den's lease, not the leases on the penthouse or the other apartment units."
I stared at him. "I am so incredibly confused right now." He indicated with a jerk of his chin that we should start walking again. Since a stiff drink was waiting for me a few short yards away, I complied.
"It's pretty straightforward,"
he said.
"The Vixen's den is gone. I've got no stake in or connection with the Brown Fox, except that I happen to rent an apartment in the same building and enjoy an occasional drink here. And my former employees are all being taken care of."
Realization dawned in a slow wave. Meanwhile, Teague is going to go apeshit when he finds out. Everything is exactly the same as it was before he closed you down, only now he can't use the club to get to you, because it's not your club anymore. He gave a little salute of agreement with one eyebrow just before we bellied up to the bar, silently confirming everything I'd just said. Kat smiled at us like the sun coming out.
"Hey, boss."
She cut herself off just as Maurice had done. Her smile turned sheepish.
Good evening, Mr. Leonidas." "Hey, Vonnie. Where have you been hiding out these past few days, anyway? We missed you."
Ridiculously, I felt the burn of tears prickling behind my eyes.
"Evening, Kat."
Leonidas shot me a sidelong glance.
"I think Vonnie needs a bourbon, though hopefully this time we can limit it to one."
Kat gave me a knowing look.
"Ah, one of those nights, huh?"
"Apparently," I managed. Being here as though nothing had happened felt surreal. It occurred to me that Kat had no idea Jace had been kidnapped. She knew I had a kid. I'd talked about him some when we were working together or hanging out after shift. But the idea of trying to spill the entire story to her here and now felt utterly overwhelming. I just couldn't do it. How would I even start that conversation? Hey, so good to see you back at work, Cat. I'd have been here earlier, but evil fairies stole my son from a plane mid-flight, and then I had to go and try to learn how to control my crazy new magical abilities after I got shot by the Russian mafia and drank vampire blood to heal myself.
Yeah. No.
So, new club name, new boss, huh? I asked instead. How's that working so far? Cat slid my drink across to me and shrugged.
Gina's cool. She's over there in the corner booth talking business with some guy who's probably got a higher net worth than every bartender in St. Louis combined. You should get him, her gaze flicked to Leonidas, to introduce you. I nodded with an ambiguous humming noise that could have been agreement or not, and sipped my bourbon. I knew I couldn't afford a repeat of my previous attempt to drown my supernatural sorrows in booze, but that didn't mean the temptation wasn't there. You're doing okay, though? I asked instead. Everything's good? Kat's expression turned wistful and far away for a moment before she pasted on another smile. Yeah, babe. I'm good, she said. Things are good now.
I set the bourbon aside, half-finished, and covered her hand with mine on top of the bar. I'm glad, I said truthfully, remembering in vivid detail the night Kat's stalker ex had come after her with a knife in the alley behind the club. She twisted her hand around until she could lace our fingers together and squeezed mine for a moment before releasing me.
You've got dark circles under your dark circles, hon, she said in a much quieter voice. If you need to talk, find me, okay?
Okay, I lied, forcing steadiness into a voice that wanted to break. Sure. Same to you, yeah?
Sure, she lied in return. So, you coming back soon to help me keep this crowd well lubricated?
I forced a smile and picked up my bourbon. Not sure yet. And, don't you think this place could use some fresh blood behind the bar? Her expression turned wry.
On reflection, you're probably right.
Leonidas ran an unamused eye over us.
Good God, I can't even threaten to fire you anymore.
Cat fluttered her eyelashes at him sweetly, the picture of innocence. I saluted her with my glass. Talk soon, okay? I said. Is Len on tonight? I want to say hi to him, too.
Oh, sure. He's in the kitchen, she said. When you see him, tell him I want first crack at any leftover food tonight. Then go and get yourself some rest, yeah?
Yeah, I agreed, wondering what new nightmares I'd be adding to my collection tonight after what had happened earlier today. Take care, babe. Leonidas waved me toward the kitchen doors without him, either because he didn't want to fluster the line cooks with his presence, or because he correctly intuited that I'd be more comfortable talking to Len alone. These days, aside from Zora, Len was one of the very few people on the short list I called friends. He'd been nice to me since our first meeting in this very room, but it was more than that. I'd seen Len poised to protect my son at the risk of his own life, armed only with a baseball bat, cocked and ready to let fly at whatever mysterious power had just blown his front door off its hinges. Of course, that mysterious power had been me, but Len hadn't known that. It could just as easily have been armed Russian mafia goons or evil fae, and he'd been standing firmly between Jace and danger. In that moment, he'd become one of the people I trusted most. I finished off the bourbon and set the glass on an empty table that needed to be bussed anyway. Checking to make sure that I wasn't about to get run over by a server on their way out with a tray, I slipped into Len's domain of heat, clattering dishes, and delicious scents. Did he know? About Jace? About all of it? I wasn't sure. The last time I'd seen Len had been right before we left for the airport to put Jace on that fateful cross-country flight. But, unlike Kat, Len was also friends with Zora, and he seemed to have a closer relationship with Leonidas than simply employee and employer. As usual, Len's chef uniform was spotless, his hair a shock of electric blue amongst the white and stainless steel of the professional kitchen. Silver piercings glinted in his ears, nose, eyebrow, and lip, while tattoos peeked out from his rolled-up sleeves. He oversaw his little domain with easy confidence, but there was a gaunt cast to his pleasant features that seemed exaggerated beneath the harsh overhead lights. I slipped into a corner where I wouldn't be in anyone's way and waited until his gray gaze caught my presence and held. A look of bleak regret crossed his face, and I knew in that moment that I wouldn't have to explain what had happened with Jace. He said a few quick words to the nearest line cook and headed straight for me, wrapping me up in a tight hug without speaking. I buried my face against his crisp white shirt, remembering just in time to picture the imaginary mirror inside my pendant bouncing my magic back to its source as crippling sadness washed over me. I wasn't sure if there was anything in the kitchen that would respond to my weak powers of lithomancy, but this definitely wasn't the time to find out.
"Is there any news, Red?"
he asked.
"Zora told me what happened."
I shook my head wordlessly, letting myself burrow into his solid strength for a few moments longer. Len had always been painfully awkward about receiving hugs of thanks, or hugs of friendship. Apparently, that awkwardness went straight out the window when it was someone else who needed comforting. I would not allow myself to cry, and I would not cling to him for the next hour in hopes that it would make the world go away. Reluctantly, I peeled myself out of his arms and tried to meet his gaze.
"Have you learned anything new?"
he asked again.
"Anything at all? Because Zora called me a few days ago. She said they were going to check out the airports."
I chewed my lip, feeling wretched. Not really. I mean, there's a fair amount of evidence piling up that it was the Fae, but nothing useful for finding him. My voice cracked on the words. Len nodded his understanding.
"Is there anything I can do?"
he asked. I lifted a hand to rub up and down his arm a couple of times. "You're already doing it, Blue. Oh, and Kat says she wants first dibs on leftovers tonight."
"Kat always wants first dibs on leftovers,"
he replied, letting me change the subject without calling me on it.
"So, did Gramps the Vamp tell you what he did with this place?"
"Yeah," I said. "Even for an eccentric rich guy, the whole thing sounds kind of insane. How's the new boss working out?" Len's gaze landed on something over my shoulder.
"Oh, she's great. A paragon of bosses, really. Best boss I ever worked for."
"She's totally standing right behind me, isn't she?" I asked.
"Uh-huh,"
Len confirmed.
"The woman's like a damned ninja. Hey, Gina. Hey, Gramps."
"Hello, Len,"
said a female voice, mature, with the faint rasp that spoke of a cigarette habit spanning a significant number of years. I turned to find Leonidas standing next to a woman in her 50s. Gina was a few pounds over fashionable and wore her silver hair pulled back in a severe bun. She wore a sober, dark gray business suit, along with a deadly pair of red heels and a reserved expression.
"So,"
she said,
"I take it this is your new lightning rod, Guthrie. I like her. She's cute."
"12.
"Be nice, Gina,"
Leonidas said, sounding tired.
"No need for the Wicked Witch routine."
The woman scoffed.
"Don't give me that, Guthrie. You wouldn't know nice if it put fang marks in your ass."
She returned her attention to me, sticking out a hand.
"Gina van der Linde. Pleasure to meet you, Ms. Morgan."
I returned the grip, cool and dry, but not inhumanly so. "Nice to meet you. Thanks for taking over the club and hiring everyone back." She let me go, a crooked smile pulling at her ruby lips.
"That's what comes of owing people favors. The G-Man here gave me a rundown of everything that's been happening when he originally floated this plan to me. You holding up all right?"
I wasn't sure if that rundown included any supernatural aspects or not, though the Fang Mark's quip argued it might have done. Either way, the answer was the same. "Not even close," I told her. "Complete wreck over here, barely holding it together. Thanks for asking, though." She nodded.
"You'd be a poor excuse for a mother if that weren't the case. So are you going to be up for this?"
I glanced at Leonidas and hoped that I would somehow be able to absorb whatever information he'd failed to share with me via the medium of osmosis. Nope. No joy. I really needed more useful superpowers than the ones I currently had. "And by this, you mean?" I prompted.
"Coming back to work. Plain happy families until this Fey asshole can't stand it anymore and shows up to do something about it,"
Gina said. Len let out a startled snort, trying and failing to cover it with a cough. And there was one question answered anyway. Gina definitely knew about the supernatural. "I didn't know there even was a plan until a few minutes ago," I told her truthfully. "I've been away for a few days, trying to graduate from ghetto Hogwarts and randomly getting shot at by men with high-powered rifles. I think playing normal is going to be a stretch. But if pouring drinks and pasting on a fake smile for a shift or 3 is the thing that gets me closer to finding Jace, I'll make that happen somehow." Again, the crippling guilt of being stuck in one place instead of tearing the world apart in pursuit of my son slammed me like a brick wall. It was a good thing the emotion of guilt wasn't one of my magical triggers, or things in Len's kitchen would probably be getting unpleasantly exciting right about now. I tried to maintain a bit of focus on the pendant's reflective powers, just in case. Gina was nodding solemnly in response to my words.
"Good girl."
I swallowed a salty response to the gentle condescension, aware that I was in desperate need of sleep and probably a good private cry. "Right. Well, someone let me know when I'm slated to work my next shift." The words tasted like ash. Public acknowledgement that I was just going to sit here in St. Louis hoping that pouring drinks for patrons at the Den, no, at the Brown Fox, would magically result in some kind of forward progress toward finding my missing son. Magically. Ha!
"Talk to Sally before you leave," Gina said. "She'll get you set up for shifts."
I nodded to show I'd heard. "Will do. It was, nice to meet you, Gina." Hopefully that wasn't too familiar of me. Len had called her Gina after all.
"Go get some sleep," Gina said. "It sounds like you probably need it."
"Probably," I agreed hoarsely, dreading the nightmares to come. I glanced at Leonidas, only to find him staring at me with a faint furrow in his brow. An uncomfortable realization slid over me. This wasn't his building anymore. Even if he were inclined to let me crash in one of the empty apartments after I'd trashed my last accommodations, he couldn't. I'd have to find someplace else to stay. My shoulders sagged under the fresh weight of stress. I straightened them through force of will and managed some sort of reasonably polite goodbye to Len, who was also staring at me with a worried expression. Leonidas was a silent shadow as I tracked down Sally, the floor manager, and explained the situation to her. She examined her ever-present clipboard for a few moments and told me to be here at 6 p.m. the following day. When she bustled off to deal with whatever item was next on her carefully maintained list, I found myself alone with Leonidas. Or as alone as you could get in a crowded club, anyway. "I'll need to run up to the penthouse so I can grab my bags," I told him. "Nice of Nigelis to retrieve them for me, I guess." Even if he popped off and left us alone to face a Fae-controlled SWAT team while he was busy playing bellboy.
"And once you have your bags?"
Leonidas asked. I raised a hand to rub at my temples, trying to hold back the headache blossoming there. "No biggie. I'll just find a hotel, like I'd planned to do originally." Cool fingers touched my wrist, easing my arm down so he could meet my eyes.
"Vonnie, Ivan's not a concern anymore,"
he said quietly.
"You can go back to your apartment if you want."
He paused, seeming to struggle with himself for a moment before continuing.
"Though I'd feel better if you just took the guest bedroom in the penthouse tonight, honestly."
God! I was more of a mental wreck than I'd even realized. Like a complete idiot, I'd forgotten. The Mafia wasn't after me anymore, thanks to the man, vampire, standing in front of me. At least, not unless Teague got to Ivan again and whispered bad things in his ear anyway. I could go home. Then the second part of what he'd said registered, and I frowned at him. The bland mask that I was truly beginning to hate slid over Leonidas' features.
"I'll take you up and show you the codes, but then I need to come back down here and keep an eye on things until close. I'll be quiet when I come up later. You won't be disturbed."
"Quiet as the grave?" I suggested, because the alternative was to say something too real, too likely to slam the invisible blast doors down between us. His lips twitched downward before he covered the reaction.
"It's only that you shouldn't be driving when you're this tired. Just try not to set anything on fire, okay?"
"I think we're safe on that front," I said, too exhausted to even feel mortified by the dig. My fiery slip-up in the forest aside, lust was pretty much the last thing on my mind right now. "Thank you," I added in a whisper. There was no real reason why the idea of staying in my ex-boss's penthouse should make me feel like the knots tied up in my chest were loosening incrementally. "The penthouse makes a damn good haven," Zora had told me once. Evidently, there was something to that.
"It's nothing, Vonnie,"
he said.
"Really. We can figure out the rest of it tomorrow, when you're not about to fall over."
I nodded. Tomorrow, I would go back to my apartment to check on it. I would press my face to Jace's pillow to catch the scent of his hair, and probably cry like a damned baby. I would come back and pour drinks downstairs for a few hours, while smiling and pretending my life wasn't falling apart, and hopefully that would eventually be enough to draw Teague out of hiding so I could get some answers.
"Rans and Zora will be back in town in a few hours,"
Leonidas said.
"They're catching a red-eye flight, but they shouldn't be seen here at the club, not with the Fae involved so deeply. We'll arrange to meet them somewhere else."
"Yeah, okay," I agreed, knowing that if they'd discovered anything truly useful, I would already know about it. Even so, part of me hoped that a fresh brainstorming session with them might yield something of use, no matter how small. I let Leonidas usher me back to the penthouse, where he jotted the security codes on a post-it note because I was clearly too far out of it to memorize them on the fly. With my bags already here, I shuffled off to change, while my host left me to return to the club below. I wasn't sure if he'd already been planning to do so, or if it was merely a convenient excuse to give me space. I also wasn't sure how to feel about the fact that I actually would have preferred him to stay. Moot point, so I let it go. It was tempting to play it safe and crash on the patio bench next to the fire pit outside, as I'd done once before, but my earlier point still stood. Lust, the emotion that triggered my abilities with fire, would not be making an appearance tonight. As long as I didn't put a glass of water next to my bed, about the worst I could do was toss a bit of potting soil out of a planter if I had a sad dream. In the grand scheme of things, a little dirt on the rug wouldn't be the end of the world. The guest room was elegantly furnished, and noticeably homier than the more public areas of the penthouse. It boasted a cheerful light blue duvet on the queen-sized bed, and yellow blooms in a small vase on the nightstand. I plopped my bags down in an unused corner and leaned toward the bouquet until the faint perfume of real flowers reached me. As one might expect, there was water in the vase. I gingerly transported it to the living room, where I wouldn't accidentally freeze and or vaporize it during the night. After getting ready for bed, I laid down on my back, with the bedside lamp on its lowest setting, and stared at the ceiling. Sure enough, within minutes, tears were trickling down my temples and into my hair. The pendant nestled at the base of my throat, and I did my best to keep my magic contained as Edward had taught me, even though there were no planters of dirt or objects made of stone in the immediate area. Jace, baby, I thought, wishing the words could somehow reach him. I know it doesn't look like it, but I'm doing everything I can to get back to you. Please don't give up hope. Please, fight to get back to me, too. The idea of my son, alone and frightened, convinced that no one was coming to rescue him, had my eyes slipping closed and tears trickling faster down the sides of my face. I lay alone in the unfamiliar room, my chest hitching and jerking with stifled sobs as mingled guilt, fear, and despair racked me. I must have cried myself to sleep, because when I woke, daylight was streaming through the room's sheer curtains, and my head felt like someone was going at it with a jackhammer. I stumbled into the kitchen, only to find another omelet waiting for me, along with a vampire who had no business looking as put together as he did. "Thought you weren't a morning person," I muttered, sliding onto the bar stool and digging in. I didn't meet Leonidas' gaze, but I could guess what he saw when he looked at me. Namely, someone who'd spent last night crying like an infant.
"We're meeting Zora and Rands at Blueberry Hill at 11,
he said, rather than address the morning person thing.
Do you know it?
Everyone in St. Louis knows that restaurant, I told him. I can meet you there. First, I need to go check my apartment, though. I glanced up, half expecting him to protest, but he only nodded.
Sure. Remember, everything's normal. Everything's fine. You don't have a care in the world, right? Because I'm pretty confident the Golden Boy won't be able to stand that for long. And I want him pissed off."
"Why?" I pressed, still unconvinced by this nebulous, nonsensical thing currently masquerading as our plan.
"Because angry people make mistakes," he said. "It's one of their defining characteristics."
I shrugged, not able to disagree, exactly. Just not sure what kind of mistake he thought would help us right now. "If you say so."
"Oh, I do."
After finishing the omelet and a glass of orange juice that I was fairly certain was fresh squeezed, I took my leave and made my way to the parking garage, where the Taurus sat patiently waiting. My heart sank as I noticed the absence of plastic taped over the broken window, assuming that meant someone had broken into it. Again. But when I got closer, it was to find that new glass had been installed while I'd been away, playing magic schoolgirl with Edward. I blinked at my reflection in the pristine window and set the revelation aside for later, unable to deal with yet more charity from my former boss just now. The car's starter turned over too slowly for a few moments, after sitting abandoned for several days. At least Leonidas hadn't done a full diagnostic and bought me a new battery as well as replacing the window. If I could get it started, the alternator would probably charge it back up, assuming I took the long way back to my apartment. If worst came to worst, I could find someone there to give me a jump so I could get to Blueberry Hill later. Again, it hit me that I no longer had to carry the weight of Richard's debt to Ivan on my shoulders. Assuming Leonidas' deal with Gina and the club was serious and long-term, I had a decent-paying job, with nothing more taxing than a few $100 balance on a credit card to pay off. I was, not to put too fine a point on it, solvent for the first time in months. And I couldn't even enjoy it. The Ford's engine coughed into life on the third try, and I put the old sedan into gear, heading for home and my own familiar shower. "13. A few hours later, I walked into Blueberry Hill to find 3 vampires sitting in a booth in the back, surrounded by mildly disturbing taxidermy and an overwhelming selection of random kitsch from the 50s. "This sure brings back memories," Zora said, sniffing a French fry and wrinkling her nose before returning it to the pile in the center of the table. "Hey, Vaughn, come eat this stuff before it gets cold, okay?" I slid in next to her and snagged a fry, popping it in my mouth.
"Hello, Vonnie,"
Rand said.
"Was your flat unmolested, I hope?"
"Yep," I nodded and grabbed another fry. "I think my neighbor has been watching over it for me, actually. The one you put the fear of God into, I mean." Zora let out a soft snort. "Sounds about right." Leonidas shifted in the booth, settling himself more comfortably.
"These 2 did a little experiment while they were in El Paso. The results were interesting, if not entirely unexpected."
I swallowed the fry I was chewing, perking up. "Oh?" Zora made an affirmative humming noise. "The airline was understandably keen to keep this whole mess under wraps. So I might have accidentally leaked it to the local media." I froze with my mouth open to eat another fry before pulling it away and turning to face her. Visions of standing in front of a wall of microphones trying to keep my shit together as I pleaded for Jace's return brought a moment of panic, followed immediately by a moment of lightheadedness. "Why?" I asked. "If law enforcement isn't going to help because of the Fae..." Leonidas looked unhappy.
"It's less about law enforcement than it is about tracing how the information moves before getting shut down. Though the last thing these 2 need is to end up on the Fae's radar again. A bit of discretion might have been in order, Zora."
Zora leaned back in the booth and crossed her arms. "Hey, I am all about discretion. Discretion is practically my middle name."
"Says the woman who once barged into dying without any sort of a plan to get out,"
Rand muttered. "So did you," Zora shot back.
"I had a plan to get out," Rand retorted, "as evidenced by the fact that we're both here and not dead. More importantly, I've never claimed discretion as one of my virtues." "Wait, you have virtues?"
Leonidas asked, deadpan. I watched the back and forth with a frown, trying to change mental gears. Hold up. You've been to Dine? That's where the Fae are from, right? That's their realm? Zora's expression turned sour. Yep, I sure have. So has Rand's. Conclusion? 0 out of 5 stars, would not recommend to others. What's it like? I asked, the kernel of a completely insane idea forming. If I could somehow find out who was in charge there, maybe appeal to them directly. Zora gave a theatrical little shudder. What's it like? Well, let's see. She started counting off points one by one using her fingers. Crazy plants are taking over the world. At least 50% of the Fae court is populated by assholes. They like to torture people for giggles. And, oh yeah, the planet's magic drives humans insane. But you know, the flowers were kind of pretty, I guess. The magic of dying tends to warp the minds of older humans, Edward had told me when he'd been explaining about Fae changelings and the human babies they took as tithe to hell. Our brains aren't designed to cope with it, except in special circumstances. I filed that away to pursue later. So what did you find out? With the media in El Paso, I mean. Zora leaned forward, warming to her subject. Well, a news story like that. It should have gone viral in no time. Teenage kid disappearing from a flight while it was in the air. That's a reporter's dream scoop. So anyway, I mesmerized one of the airline employees to call into a local TV station's tip line with solid information like the flight number and Jace's name. She shot Leonidas an arch look. Because, hello, I do, in fact, know the meaning of the word discretion, especially when it comes to the Fae. But it didn't go viral, I take it? I asked, aware that I'd been isolated from basically all outside media for several days now. No, Rand said. It did not. And the method by which it failed to do so is somewhat intriguing. Of course, by intriguing, he means alarming, Leonidas corrected dryly. The story ran on the station's 6 o'clock news, Zora said, taking up the thread again. Then it showed up on every other local news station the following morning. That sounded pretty viral to me, but before I could say so, she continued. And then, that evening, every single station that had aired it ran a retraction, explaining how the whole thing had been an administrative mix-up and Jace had never boarded the plane in St. Louis in the first place. She raised an eyebrow to punctuate. I shook my head slowly. But that doesn't make any sense. It's too easy to check. His boarding pass was scanned in St. Louis and again in Denver. Flight attendants saw him on the plane. Rands drummed his fingers against the smooth tabletop. No, they didn't. Someone has been going through and systematically altering the perceptions and memories of every human involved, from the airline employees to the news reporters. Leonidas met his eyes and held them. That seems like an awful lot of trouble to go to for a bit of petty revenge against Vani, and by extension against me. Yes, Rance agreed. It does, rather. What are you saying? I demanded. If Teague didn't take Jace as a way to hurt me, then why did he do it? We don't know yet, Zora said gently, but don't you find it kind of interesting that Teague only seemed to get interested in you when he realized you were resistant to Fae magic? Leonidas made a low noise in his throat. Shit. There's something else. That waste of space, what's his name, Richard? He took out a bunch of armed men with a spectral wolf after they showed up to kill him. You fed him your blood, Rance.
just like you did with Vani to heal her wounds. I don't think he had control over what he was doing, but it was definitely magic."
My heart kicked against my chest as I realized that I'd barely spared a thought for Richard's bizarre spectral manifestation. Not since he'd refused our help and ran off to God knew where. "You think Teague went after Jace because Richard and I both have magic?" I asked shakily. "But I thought the magic was only a big deal because the vampire blood made it stronger. Trust me when I say neither Richard nor Jace have ever showed any sign of supernatural power. I mean, not before, you know." I waved a hand to indicate the craziness of the past few days. "Does Teague know that, though?" Zora asked.
"Besides," Rands put in, "you're wrong about that. Richard remembered some of what happened when Teague showed up to play patty cake with your Russian mafia friends. If he was able to resist Fey influence before I ever gave him my blood, Teague would have noticed it straight off. Just like he noticed your pendant."
My blood went cold, sending a shiver through me despite the pleasant warmth of the restaurant. "How does any of this help?" I asked, a bit desperately. "What do we do next?" Leonidas fiddled with his untouched drink, still wearing the same unhappy expression he'd had for most of the conversation.
"We do exactly what we'd already planned on doing. Poke the Fey asshole with a stick until he shows up at the club, and hopefully slips up."
It was still too nebulous for me to be able to think of it as a proper plan. Unfortunately, I had nothing better to offer. "I don't like this," I said. "It doesn't feel like I'm doing enough. Hell, it doesn't feel like I'm doing anything." Zora covered my hand where I was convulsively gripping the edge of the table. "Vaughn, until we get Jace back, nothing you do is going to feel like enough. You're just going to need to have faith that this is the best path forward, okay?" The way she said, "until we get Jace back," was comforting. For all that I knew, the others didn't have any kind of a better plan either. Leonidas shot Zora a severe look.
"I don't want you two underfoot for this next part. Right now, Teague thinks he has me at a severe disadvantage. If he finds out that I've called in the vampire cavalry, he'll escalate things. And I'd rather not find out what that looks like in real-world terms. Thanks all the same."
Rand's mouth twisted in displeasure.
"Agreed,"
he said.
"It's probably best if we let him continue to think he has the upper hand. Angry people aren't the only ones who make mistakes. Cocky people do as well."
Leonidas gave a decisive nod.
"Let's get to it, then. Vani, I don't suppose you know where to find your ex in all this mess. I'd rather not have him become a pawn in this game without our knowing about it."
I tamped down the rush of bitter anger over Richard's behavior with the skill of long practice, reinforcing the reflective mirror inside my pendant at the same time, just in case. "At a guess? He's probably crashing on someone's couch. I could make a few phone calls," I said.
"Do that,"
Leonidas replied.
"Right then. Zora, Rands, I assume you'll be lounging around at the Four Seasons for a few more days. I'll keep you posted. Vani, you've got a shift at the Fox to prepare for."
I sighed, resigned to several days of play acting while my heart continued to shrivel slowly into a cold black lump in my chest. "Yeah, I'm going. Only, I might need someone to give the Taurus a jump start so I can get home. I'm parked down the block." 14. For 5 agonizing days, I pasted on a happy face and stood woodenly behind the bar at what used to be the Vixen's Den. The staff, the tapas menu, even the musical acts remained the same. If it weren't for the new sign out front, you wouldn't be able to tell that the ownership had changed. I was aware of both Len and Kat watching me with worried expressions whenever our paths crossed during a shift, but I didn't have the excess emotional energy to devote to reassuring them that I was all right. What would be the point? I was about as far from all right as it was possible to get. When I wasn't working, I insisted on staying at my apartment rather than the penthouse. Yes, walking past Jace's room to get to and from the bathroom was a special kind of torture. Yes, I probably would have been safer staying with Leonidas. But for one thing, my sad little apartment was a touchstone of normalcy in a world gone nuts. And for another, it gave me more privacy for scheming. During his stint as my beardless version of Dumbledore, Edward had given me his cell phone number in case I needed to ask any questions about my magic after we parted ways. And right now, I had a biggie.
"Hello? Vonnie, is that you? Is everything all right, my dear?"
"Hey, Edward," I greeted. "Yeah, no. I mean, it's not an emergency or anything, but I've got a question for you."
"Oh? Ask away."
I took a deep breath. "So, you told me that the Fey realm messes with humans' minds, except in special circumstances. What did you mean by that?" There was a longish pause on the other end. "Edward?" I prompted.
"Well, the first part is fairly straightforward. Unless they're very young, humans exposed to Dine's magic for any significant stretch of time tend to become catatonic, often permanently."
"And the second part?" Another pause.
"Why do you ask, Vonnie?"
I swallowed. "Because I've got a sneaking suspicion that the answer is unless they have magic, and I wanted to confirm it." Edward cleared his throat.
"Indeed. There have been tales of magically adept humans visiting Dine and returning relatively unscathed. Also, I'm personally aware of a gentleman who'd briefly been taken by the Fae when he was a baby, and who was taken again decades later as an adult. He was deeply affected. But he recovered afterward to a significant extent, apparently thanks to the Fey magic he absorbed during his first stint in Dine as an infant."
I nodded to myself. "Okay, cool. Thanks for the clarification, Edward. Bye."
"Vonnie,"
Edward began, but I was already disconnecting the call. Tapping my fingers restlessly on the cracked linoleum of the kitchen table, I debated my next step. I was going to need some serious help if I really intended to take this fight to the Fae, and my options were pretty limited, especially since I didn't get the sense that either Zora or Rands would be all that receptive to the suggestion of a return trip to the fairy realm. Ironically, that evening at the Brown Fox, the mountain came to Muhammad, rather than the other way around. Or at least, Teague came to the club. On the positive side, this time the Fae didn't show up with creepy hypnotized police officers, much less a SWAT team. Mind you, that didn't stop my heart from stuttering into a gallop when his familiar copper-blonde head of hair appeared at the edge of the crowd. He made a beeline for a table in the back where Leonidas was sitting with an untouched glass of whiskey in front of him, his eyes closed as he listened to Monique crooning in the background. I was already in motion, arriving at the table only seconds after Teague did. Leonidas' eyes snapped open, violet swirling in their depths for the space of a heartbeat before it faded beneath his natural dark brown in the low light. The Fae loomed over him, his pale fingertips pressed to the table's edge. "Get you a drink, asshole?" I asked through clenched teeth as I stepped up to join them. A hard green gaze flicked to me and held. My pendant throbbed with heat, and I shook my head at him with an expression equally as flinty. "Nuh-uh. Don't bother," I said, feeling around with my mind for the best way to direct the magical focus inside the garnet into something besides heat. Teague watched with silent interest as I fumbled internally with the current of magic until something shifted, and it started to flow into me instead of manifesting as waste energy. I flinched at the unexpected sensation. That had certainly never happened before. The Fae lifted a slow eyebrow.
"How intriguing,"
he said, and the rush of magic cut off abruptly, as though he'd turned off a spigot. Leonidas had been watching the near-silent exchange like a hawk. Now he leaned back in his seat, drawing Teague's attention.
"So what can I do for you, Faye? The preliminary legal hearing over the club's finances isn't until next month, and it's not as though I'm active in the den of vice business anymore."
Teague's eyes narrowed.
"And yet, here we stand in just such a den." "You're standing. I'm sitting,"
Leonidas retorted.
"In this perfectly legal club, owned by someone who isn't me. So I ask again, why are you here?"
Controlled anger rolled off the Fae in waves, and I let myself take vicious satisfaction in getting a rise out of him. The temptation to do something unwise involving magic was surprisingly strong. But fortunately, not to mention frustratingly, Edward had made it very clear that even while experiencing the tail end of a vampire blood booster shot, trying to take on a Fae in a direct magical fight would be a good way to get my ass handed to me. Not that Edward had used the word ass, of course.
"You appear incapable of taking a hint, bloodsucker,"
Teague said with a sneer.
"But then, your kind was always little more than a herd of stupid beasts toiling under the demon's yoke in exchange for scraps."
Leonidas watched him, not moving from his relaxed sprawl, his brow furrowed.
"Hang on. You really have no idea who I am, do you?"
he asked, as though he'd just realized something.
"You're a filthy parasite who should have been put down with the rest of your foul breed,"
Teague said in a voice as cold as a glacier. But the vampire only shrugged.
"Sure. Whatever you say. Though I'm guessing, if your higher-ups really wanted me dead, there'd be more in the way of smiting going on and less in the way of schoolboy insults." "Everything I do by direct order of the Unseelie Court,"
Teague replied icily. I leaned forward, getting in his face. "Everything?" I hissed. Leonidas, too, had leaned forward, a predator sensing prey. Teague glared at us, and my pendant flared for a moment before quieting again.
"Everything. You play games with me, bloodsucker, toying with your precious club as though it's a chess piece to be shuffled around the board.
Would you be so cavalier, I wonder, if you realized that by doing so you set yourself directly against the might of dying?"
Leonidas didn't even blink.
"I have no idea what you mean." "You already shut me down. I have to make money somehow. It only made sense to sell the building. It's nothing to do with me what the new owner decides to use it for. I'm just here for the music and the drinks."
I clenched the edge of the table with a claw-like grip, remembering something else Edward had told me about the Fae. They couldn't lie. "He might be here for the music," I said. "I'm here for a different reason. Where's my son, asshole?" The smile that slid over Teague's face was one of the more disturbing expressions I'd ever seen someone wear. The would-be chess master's queen is not quite so well schooled in the finer points of strategy, it appears. "Answer the damned question," I snapped. Teague's smile didn't falter. "Far away, I would imagine," he said, "and well out of your reach." My knuckles whitened around the table edge. At an abandoned booth nearby, ice crackled inside a glass left sitting there as the desire for cold revenge flowed through me unchecked.
"Vonnie,"
Leonidas said quietly. I met his eyes reluctantly, not wanting to know what the expression on my face looked like. It was ugly, I was sure. With difficulty, I spared enough focus to rein in my escaping magic. My former boss turned back to the Fae.
"So, for the last time, why are you here? And what do I need to do to get you to leave?"
Teague ran his reptilian gaze over both of us.
"I'm here for research,"
he said, his lips caressing the word.
"And you need do nothing at all, Nightcrawler. I've already seen what I needed to see." "Great,"
Leonidas said.
"Good chatting with you, in that case. Don't let the door hit you in the ass on your way out."
Teague smiled that disturbing smile again, his eyes lingering on me for a long moment before he turned and headed for the entrance. I sagged with reaction once he was out of my sight, my painfully cheerful facade of the last few days cracking like broken pottery.
"Sit down,"
Leonidas said. "Can't," I told him. "I'm on shift, and you're not my boss anymore." Maurice approached the table, a phone held in his hand. The bouncer nodded at me in acknowledgement before proffering the cell to Leonidas.
"Message just came in for you, boss. Sorry, Mr. Leonidas."
With a sigh, Leonidas took the phone and dismissed Maurice with a tip of his head. I frowned at the device. "Why was Maurice holding your phone?" I asked.
"Because the Fae tend to fuck up electronics unless they're taking special care not to, and I didn't feel like having to buy a new one tonight,"
he said, unlocking the screen and thumbing through his notifications. My hand flew to my pocket, pulling out my own cell. I pressed the power button and the screen lit. It seemed fine, so I put it back, relieved. Leonidas frowned at whatever he was reading. "What is it?" I asked, not sure I really wanted to know. Without comment, he turned the screen toward me so I could see for myself. It was a text message from a phone number with an area code I didn't recognize.
"Come to Atlantic City immediately. Bring the human adept. Do not inform Ransley or Ms. Bright,"
it read. Now it was my turn to frown. That frown deepened when the message disappeared from the screen without warning, despite the fact that Leonidas hadn't so much as touched it. "What?" I asked, bewildered.
Fucking demons,
Leonidas said, as though it was an explanation.
Better let Sally know you're unavailable for a few days. Apparently, you and I are going on a little trip.
"15. It took a bit more prompting to get Leonidas to confirm that the text had, in fact, been from Nigellus. According to him, such a request was unusual enough that he wasn't inclined to dismiss it out of hand, mostly because he'd already agreed to help Nigellus look into the missing children in exchange for Edward's help. Evidently, when you entered into a bargain with a demon, you were in it for the long haul. To my surprise, Leonidas even seemed willing to go along with Nigellus's admonition not to involve Zora or Rans.
Trust me, it'll be simpler than dealing with the drama,
was all he would say. Sometime when my world wasn't falling apart, I really needed to dig into that backstory. At the moment, all I knew was that Rans had done a deal with Nigellus at some point in the past, and it had gone sour. He and Zora were clearly pissed at the demon, but beyond that, the details were a mystery. I supposed it meant they would probably kick up a fuss if they knew we were about to pay him a house call. If you'd asked me where a demon on Earth might choose to live, Atlantic City might have made the top 20 list, but only just. I'd been to the city once, when I was a kid on vacation with my parents, before everything in my life had gone to hell. My memories of it were mostly that it was gaudy. I wondered why Nigellus had chosen it, rather than, say, Paris or Las Vegas or Monte Carlo. I suppose I could always ask him while we were there. Before we left, which was apparently going to happen as soon as Leonidas could get us plane tickets, there was one thing I needed to do. My vampire ex-boss might be cool with disappearing and not telling a soul where we were headed, but personally, I wanted more insurance than that. "Len," I said, catching him outside the employee entrance after the end of our shift. "Got a minute?" Concern flashed across his face.
Yeah, Red. What's up?
"It's just, I might need you to pass on a message for me," I said. "But only if things go wrong, okay?" The concern in his expression deepened.
Right. Because that's not ominous or anything. Spill, what the hell's going on?
I fidgeted. "Yeah, so it's funny you should mention hell, actually."
You're not reassuring me here, Vani. Seriously. Talk.
I took a deep breath. "That Faye asshole, Teague, he showed up tonight to, I don't know, gloat, I guess? And then immediately after he left, the demon, Nigellus, texted Leonidas and told both of us to come to Atlantic City. But we're not supposed to let Zora or Rans know we're going there. So I was hoping you could—"
No,
Len said. I stared at him. "I haven't even told you what I need yet."
You want me to keep it secret and then let them know where you went if the shit hits the fan?
"That's not—" I began, only to cut myself off and sigh. "Okay, yeah, basically."
At which point,
Len continued inexorably,
Bela Lugosi and the Bride of Dracula will rip my arteries out and drain me dry for letting you do something this stupid without telling them about it right away.
I frowned. "Don't be so dramatic. Zora and Rans aren't going to rip your arteries out." He gave me an incredulous look. "They won't," I insisted. "Here's the thing. Leonidas made a deal with this guy. The demon, I mean. Nigellus wanted him to investigate a bunch of other human children who are apparently being taken by the Fae, so the visit will probably be related to that. And it's not like I'll be going there on my own. I'll be with our boss. Ex-boss. Whatever." Len crossed his arms stubbornly.
Still no.
I met his gaze, letting him see some of the ragged edges I'd been hiding. Jace is with those other kids, Len. His jaw twitched. Aye. He broke off, his eyes sliding away from me. God damn it, Red. Sensing my advantage, I pressed ahead. I'll check in within 24 hours, promise. If I don't, just give Zora a call and let her know where we went, okay? Simple. If you like, you can tell her I left you a note and you only just found it. Len's mouth turned down unhappily. What I want to know is this. Since when does Gramps the Vamp do deals with demons? He fucking hates demons. The words caught uncomfortably in my chest before I choked them out. Since it became the best way to help me find Jace, I replied hoarsely. He drew breath like he might say something else, but in the end he just shook his head. I really appreciate this, Len, I told him, knowing how lame that sounded. He watched me for a long moment with solemn gray eyes. Don't get killed on this quest, Red, okay? That's not gonna help your kid one little bit. My throat tightened, and I swallowed to clear it. Definitely not getting killed, I promised. I've already survived a SWAT team and the Russian mafia, right? What's a single demon on a boardwalk? Len shook his head at me. God damn it. You really are as crazy as the rest of them, aren't you? He pointed a finger in my face. You check in with me twice a day until you get back. Hear me? No excuses. No excuses, I agreed. I'd expected to be nervous while flying, after what had happened with Jace. Mostly, though, I was impatient to find out what Nigella's thought was so important that it justified jetting halfway across the country for an in-person super-secret meeting rather than an email or a phone call. We ended up flying into Philadelphia rather than direct to Atlantic City. I fired off a quick check-in text to Len while Leonidas was busy renting a car. He drove us the 60-odd miles to get to Nigella's stylish mansion near the beach in taciturn silence. Once we arrived, I stared at the house with fascination. I wasn't sure what I'd expected a demon's residence to look like, but this wasn't it. Edward opened the front door with a smile, albeit one that seemed a bit strained around the edges. "Varney, Mr. Leonidas," he greeted. "Do come in." Nigella's butler looked exactly like he had the last time I'd seen him. In other words, not at all like an octogenarian who'd been shot with a high-powered rifle less than a week ago. Indelible, Nigella's had called him. I put aside my exhaustion and worry to muster a smile for him in return. "Hi, Edward. Looks like you can't get rid of me, huh?" The strain in his expression deepened for a moment before he hit it. "You must be fatigued after the trip to get here. Let me take your luggage, and I'll fix you a light lunch. Sir, there's a fresh bag of O-positive in the refrigerator that I'd be happy to warm up for you." Leonidas stared at Edward for a beat.
Depends. Do I even want to know where it came from?
A wry note entered the old butler's voice. 100% homegrown, I assure you," he said, tapping a finger to the vein in the side of his neck. "Free range, humanely harvested, so to speak." Leonidas shook his head.
If you say so, Edward.
"Very good, sir. Do make yourselves comfortable. I'll just take these overnight bags to the third-floor guest rooms."
Edward made to take our luggage, but Leonidas interrupted him.
Where's our host, anyway? I expected him to be waiting on us, given the tone of the summons he sent me.
The tension nibbling at the edges of Edward's expression returned.
"I'm afraid he was called away for a brief consultation with the Demon Council, sir. He'd hoped to make it back from hell before your arrival, but I expect him any time now."
Hardly ominous at all, I thought, echoing Len's words to me the previous day.
"Lovely,"
Leonidas said flatly.
"You know, maybe I'll take that drink after all."
"Very good, sir,"
Edward replied, ushering us into an airy sitting room before disappearing upstairs with our overnight bags. It was, at least, clear to me now why Nigellus needed a butler. While not overwhelmingly huge, the place was still a large 3-story house filled with enough hardwood flooring and expensive furniture that I couldn't imagine the labor necessary to keep on top of the dusting alone. Silence settled heavily over the sitting room as I examined the pleasant furnishings and bookshelves that practically groaned beneath the weight of their leather-bound contents. I expected more, I don't know, gargoyles, I guess, I observed, taking in the view of the boardwalk beyond the bay window. Leonidas joined me, his gaze following mine.
"I expected less proximity to salt water."
I frowned up at him. "What do you mean?" A faint brush of displaced air tickled the back of my neck, and my pendant pulsed a warning against my throat. I turned to find Nigellus standing on the other side of the room, looking as suave and put together as ever in an expensive dove-gray suit.
"Your vampire companion refers to the demonic vulnerability to salt," he said, sounding unconcerned. "But personally, I find it's generally best to do the opposite of what others expect one to do. Besides, the rhythm of the ocean waves against the shore can be quite soothing." "As long as no one dunks you in it,"
Leonidas added.
"Hardly a pressing concern,"
Nigellus replied dismissively. I supposed that for someone who could pop in and out of existence at will, it wouldn't be. Edward appeared at the base of the stairs.
"Oh, good. You're back. I was just about to arrange a light meal for our guests. Would you care for anything, sir?"
"Break out a bottle of the Courvoisier from the cellar, if you please, Edward,"
said the demon.
"Of course, sir,"
Edward replied, and disappeared to work whatever culinary magic was necessary to satisfy the midday dietary needs of one human, one vampire, and one demon. Leonidas turned to face our demon host.
"I don't generally respond well to mysterious summons from demons, Nigellus."
"And I don't generally issue them,"
Nigellus replied, unruffled.
"Not in this realm, at any rate."
"So what's the special occasion?" I asked.
"I needed to personally ensure that neither of you had been tagged with fey tracking spells again before discussing the matter at hand," said the demon. "And I would prefer to avoid the complications caused by traveling to St. Louis, given Ransley and Ms. Bright's presence there. This seemed simplest."
"Why would you think either of us has been tagged again?" I echoed. "Edward removed the tracking spell on me, and I haven't—" The memory of Teague aiming some unspecified magic at me in the club resurfaced, and I broke off. "Oh, right." He raised an eyebrow.
"You've had additional contact with our wayward fey commander, then?"
Leonidas crossed his arms.
"He made another appearance at the club, yes."
"He tried to use his magic on me, but I'm pretty sure I was able to block it," I said. "Or, well, pull it into me somehow? Through my pendant."
"Intriguing,"
Nigellus murmured. I narrowed my eyes at him. "Funny. That's what he said."
I will still need to check," the demon insisted. "Or I suppose I could have Edward do it, if you'd rather."
"Just get on with it,"
Leonidas told him.
"Miss Morgan?"
Nigellus asked, lifting a hand toward me. I glanced at Leonidas, trying not to let my nervousness show. He seemed more irritated than alarmed, though, so I returned my attention to the demon. "Yeah, sure. Just a second, though." I fumbled for the clasp of my necklace, intending to remove it.
"I assure you,"
Nigellus said,
"the pendant is not a hindrance to me."
"And okay." That sent a frisson of disquiet up my spine. Assuming it was true, I was less than thrilled with the idea that the object I'd come to rely on for protection against the supernatural forces that surrounded me these days was useless in the face of Nigellus's demonic power. "Maybe so," I told him, "but I'm still not in any hurry to get another cleavage burn. That's really not my idea of a good time, okay?" I unhooked the necklace and held it out to Leonidas, who took it from me wordlessly. Nigellus lifted his hand again, and this time I nodded my permission. Warm fingertips settled on my forehead for the space of a couple of seconds before moving to the base of my throat, and then, for the briefest of instants, to the place between my breasts where the garnet usually hung. He stepped back, looking at me with renewed interest.
"It appears you have indeed thwarted a Fae's attempt to spell you, and ingested his magic raw instead. Impressive for a human. Though it was perhaps not the wisest course to make the commander aware that you have such an ability."
I scowled at him. "You do realize it's not like I'm doing any of this stuff on purpose. Cut me a bit of slack here. Some of us have only had 30 years or so to figure things out, not 3 billion. A noise like a badly stifled snort sounded next to me, and I snatched my necklace back from Leonidas when he offered it. Nigellus eyed the vampire, unimpressed.
"If you will indulge me,"
he said, reaching for Leonidas next.
"Fae magic reacts badly to vampire magic in the normal course of things, but a powerful enough practitioner might be able to overcome that problem. It pays to be thorough."
Leonidas gave him a sour look, but allowed the touch. The demon nodded when he was finished.
"This had better be in pursuit of something important, Nigellus,"
was all Leonidas said. Nigellus's voice turned hard.
"I told you before that left unaddressed, the Fae's action would become everyone's problem soon enough. That time is quickly approaching."
Again, I felt a shiver of dread crawl through me.
"Oh, good,"
Leonidas said.
"A demon bearing an ambiguous, vaguely threatening prophecy? Because that always ends well."
Before I could snap at one or both of them to just get on with it already, Edward reappeared with a tray bearing 2 glasses. The liquid in one was an expensive shade of amber, while the other was not the red wine it appeared to be at first glance. I was a bartender, and red wine did not coat the inside of a glass like that when it sloshed. I swallowed, suddenly unable to look Leonidas in the eye. Edward handed out the drinks and turned to me.
"If you'd care to join me in the kitchen, Varney, I have a sandwich made up for you."
Edward was way too sweet and polite for the words to sound like what they were. "Come with me and let's leave the grown-ups alone to talk." His diplomatic tone didn't stop me from whirling to glare at Nigellus, though. "Oh, hell no," I said, the irony of my choice of words only hitting me after they'd already passed my lips. I shook my head sharply and plowed on. "This is my son. If you think I'm just going to slink off and wait in the kitchen while you two discuss him..."
Vonnie?"
Edward's voice was quiet and not without compassion.
"Please remember, demons are treaty-bound not to interfere with humanity."
Again, that odd emphasis. I closed my eyes, breathing deeply for a moment to get my emotions under control. "Right," I grated, before leveling a death glare at Leonidas, one that promised dire consequences if he didn't spill every single word Nigella said to him afterward. He held my gaze, but I couldn't read him. Surprise, surprise, no change there. I set my jaw and headed out with Edward. "Sandwich." "Great." "16. There really was a sandwich waiting in the kitchen. I ignored it in favor of squaring up to Edward and crossing my arms stubbornly. "This is a really stupid system," I told him. "Chinese whispers, only with demons?" Edward's lips thinned.
"As systems go, I'm afraid it's marginally better than the alternative."
"Which is?" I pressed.
"Supernatural war between two powerful, long-lived races with Earth as the battlefield. Again."
I blinked at him. He didn't break my gaze.
"Tell me why you wanted to know about human magic and dying. It's important, Vonnie."
I dithered for a moment, biting my lip. But I already knew that I had no chance of getting to dying without help. Part of me was pointing out rather insistently that putting my trust in a guy who'd sold his soul to a demon was asking for trouble. Even if he was sweet and brave and great at making coffee. A larger part was painfully aware that Edward and his demon master were currently the best leads I had when it came to finding Jace. I was thinking that if I could somehow go to dying directly, to the court, maybe I could petition them for Jace's return. They seem interested in humans with magic, or at least Teague does. Maybe the fact that I have magical powers would make them more sympathetic toward me, or something. It sounded ridiculous when I said it aloud, much more so than when I'd merely been thinking it within the privacy of my own mind. Which was why it was so surprising when Edward only nodded, the tension in his expression from earlier returning.
"I'd wondered if it was something like that," he said. "There is a way you might gain access, but you must be careful, my dear. The world of Fae folk is not like our world."
I opened my mouth, failed to come up with anything useful to say, and closed it again with a snap.
"Nigellus will be discussing the details with Mr. Leonidas right now," Edward continued. "It's possible that certain elements of your companion's past will allow him to gain safe passage to Dyne and an audience with the Fae court. But, in all honesty, it would be safer if you allowed him to go alone."
Something inside me balked at the idea. Safer for me, or safer for him? I frowned, trying to wrap my mind around what Edward was saying. Besides, what makes you think Leonidas would even agree to something like that? The Fae already have it in for him, or Teague wouldn't have come barging in with magic blasting in the first place. He's not a fool. He has to know how dangerous it would be for him to show up on the Fae's doorstep.
Edward looked grim.
"There is another motivating factor, I suppose you could say. From what I know of Mr. Leonidas, it may well be enough to sway him."
I set my jaw. Well, if he goes, I go. Just tell me what I need to know about not losing my marbles while I'm there. You've explained what happens to non-magical humans in dying, but not why it happens. Edward gave me a pained look.
"Unless the Fae themselves have studied the phenomenon with an eye to research, no one knows the mechanism, Vonnie. It's not as though there have been scientific studies, and while I have seen examples of the outcome over the centuries, I've never personally been to Dyne."
The words "over the centuries" snagged in my mind. I pushed past the distraction. "But you told me there have been examples of humans with magic going there and coming back with no ill effects."
"Yes, there have been," he said,
still looking troubled. "So, is it just a matter of possessing magic?" I pressed. "Or did they have to do something intentional using magic? To protect themselves, I mean."
"I don't know the answer to that," Edward said. "I wish I did."
I threw up my hands in frustration. "Oh, come on! I thought magical research was supposed to be your thing. Aren't you an expert?" Edward's bushy brows drew together.
"I'm old, and I've had a front-row seat to many seminal events in the supernatural world. But what accounts exist of human visits to the Fae realm are largely cloaked in allegory, and having magic does not allow me to talk to people who died centuries before even I was born."
I paused, sorting through the statement. Hang on. Just how long has it been since a human with magic visited Dyne and returned unharmed?
"The most recent written record of which I'm aware is a second-hand account dating from the Roman occupation of Britain," he replied. "There was a period of a few hundred years where the Druids maintained somewhat cordial relations with Dyne's residents, apparently in exchange for assistance in stabilizing the gateway between the two realms, located in what is now County Meath."
"The Roman occupation of Britain?" I echoed flatly. His expression softened.
"As we've discussed, both of us arose from that same Celtic heritage, my dear. I don't encourage you to pursue this course, although Nigellus will almost certainly encourage you to do so. But you are a direct descendant of the same magical peoples who briefly forged a partnership with the Fae. And 2,000 years to the Fae is far less imposing a span of time than 2,000 years to a human."
My head was spinning. I pulled out a chair next to the kitchen table and sat down rather abruptly. "I just want my son back," I said weakly. Edward lowered himself into the chair next to me, covering my hand with his gnarled fingers.
"Of course you do, my dear."
I swallowed hard, my throat clicking dryly. "Okay. Assume that I'm going to do this. How should I prepare? What would you do if you were going?" His tone grew dry.
I would brace for an extended stint of imprisonment and torture, I dare say."
My eyes flew to his, and he shook his head ruefully.
"Varney, I'm bound to a demon of the first rank. My only value to dine would be as a bargaining chip. The question is, what should you do? And aside from bringing along enough provisions that you won't be forced to eat fey food or drink fey wine, the first thing that comes to mind is to consume as much of Leonidas' blood as you possibly can before you leave."
An odd feeling halfway between queasiness and warmth churned in my stomach. To boost my power again, you mean?
"Precisely," Edward said. "He's a young vampire, unlike Ransley. But with Ransley's blood unavailable, it would definitely be better than nothing."
"Tell me why Nigelis thinks the Fae will even agree to meet with Leonidas," I demanded, unwilling to go into this without knowing more about the details. Because I still don't understand that part. Edward seemed to debate with himself for a moment before speaking.
"I believe you're already aware that Mr. Leonidas sold his soul to a demon, but, for the time being at least, has regained his freedom from that debt."
"Yes," I said cautiously, aware of what a sore subject that was. Edward breathed in deeply and let it out.
"Let's just say he didn't accomplish that Herculean task by politely asking the demon in question to let him go."
I let that sink in, a prickle of goose flesh running across my skin at the implication of his words. When we returned to the sitting room, Leonidas was alone. "Where's Nigelis?" I asked, looking around as though I expected the demon to jump out from behind a bookcase and yell boo. Leonidas' lips twisted down.
"Gone straight to hell. Just like this situation in general."
I looked at him incredulously. "So he dragged us out here and popped in just long enough to tell you he wants you to go to dine, then popped right back out?" The vampire's gaze landed on Edward for a moment before moving back to me.
"Heard about that part already, did you?"
"Yeah," I told him. And I immediately thought, no, that's crazy. Leonidas would never agree to that. But Edward says Nigelis planned on dangling a carrot in front of you to convince you. Did it work? He looked grim.
"It worked."
I nodded, feeling my heart start to race at the idea that we were actually going to do this. What was the carrot? Leonidas' face might as well have been carved from stone.
"I owe a debt to someone, and they're in trouble."
In trouble? In dying? I asked, just to confirm.
"Apparently."
I nodded, things making a bit more sense now. Helping a friend in need, or at least a person who'd helped him in the past, was one of the few reasons I could think of that would convince Leonidas to do something so crazy. In case it's not obvious already, I'm going with you, I told him. Leonidas' focus cut back to Edward, and this time a violet glow swirled in the depths of his eyes.
"Can she do this safely?"
he asked.
"Because no offense, but I trust your employer to tell it to me straight, about as far as I can throw him. Which I'm guessing wouldn't be far."
Edward didn't hesitate.
"She and I have just been discussing the matter, sir. Historically, it seems that humans with strong magic have indeed been able to withstand dying with no ill effects. However, details are difficult to come by. I've advised Vonnie to let you go alone, but—
We both know that's not going to happen, I finished for him without missing a beat. So is there a plan? Edward shot me a quelling glance.
I also advised her that, if she still insisted on going, anything she could do to further boost her magic before the attempt would be wise.
He means I'm supposed to drink your blood, I said, once again struck by that odd feeling in my stomach as I contemplated the prospect. Leonidas was silent for a moment before speaking.
Do you ever have those moments where you look at your life and wonder what the fuck happened?
He asked. Yes, I replied without hesitation.
Occasionally,
Edward said. Leonidas scrubbed a hand over his face roughly.
Do you even understand what you're getting yourself into here, Vonnie?
Sure, I retorted. Just call me Daniel and someone tell me where to find the lion's den. I mean, it's not like people aren't trying to kill me here on Earth, right? What about you, though? Do you really think the Fae will let you in rather than just, I don't know, trying to stake you or something?
It's possible they'll want to talk to me,
he replied.
I get the impression the Fae haven't quite connected the dots when it comes to who I really am.
And who are you? I asked, frowning. Dark eyes bored into me, lit from within by pinpricks of violet.
I'm the guy who hacked up a demon with a chainsaw and packed the dismembered body parts in salt to be transported and hidden in locations spanning the globe so they couldn't regenerate, he said. "17. There wasn't really a good way to respond to a statement like that. Wow, I settled on eventually. So, there was a lot of pent-up aggression involved in the situation, I'm guessing?
He was protecting Miss Bright, his granddaughter, Edward said quietly, and it was rather a group effort. Though it might be advantageous to downplay that aspect when negotiating safe passage with the Fae.
I assume we're talking about the demon you made the deal with? I asked. And not some other random demon who pissed you off?
We are,
Leonidas said flatly. It was pretty clear he'd prefer not to be having this conversation, but it was equally clear that this was kind of an important aspect of our plan to get into Dyne. And the Fae and the demons are enemies, so it'll be a case of the enemy of my enemy is my friend? I pressed, even though they're angry because Rand's turned you into a vampire. A frown crinkled my brow. While we're at it, why, exactly, do they have their panties in a twist about that?
Politics,
Leonidas said.
Not really my department.
Edward saved me from the painful process of having to drag more words out of him.
Vampires were allies of the demons in the last war. They were massacred by a magical Fae weapon. All of them, except Ransley, whom Nigelis managed to spirit away to hell for protection. Ransley's continued survival is a provision of the peace treaty that ended the war. A provision, I might add, that came at some considerable cost at the negotiating table.
Leonidas made a sound of derision.
Don't make it sound so altruistic. Nigellus just wanted to make sure he still had a source of vampire blood available, so he could build a new vampire army if he ever needed one.
Edward sighed.
We shall have to agree to disagree on that point, I fear. At any rate, the treaty did not specifically address the creation of additional vampires on Earth. Not that Ransley was inclined in that direction, given the losses he'd already suffered.
I looked at Leonidas with new understanding. You said Ransley turned you to save your life after the demon tried to reap you.
And shortly thereafter I turned Zora, to keep her from dying after a skirmish with some rogue fae,
he said, his voice heavy. Are you saying that you three are literally the only vampires in existence? I asked, just to make sure I was understanding this properly.
Yes,
he replied.
And as far as the fae are concerned, only one of us is sanctioned, for lack of a better term. But on the positive side, they shouldn't have any idea that I'm responsible for killing a couple of their compatriots who attacked Zora. And while they can probably place me at the battle where Teague's predecessor was killed, I wasn't directly responsible for his death.
Caspian was a traitor to the fae anyway,
Edward put in, adding for my benefit,
he was consorting with the demon we, neutralized.
I suppose the word neutralized was a nicer way of putting it than dismembered with a chainsaw. So this demon and Teague's predecessor are both dead. Their little cross-species conspiracy isn't going to come back and bite us if we go to dine? I asked them. Edward frowned.
Dead? Oh, no, my dear. You can't kill a demon. Caspian is deceased, but Muriel is merely inconvenienced.
I looked between them warily. After being cut up with a chainsaw and packed in salt.
Demons are immortal,
Leonidas said.
In the truest sense of the word. But Muriel isn't in a position to accomplish much of anything at the moment.
My stomach did an odd little flip. You mean Muriel is still alive but in pieces? And aware? Leonidas shrugged.
Alive, yes. Aware? I'm guessing not, or the fucker would have tried again to reap me by now, I expect. Don't really care that much, one way or the other, to be honest.
What happened to your wife to make you this angry? The words almost escaped, but I choked them back at the last moment. Leonidas sold his soul to save the woman from terminal cancer. There had to be more to it, though. The last few minutes' conversation spoke of an implacable bitterness for the demon he'd done a deal with. And yes, to be fair, the demon in question had apparently tried to reap his soul recently. But I didn't think that would account for it. Leonidas didn't strike me as a man who would harbor this degree of hatred for someone just because they'd called in their part of a contract. I swallowed and licked my lips. Would I be so ready to move past the horrific nature of what Leonidas had apparently done if I weren't fresh off my own recent education in brutality at the hands of Ivan and his goons? I wasn't sure. Right, I said. So the plan is to show up on the fae's doorstep and tell them that you're a professional demon exterminator and I'm a magical descendant of their old buddies, the druids?"
"Basically,"
Leonidas replied, not sounding terribly happy about it.
"Remember, sir," Edward said, sounding worried, "you must not allow Vani to accept any fey gifts. No food, no drink, no clothing or trinkets."
I shivered. Half-remembered fairy tales rising from the depths of my childhood and taking on new weight. The idea that humans knew, on some level, what was going on around them, but had relegated it to the status of myth. Leonidas' hard expression grew harder.
"I'm well aware."
"What happens if I accept a fey gift?" I asked, trying to remember more details of those long-ago childhood stories.
"You give the fey who gifted it to you a connection to your soul," Edward explained. "Depending on their particular aptitudes, that could mean the ability to track you anywhere you go, or even to summon you. Since you have magic, it could also extend to draining your power to bolster theirs."
"Okay," I said weakly, trying very hard not to picture someone like Teague being able to summon me to his side or drain me with a snap of the fingers. "Definitely won't be doing that, then."
"Best not,"
Leonidas agreed, still sounding grim. Edward nodded, turning his attention back to the vampire.
"Did Nigellus give you contact information for the go-between?"
"He did. We'll need to stay here tonight while I arrange for tickets and passports, though."
I raised a tentative finger. "I don't actually have a passport."
"Doesn't matter,"
he said.
"You shouldn't travel internationally under your own name, given everything that's going on right now. I'll get you set up. It's just going to take an extra few hours to get everything sent here."
"Right. Of course. My boss. The vampire who knew how to bury the bodies. Or how to construct fake identities in an unfamiliar city with 12 hours' notice."
"I have 2 rooms made up for you, sir," Edward said. "I'll get you the password for the Wi-Fi and the secure VPN whenever you're ready."
"Thanks, Edward. I prefer to use my own VPN, though."
"Understandable, sir," said the butler. "Vani, would you care for that sandwich now? Though I fear it may have grown a bit limp in the interim."
"Sure," I said, content to leave Leonidas in peace to pursue his white-collar criminal endeavors. After wolfing down one slightly droopy club sandwich, I debated grilling Edward about dying some more. In the end, however, I knew myself well enough to realize that I was at capacity for dealing with the craziness of magic and supernatural politics right now. Also, I trusted Leonidas. I wondered if the fact that he hadn't really fought me over my insistence in coming with him meant that, just maybe, he was coming to trust me too. After fighting off a SWAT team together, perhaps he... But I shook my head at myself. Who was I kidding? Mostly, I'd hidden behind a tree while he fought off a bunch of heavily armed men. Right up until the part where I'd accidentally set the aforementioned tree on fire. As well-oiled battle tactics went, it left a bit to be desired. Hunger sated, I let Edward show me to a cheery bedroom on the upper floor. My overnight case was set neatly in one corner. Not for the first time, I was struck by a sense of cognitive dissonance at the idea that a demon lived in this pleasant, airy house near the boardwalk. Does Nigellus have a dungeon full of torture instruments and disturbing Gothic statues hidden in the basement of this place? I asked, looking at the light curtains fluttering in the breeze from the open window. Edward only chuckled.
Sorry to disappoint, my dear. The buildings in this neighborhood don't have basements. Too prone to flooding, you see.
So he just happens to like pastels and mission-style furniture?
It's appropriate decor for the area, said the butler. He has other houses with different styles and furnishing choices. Honestly, though, I think it pleases him to spend time in a place so different from hell.
I thought about that for a moment, mulling it over. Is it really terrible there? He looked surprised.
In hell? Oh, goodness, no. Personally, I've always found it quite beautiful, though it's certainly a spare and desolate kind of beauty.
What, no lakes of fire and brimstone? I quipped, remembering with a pang how many times my disappointed family had threatened me with such a fate as punishment for my wicked ways.
No,
Edward said gently.
Definitely more desert southwest and less eternal damnation. Unfortunately, threatening people with a one-way trip to someplace vaguely similar to the Grand Canyon or Monument Park isn't highly effective when it comes to fomenting fear.
So the demons started rumors about fiery eternal punishment so humans would be afraid of them? I asked, frowning.
Not the demons, Vonnie. The Fae. For the last couple of millennia, religion has been very much the Fae's weapon of choice.
I'd been right earlier. There was too much here to take on board at once. My parents would burst a gasket if they ever learned about this stuff, I observed, trying to picture the kind of epic meltdown that would likely ensue. Edward looked pained.
As weapons go, I fear it has proved a fairly effective one over the centuries.
Yeah, I agreed heavily. It really has. He excused himself shortly thereafter, leaving me alone in the cheery guest room. I removed my shoes and flopped onto the bed, pulling out my phone as I did. It had only been about 9 hours since I last checked in with Len, but I figured now was still a good time to do it, while nothing else exciting was going on. Hey, Blue. We're all good here. Might take a nap until dinner. Looks like we'll be staying overnight. Less than a minute later, the phone vibrated.
You're still crazy, and I regret agreeing to this. Have a good nap in the spawn of Satan's freaking house.
I sent him a devil emoji followed by a snoring emoji, and got no reply. Tomorrow, I'd have to figure out how to approach the whole, "Hey, by the way, we're going to take a side trip to the fairy realm where we might both die or go insane" thing, in a way that wouldn't immediately have him sending Ranz and Zora after us. My vague sense of guilt at putting Len in this corner probably should have been worse than it was. What kind of person was I turning into? Cold, manipulative, inured to violence? Was this what Jace's disappearance had done to me? Or was it more than that? Ivan, Richard, even Cat Stalker X, Leonidas. Maybe the same thing had happened to him years ago. That's why he didn't seem to flinch at doing the things I'd seen him do. I lay back on the bed and set my phone on the nightstand. As I'd been doing more and more often lately, I closed my eyes and pictured Jace in my mind. "Hey, baby," I told him. "We're about to do something kind of crazy, but for the first time I feel like it really might get me closer to finding you." I swallowed hard. "Stay strong, okay? I'm going to come for you soon. I promise. Please, please let that not be a lie." I knew I should be terrified for my own safety, going straight into the maw of the fey beast as Leonidas and I were planning to do. But mostly, I was just terrified that something would happen to both of us, leaving no one to look for Jace. Would Zora and Rans take up the search if the worst happened? Would Nigellus? I had to tell myself that they would, if for no other reason than how seriously Nigellus seemed to be taking the disappearances of the other human children. Because if I couldn't make myself believe that, I might be tempted to wuss out tomorrow, and dying was still the best lead I had. The gentle breeze rolling in from the ocean soothed me until I was eventually able to doze. A quiet knock on the open door roused me some time later. I rolled onto an elbow to find Leonidas standing outside, holding a wine glass full of red liquid.
"Room service,"
he said awkwardly. 18. My former boss looked surprisingly ill at ease for a 100-year-old badass vampire. I blinked into full wakefulness, taking a moment to place the tableau into context. Connections clicked into place. "Is that what I think it is?" I asked in a sleep-raspy voice.
"If you think it's my blood mixed with a hideously expensive Chateau Cheval Blanc, then yes,"
he said.
"I don't honestly know if mixing it with wine makes blood go down any easier, but it was Edward's suggestion, and I suppose he's more likely to be an expert on the subject than most."
My vision tunneled down to the cut crystal in his hand, and I cleared my throat. "What? Didn't they cover that part in Fight Club?" I managed to quip.
"Told you,"
he said in a wry tone.
"The passage about swallowing blood is decidedly misleading."
I tried to rein in my trepidation, knowing that I'd need all the magical assistance I could get in the coming days. In a way, this was a better scenario than the nebulous vision that had been playing in my head at odd moments. Him slitting a wrist with a blade or a fang and pressing it to my lips, as Ransley had done in the deserted St. Louis parking lot after I'd been shot. "Okay," I said. "I just need you to promise not to be offended if I make a ridiculous face or gag or something. It's not personal. Promise."
"Mostly I'm offended by the idea of using a 43 Cheval Blanc for this,"
he said, still appearing slightly off-kilter in this admittedly bizarre situation. "Welp," I said gamely. "It's not as though wine that expensive is ever going to be in my budget, so hand it over. Might as well live in the moment while I have the chance." He entered the bedroom and passed it to me, our fingers brushing as I grasped the delicate stem of the glass. This was definitely one of those situations that you didn't think about too closely. Not if you wanted to actually do it. I tipped the glass back and chugged the contents, not pausing to take a breath until it was empty. "Aromas of citrus and green pepper with a hint of iron," I deadpanned. Because the alternative to joking would probably be throwing up, and that seemed counterproductive at this point.
"Bitter and acidic, like my cold black heart,"
he suggested. Your heart's not that cold, I thought. But what I said instead was, how is your blood going to affect me, compared to Rand's blood? Do you know?
Sorry, not really my area of expertise,
he said.
Rand's is allegedly 700 years old. I'm barely pushing the century mark, but I've only spent a few months of that as a vampire. How the demon-bound aspect is likely to play into it, if at all, I have no idea.
I guess if history is any indication, we'll find out before long, I offered. He raised an eyebrow.
Just try not to destroy the demon's house, please.
I blushed scarlet, despite my best attempts not to. I am literally never, ever going to live that down, am I? I asked.
Never say never,
he said.
Mostly, though. I just don't want you to piss him off. He knows where some of the salt-packed demonic body parts are stashed, so I'd prefer to keep him relatively well-disposed toward me.
He was, I thought, trying to draw a reaction from me. Tell you what, I told him. When we find the assholes holding Jace, I'll provide the chainsaw this time. If I'd expected relief, what I got was a searching look.
You're getting dragged into this world, Vonnie,
he murmured.
But you mustn't let it take away your humanity.
I didn't flinch from his gaze. I'm not convinced the everyday world is that much better in the end, I said, thinking of Ivan, thinking of Kat.
Maybe not,
he shot back.
But you are.
I wasn't quite sure how to react to that. After a moment, he let me off the hook.
If you think you can eat something after the hemoglobin aperitif, it's almost time for dinner. Knowing Edward, it'll probably be something over the top.
I swallowed a couple of times and checked in with my stomach. Yeah, that might not be a bad idea. Besides, it isn't as though I ever eat this well at home. Not unless I manage to score some of Len's leftovers at the end of a shift, anyway. Len is totally going to kill me when I dump the dying bombshell on him, I thought. I'll have to hide from him for the rest of my life, and he'll never let me eat his tapas again. Dinner would have been delicious if I weren't already queasy from drinking human blood. Or from drinking vampire blood, rather. After the meal, which had thankfully been accompanied by an unadulterated glass of the crazy expensive wine, I quizzed Edward a bit more on what I could expect in dying. In the end, though, there was only so much he could tell me about a place he'd never personally seen. Beyond that, there wasn't much for me to do while Leonidas organized the logistics of traveling to another country while assuming false identities. I plugged in my phone's charger and Googled County Meath in Ireland, looking specifically at travel websites with photos or information about the Hill of Tara and the Mound of the Hostages, where the Gate to Dying supposedly lay hidden. There weren't nearly as many photos of the interior of the mound as I would have expected, and the whole area seemed pretty quiet except for a trickle of tourist trade. I guess that made for good camouflage or something. Even so, it seemed hard to credit that such a place was the only door leading in and out of a different dimension, home to a race that had made serious inroads on taking over the world with almost no one being the wiser. The following morning, I stumbled down to the kitchen, where I was met with another wine and blood cocktail. Yeah, it's actually a bit early in the day for me, I quipped. If I drink it, do I get to name it? Let's see. Bloody Vonnie. Red Death. No, wait. I think that one's already a thing. Blood in the water?
Drink,
Leonidas said, not sounding amused. Once I had, Edward placed a plastic cup of clear liquid on the table near me. Freeze that, he said. I felt a bit like a performing seal with both of them watching me intently, but even here and now, it wasn't difficult to call cold anger to the fore. A sharp crackle preceded the cup splitting down one side as the water inside expanded, freezing instantly. "Whoa," I said.
"Not bad for the blood of a vampire only 6 months fledged, sir,"
Edward observed. I wasn't sure how to feel about Leonidas getting congratulated when I was the one with the magic, but I let it go. Edward covered my hand on the table with his and squeezed lightly.
"You're unusually strong magically," he said. "But I don't know whether your newfound ability to draw magic from others is likely to be a help or a hindrance in dying. You must be attentive to the flow of magic around you, so you'll be able to direct it either toward you or away. Do you understand?"
"I'm not sure," I told him honestly. "I still don't know exactly what it is about dying that I need to look out for."
"That is precisely why you'll need to remain flexible, Vonnie," he said. "It will be up to you to determine precisely that, so you can counter it. You've already demonstrated abilities that would be the envy of the most devoted practitioners of magic throughout history. I have faith that you will rise to this challenge as well."
"I hope you're right," was all I could say in reply. As anyone who knew me might easily have guessed, I'd never flown internationally before. I'd also never used fake identification. At the age when the temptation to sneak into a bar might have reared its head for most teenagers, I was already taking care of a toddler. I had a sneaking suspicion that the process of getting through airport security would normally have been more fraught than this, without the benefit of vampiric mesmerism to grease the wheels and derail any pesky questions about our credentials. As it was, we arrived at the gate at stupid o'clock in the morning, with about 20 minutes to spare before our scheduled departure time. At the last moment, I realized that I didn't know if my cell phone would work in Ireland, and even if it did, I probably wouldn't be able to afford the international roaming charges. With no more time to put it off, I quickly excused myself to a nearby restroom and texted Len. After agonizing over it for quite some time, I decided to leave things vague. Whether that would come back to bite me in the ass remained to be seen. "Hey, so we kind of have to take a side trip and talk to some people about Jace. There won't be any cell phone service, so I won't be able to keep up with the twice-a-day check-ins. Also, I don't know how long we'll be gone. If we don't come back in, I don't know, a week, tell Zora and Rans to please keep looking for Jace. I'm really sorry about all this, Len. I'll be powering my phone off right after sending this text. We're at the airport now, about to board." I hoped he was still asleep, because the chances were, after cursing at my text for a minute or two, Len would be on the phone to Zora before you could say betrayal of trust. I was pretty sure we were too far ahead of them to need to worry about them catching up to us, assuming they even managed to guess where we were going. I'd done a quick search, and there were no direct flights from St. Louis to Dublin, only ones with multiple connections that would take 2 or 3 times as long as our flight from Philadelphia. It seemed more likely that they'd go to Atlantic City to try and interrogate Edward and Nigellus about our whereabouts first. That would leave it up to the demon to decide whether or not to send them after us, which was probably about the best backup plan I could manage if we ended up truly needing help. We boarded the plane posing as Jeff Williams and Karen O'Rourke, co-workers traveling to a financial services conference in Dublin. 7 uneventful hours later, we disembarked in Ireland, where, confusingly, it was now 13 hours later than it had been when we'd left the U.S. I suspected my body would have something to say about that disparity the next time I tried to sleep, whenever that might turn out to be. Leonidas disappeared to the men's room for a few minutes after we got off the plane, and I tried not to be suspicious. I wasn't clear on the restroom habits of vampires, and in all honesty, I wasn't in too much of a hurry to find out the gory details. But after my own little subterfuge in texting Len, I couldn't help wondering whether he too was up to something. I spent the next half an hour white-knuckling the edges of our rental car's seat as vehicles whipped past us on the wrong side of the frickin' road. After leaving Dublin, we eventually ended up in a rural area, driving beneath a gray and cloudy sky while surrounded by miles and miles of brilliant green. Shortly after passing a gas station set in what appeared to be the middle of nowhere, Leonidas turned onto a little side road with trees on either side, so old and tall that the branches met across the road over our heads in places.
"We're supposed to meet Nigelis's go-between at the bed and breakfast where we'll be staying," he said. "Once we make our case to this guy, he'll take our request to someone from Dyne with the clout to make a decision, and get back to us with the answer."
So is this go-between guy a fae, or a human? Or a demon?
"Human,"
said Leonidas.
"Apparently the fae keep some of the locals bound to them, and use them to act as lookouts and to help control what tourists see around the area. But Nigelis managed to get to this particular lookout somehow, and layered his own influence across the faes."
A frown drew my brows together. So, how does that square with the no interference in the human realm thing, exactly? Leonidas' lips twisted down.
"It doesn't."
I finally put words to something that had been bothering me for a while now. Is it just me, or does Nigelis seem genuinely freaked out by these missing children? I asked. I mean, it's not like I know him at all, but he seems like a pretty inscrutable dude in the normal course of things, and he's really been pounding this thing home to us again and again.
"It's not just you,"
Leonidas admitted.
"Dangling carrot or no, believe me when I say, I wouldn't be here otherwise."
He turned onto what looked like a private drive, past stone pillars with wrought iron gates standing open between them.
"This is the place."
A wooden sign proclaimed the property to be Whensington Cottage, though the building seemed way too huge to fit the cutesy name. It had a large circle drive in front with a rustic stone fountain sitting in the middle, and painstakingly maintained hedges flanking the main entrance on both sides. Only one other car sat in the driveway, a stubby little two-seater that looked more like a toy to me than a real automobile. "This place looks even older than you are," I joked weakly, taking in the ancient stone and woodwork.
"This place probably predates the voyage of the Mayflower,"
Leonidas shot back.
"At least on the outside. With what they're charging per night, I sincerely hope the inside has been updated a bit more recently than that."
He parked the rented Audi and got out. I followed, grabbing my bag from the trunk. We headed inside, the carved wooden door creaking on its hinges. The interior had definitely seen some TLC in the time since the Pilgrims had set sail for Plymouth. It was pleasant and modern, with white paint and elegant furniture. A bell sat on the little table in the entryway. Leonidas rang it, and a matronly woman wearing an apron over her sober pantsuit bustled in a few moments later.
"Hello, my dears,"
she greeted in a pronounced Irish accent.
Come in, come in. I was hoping you'd arrive in time for dinner. Let me show you where you can put your things.
Thank you,
said Leonidas.
Is Killian here? I assume that's his car outside. Also, there should be a package waiting for me.
Yes, to both,
the woman replied, fingering a metal crucifix around her neck.
Mr. Gallagher arrived about an hour ago. Once I've shown you to your rooms, I'll let him know you're here.
Something about her nervous reaction prickled at me, but I kept my mouth shut and followed our hostess to a pair of rooms off the upstairs landing. They were clean and cozy, with a spectacular view across the countryside, overlooking a valley divided into irregular geometric shapes by low stone fences. I could make out cattle grazing in the distance beneath the fading light of evening.
Breakfast is served between 7 and 9, said the woman. The password for the internet is printed in the little booklet on the bedside table, but I'm afraid it's slow as molasses out here. The lavatory is at the end of the hall. I'll let you both get freshened up. Come down to the dining room whenever you're ready.
Thank you, I said, aware that I hadn't eaten anything except airline peanuts since 3 o'clock in the morning in Atlantic City, when I'd had some toast and eggs provided by Edward. My stomach was still in lunch mode rather than supper mode, thanks to jet lag, but food was food.
I'm afraid I'll have to pass on dinner myself,
Leonidas told her.
I already grabbed a bite at the airport.
Instantly, I flashed back to his brief disappearance to the restrooms after we arrived, and barely managed to stifle an undignified choking noise. Only when the owner finished clucking around us and headed off to put food on the table did I turn to him in disbelief. "You grabbed a bite at the airport?" I demanded. "Oh my God! If I ever hear you complaining about bad vampire jokes again."
What else would you like me to call it?
He asked in a sour tone. A niggling worry nagged at the edges of my thoughts. "He's okay, though, right? Your fast food?" I still found it impressive, the way he could convey the sense of rolling his eyes without actually breaking expression.
No, Vonnie,
he said.
I murdered an innocent man in an airport bathroom and left him lying there exsanguinated with twin puncture wounds on his neck for the Irish Gardaí to find.
I threw up my hands. Sorry, just checking." He scowled at me. "I'll just go get washed up for dinner," I said quickly, before pausing. "Only, did something about our hostess seem a bit, I don't know, off to you just now, when she was talking about this Gallagher guy?"
Possibly,
he allowed.
I'm withholding judgment until we meet him ourselves. You never know. He could just be a creepy asshole.
"19. Killian Gallagher was definitely a creepy asshole. Physically, he was thin to the point of being emaciated, with nervous fingers and blue eyes that never seemed to stay fixed in one direction for more than a second at a time. He also swung repeatedly back and forth from being smarmy to being edgy and nervous. His jumpiness made me feel jumpy before 5 minutes had passed. Whether it was a matter of specifically avoiding him or just her normal way of doing things, Mrs. Omerta, our hostess, did not join us for the meal. I couldn't really blame her. The guy reminded me of the meth addict who lived a few doors down from my apartment for a couple of months before she got evicted. Dinner was an awkward affair. I ate the hearty food that was just different enough from what I was used to that it drove home how far away I was from everything I'd ever known. Leonidas pretended to nurse a snifter of brandy. Killian poked and prodded at his food, dissecting it. He seemed to take forever to chew and swallow each tiny mouthful. As soon as he could do so decently, Leonidas caught Mrs. Omerta's attention when she slipped in to check if they needed anything. I saw the vampiric glow emanating from his eyes an instant before my pendant warmed against my chest.
"We'd like to talk privately in the sitting room,"
he told her, holding her in place with an unblinking gaze.
"You should go to your room and stay there for an hour."
The woman's hand flew to her crucifix, her eyes going wide for a moment before narrowing in irritation. The necklace was an odd color, I noticed. Dark, like aged iron. "I'll have none of that nonsense under my roof, night creature," she snapped. "I've run this house less than a kilometre from the hill of Tara ever since me mam passed 30 years ago and left it to me. You think I don't recognize the Fae touched in their ilk? If you want me to leave, tell me straight, and don't try to bend my mind." She has magic, I realized. The necklace was a focusing object, just like Mabel's pendant. Leonidas barely stumbled. The glow left his eyes as though it had never been there.
"My apologies,"
he said.
"We need to speak of some things, and it would be better if you didn't hear. Could we have some privacy, please?"
She continued to watch him warily for a moment before turning to me. "Depends," she said. "Are you here of your own free will, child?" I nodded, tugging my own necklace out of my sweater and showing it to her. "I am. My son was taken. I'm trying to find him." Her expression softened. "I'm sorry to hear that." She tipped her chin toward Killian with a sharp jerk. "Watch out for that one, though. He's pulled in 2 directions, and only hanging together in the middle by a thread." I shivered and nodded, though Killian didn't even look up from the pea he was chasing around his plate half-heartedly. "Thank you," I told her. Afterward, we did in fact retire to the sitting room to talk. It was every bit as awkward as dinner had been.
"Someone told me you wanted to speak to the court,"
Killian said nervously. I wondered how much of his twitchiness was a result of a tug-of-war in his brain between Fae influence and Nigellus's influence. The Fae-controlled cops I'd seen in St. Louis had been vacant, rather than edgy, single-mindedly focused on whatever task they'd been given, with no room for much of anything else. To have a second force pulling you in the opposite direction of what you'd already been ordered to do. Yeah, maybe Killian's jumpiness was kind of understandable after all.
"That's right,"
Leonidas agreed.
"We need to discuss something with the Seelie leaders."
"They won't agree to see you,"
Killian said immediately. But Guthrie only shook his head.
"They will when you tell them who I am."
Killian frowned.
"Who are you?"
"I'm the vampire who removed a demon from the chessboard. Ask whoever you speak with whether anyone has heard news about the demon Muriel in the past 6 months."
Killian's ever-shifting eyes flickered to me before darting away.
"What about her?"
"She's the most powerful human practitioner of magic to be seen on Earth in the last few 100 years,"
he said smoothly. Which couldn't possibly be right. But when Leonidas flickered an eyebrow at me, I gamely glanced around until I saw a glass vase of flowers on a side table. Playing it up as much as I could, I waved a careless hand in the direction of the bouquet and boiled all the water out of the vase in a cloud of steam. The flowers wilted in the resulting heat, making me feel immediately guilty.
"And you don't even want to know what she can do with fire,"
Leonidas added, as I struggled valiantly not to react. Killian still appeared uncertain, though.
"Humans can't go through the gate. Not unless they're babies. You'll break her mind in no time."
But Leonidas only leaned back in his chair, casual as a relaxed panther sunning itself.
"Not her," She's a modern-day druid. Druids and fae were allies once upon a time. She's not like other humans. Thine won't touch her."
He was good at bluffing. I had to give him that. Not that it was a surprise, really. God knew I'd never been able to read him properly. Our go-between picked at a loose thread on his sleeve, not looking at either of us.
"I'll tell them what you said," he muttered.
"Good,"
Leonidas replied.
"How soon until we hear back with their decision?"
"Tomorrow, maybe."
My brain couldn't seem to decide whether to freak out over the idea that we might be doing this within the next 24 hours, or the idea that I had the next 24 hours to kill before anything exciting happened. Helpfully, it ended up deciding to freak out over both things at once. "The sooner the better," I managed.
"I'll leave now,"
Killian said.
"You still shouldn't go, though. If they agree, I mean. Let the vampire do it."
I didn't reply. When Killian left, it felt like the atmosphere in the room settled. I took a deep breath and let it out, trying to let some of the tension in my body flow out at the same time. The weight of Leonidas' gaze on me was unmistakable. "Why aren't you fighting this harder?" I asked him. "Everyone except Nigelis and maybe Edward seems to think I'm signing up for a one-way ticket to the loony bin. I expected to have to fight you tooth and nail about it." He was quiet for a moment, as though considering his words.
"Because I'll have more control over the situation if you're with me than if you go off half-cocked on your own,"
he said eventually.
"This way, I can at least make an attempt to be prepared, in case the situation goes tits up."
I digested that. "Makes sense," I allowed. "Is the package you mentioned earlier part of those preparations?"
"Partly,"
he said.
"Also some simple logistics stuff. Local prepaid burner phones, cash in euros, that kind of thing."
"You've had a lot of practice at this, haven't you?" I asked.
"What? You mean bluffing my way into a parallel realm inhabited by ancient beings with a grudge against vampires that also happens to drive humans mad?" "Not really. No. International travel on short notice? Yes."
I huffed out a disgusted breath. Whereas I feel like the world's least prepared international and interdimensional traveler. He gestured toward the stairs leading up to our rooms.
"Come on. We should go up now and try to sleep. That way you can at least be a well-rested, unprepared interdimensional traveler."
The clock on the mantel claimed it was almost 9 o'clock local time. Unfortunately, my body was convinced it was still mid-afternoon. I was, however, more than a little tired and headachy, so maybe sleep wouldn't be a complete non-starter. "Yes, okay," I agreed, levering myself out of the comfortable leather chair I'd been sitting in and preceding him up the stairs. When we reached his room, though, I paused, remembering something kind of important. This is a bit awkward, but can I have some more of your blood?" He froze with his hand on the door.
"Oh, right. There's, no wine to mix it with."
I took a breath. Not sure how much that was really helping anyway. And, well, I wouldn't even ask, but...
"No. Come on in,"
he said.
"Let me just find something to put it in."
Evidently, I wasn't the only one with reservations about getting a drink straight from the keg, as it were. I coughed uncomfortably and sidled into the room, which was set up as a mirror image of mine. A quick look around the place didn't turn up any handy cups or glasses.
"Stay here a minute,"
he said.
"I'll be right back."
I did, hovering uncomfortably near the door, aware that there really wasn't a social framework that could make drinking your former boss's blood not be weird. As promised, he was back in almost no time, holding a plastic cup with a couple inches of red liquid in the bottom.
"There are cups in the bathroom,"
he explained, holding it out to me with a level of awkwardness approaching my own. I took it. "Just so you didn't splatter blood in the sink. That could be a bit hard to explain if there are any other guests using it."
"There won't be,"
he said,
"since I rented out the entire place for the week so we'd have privacy."
It was just as well I hadn't started chugging yet, since doing a spit take while swallowing vampire blood wasn't high on my bucket list of things to do before I die. Jesus tap-dancing Christ! What is it even like to be that fucking rich? The words flew out before my brain-to-mouth filter could catch them. Oops.
"Solves some problems. Creates others,"
he replied without hesitation.
"Generally more of the former than the latter."
"Yeah, no kidding," I said. And it wasn't like the fact that Leonidas was loaded should really hit me like this anymore. He'd just sold an 8-story mixed-use building as a jab at a guy who was pissing him off. But there were plenty of people who had businesses and real estate and fast cars and nice apartments, but were also mortgaged to the eyeballs. Whereas Leonidas genuinely appeared to have an endless supply of actual money. Pockets deep enough that things like international plane tickets and renting an entire bed and breakfast for a week to ensure he'd have the place to himself simply didn't register as a big deal. He left me standing there stupidly, holding a plastic tumbler of blood in one hand, while he moved to the generously sized cardboard box resting in the corner of the room. I held my breath and tipped the cup to my lips, trying to pretend that I was one of those food tourism hosts on TV, downing an exotic and vaguely disgusting concoction from some nomadic tribe in Mongolia without gagging, so I wouldn't offend my host. I'd been wrong about the wine not helping. It really was worse trying to drink blood on its own. I had to swallow a couple of times as my stomach protested, willing everything to stay down. Leonidas straightened from his package, giving me a wary look.
"All right over there?"
he asked. I swallowed one more time. "Yeah, terrific. Never better." He looked unconvinced, probably because I didn't sound very convincing. I glanced at the cup, a film of red still clinging sickeningly to the side where I'd tipped it up to chug it. "And this really tastes like food to you now?" I asked. "Human blood, I mean?"
"It's life,"
he said.
"Life from other people because I no longer have any of my own. That's what Rands did to me, because he couldn't bear to let me go. It's what I did to Zora, for the same reason."
I'm glad, I thought, on both counts. My throat tightened around the unspoken words. I cleared it, gesturing to the box and changing the subject gracelessly. "So, did you get everything you needed?" He didn't comment on the conversational about-face.
"Most of it. We'll need to pick up enough food and water to keep you supplied for a few days. I'm afraid it will have to be camping rations. Jerky, nuts, dried fruit, that kind of thing. Too bulky to lug around otherwise. As it is, the bottled water on its own will take up a fair amount of space and weight."
Again, I was struck by the fact that this was actually happening, becoming a real thing that we really had to plan for. I was leaving Earth and traveling to the magical fairy realm. Assuming, of course, that Killian came back with the answer we wanted to hear tomorrow. It still felt like an elaborate joke someone was playing on me. "That's fine," I assured him. "I expect I'll have other things to worry about besides the quality of the cuisine." He nodded.
I imagine you're right. Anyway, here's a phone. If you take it with you into Dine, it'll just get fried, but you should still activate it and transfer your contacts.
"Are we going to use this place as a base of operations, then?" I asked. "Leave everything here for when we get back?" "If we get back," offered a treacherous little inner voice.
"Important stuff like phones can wait in the car,"
he said.
"It'll be parked within easy walking distance of the mound that houses the gate, and it's not like this is a high-crime area. Our next move after that will depend largely on what we find out while we're in Dine."
"Makes sense," I said. "Okay, since it looks like my stomach contents aren't going to make a reappearance, I'm going to try to get some rest. You know where to find me if anything interesting happens." He drew breath, only to hold it as though rethinking what he was about to say.
"Sleep well, Vonnie."
20. I didn't sleep well. Instead, I tossed and turned, dozing until a dream or an unfamiliar noise woke me. On the positive side, all the vampire blood I'd drunk had banished my headache as though it had never existed. On the less positive side, it was also boosting my magic to levels that took a fair amount of concentration to control. At one point, I jerked awake from a half-formed dream about Leonidas to the faint smell of smoke in the room, quickly managing to focus the energy back through the crystal before anything around me actually burst into flame. At another point, I had a moment's worry over what pipes might be in the walls near my room, as cold fury over what had been done to my sad little family washed over me. By the time the sun rose in Ireland, my body was convinced it was finally time to go to bed after finishing a late shift at the nightclub in St. Louis. I rose groggily, stumbling to the bathroom for a shower. It didn't help much. Neither did finding Leonidas already up and about, looking disgustingly awake and put together as he spoke on the phone to someone about arranging another delivery. He looked up as I entered the sitting room and frowned as he gave me a head-to-toe once-over.
"Jet lag?"
he asked, after he'd ended his call and slipped the phone into his pocket. I blinked as my slow wits registered what he was wearing. Black military-style pants with zippers and pockets, topped with a black Henley that clung to his broad shoulders and the flat planes of his chest like a second skin. I jerked my eyes back to his face, not sure why a simple change of clothes should make such a difference in my perception of him. Yeah, I replied. Still running on St. Louis time, I guess. I'll be fine once I get some coffee. Maybe I should ask for Irish coffee?"
"Probably not at this hour,"
he said.
"Can you manage more blood?"
I quailed. "After breakfast, please. I really need something else down there first, to soak it up." He nodded.
"I've got a grocery delivery of dried rations and bottled water on the way. After that, it's just a matter of waiting for Gallagher to get back to us."
"Right," I said, ticking off the to-do list. "Breakfast, blood, waiting for Killian. On it." Thankfully, there was coffee, and it was good. There was also a fairly spectacular spread of sausage, eggs, baked beans, sautéed mushrooms, grilled tomatoes, and something called Bubble and Squeak. Given that I kind of felt like I had a hangover, it was just the thing, even if it was way beyond what I would normally have eaten at a morning meal. The grease seemed to do a decent job of buffering my morning tonic of vampire blood, too, which was helpful. After multiple days of downing Leonides' blood, I was starting to feel the same sort of strange buzz beneath my skin that I'd experienced after drinking Rand's older, supercharged blood. Once we were alone, I told him as much.
Good. Hopefully that will end up being useful,
he said.
Speaking of which...
He pulled out a metal flask, the kind rich alcoholics carried around to keep the buzz going in circumstances where carrying a glass of booze around wasn't socially acceptable. I raised an eyebrow. I was actually kidding about the Irish coffee, you know. He gave me an unimpressed look.
It's more blood, Vani. For emergencies.
My other eyebrow lifted to join the first, as I considered what might constitute a vampire blood emergency. You realize that if I carry this around for any length of time, it's going to turn into one great big nasty clot with a bunch of bacteria reproducing in it.
If it were human blood, yes. But it's not, and it won't. Let's just say there's a reason vampires are well preserved.
His tone was tart. I accepted the curved flask like it was a live snake. Okay. I'll take your word for it, I guess. So, any news from Killian yet?
Not yet, no. I assume he'll have passed on the message to a fae on this side of the gate, who then has to relay it to someone in the court. Bureaucracy is a universal constant from what I've seen.
Since I was finally starting to feel like all my brain cells were firing, I glanced out the nearest window to gauge the weather, and then back to my companion. Take a walk with me. Before we do this, I want to know more about this acquaintance of yours who's in trouble. Nigelis's dangling carrot.
Fair,
he agreed.
Grab a jacket. It's brisk outside.
We wandered along a track peppered with hoofprints, the imprints of individual horseshoe nails visible in the damp loam. It was damp and chilly, but unlike yesterday, the rising sun peeked intermittently through the clouds. It brightened the grassy fields around us to the deeper shade of green that had given Ireland its nickname of the Emerald Isle.
The carrot's name is Albigard,
Leonides began.
He helped in the battle against Muriel, Antigue's predecessor Caspian, when the pair of them were conspiring to destabilize the current balance of power between Hell and Dine. In fact, his presence may well have been the deciding factor that turned the tide in our favor.
I thought over the conversations I'd heard during the previous few weeks. So, is he the fae acquaintance Nigelis talked about, that night when he came to the club for the first time?
Yes,
Leonides confirmed.
You know how, when governments start to go wrong, there are scads of people who look the other way and go along with things because it's easier? But there are always some folks who stand up and protest, even when doing so puts them in danger. He's one of those.
I pondered that for a moment. He sounds like a good man. A faint, wry smile tugged at one corner of Leonides' lips.
Nah. He's a bit of an asshole, to be honest. Occupational hazard for a fae, from what I've seen.
Despite the casual insult, I was almost sure I could detect a hint of affection lurking behind the words. Do we know what kind of trouble he's in? I asked.
I can infer. He killed a member of the Unseelie court in battle. Doesn't matter that the guy he offed was a traitor. The fae don't tolerate murder by one of their own. They also don't lie. So as soon as it occurred to someone to question Albigard, he will have told them exactly what happened. And after that, Things probably didn't go well for him.
I shivered a bit at his tone. Are we talking Fey prison here, or firing squad at dawn? Because as bad as I felt for the guy, I wasn't at all sure more complications were what we needed during this trip.
It's unclear,
Leonidas said grimly.
All Nigellus knows is that Albigard returned to Dyne and hasn't been seen or heard from since.
I considered my next words carefully. You do realize that Nigellus is just using this as a way to get you to do what he wants, right?
Yeah, no kidding,
Leonidas replied.
He's a demon. Manipulation is kind of their thing.
As long as we're on the same page with this, I told him. Because I get the impression what we're doing is risky enough without adding an attempted jailbreak to the mix.
Nigellus just wants some reconnaissance on the situation,
he said.
I'll try to find out if Albigard is alive or dead, and maybe where he's being kept, if it's the former.
I held my peace, knowing that it would make me a terrible hypocrite if I tried to tell Leonidas not to search for answers about the fate of his friend while we were in Dyne. I just wish I had a better idea of what sort of reception we could expect from the Seelie Fae. Would they welcome Leonidas as a possible ally after he helped get rid of a demon? Or would they escort us into their realm and immediately throw us in chains? The uncertainty was galling. We returned to the guest house, where Leonidas accepted delivery of an order of prepackaged dehydrated food along with a case of water in plastic bottles. The two of us packed it efficiently inside a pair of backpacks that had apparently been part of the first shipment of stuff to arrive, along with a couple changes of clothes and the most basic of basic toiletries. After that, it was a waiting game. Out of sheer desperation, I ended up reading a dusty book pulled from one of the shelves in Mrs. Omerta's sitting room. After a couple of hours, it became clear that I wasn't retaining much of anything from the world's most boring tome about the Scottish monarchy, circa 843 to 1651 A.D. Instead, I ended up falling asleep on the couch, further confusing my already confused body clock. I woke to find the sun slanting low through the window and voices approaching from the entryway. Rolling up from my half-slouched position, I was greeted by the sight of our hostess entering with Killian Gallagher tagging along behind. "Oh, there you are, dear," Mrs. Omerta said. She turned to address Killian. "Stay here. I'll just go knock on Mr. Williams' door." It took me a confused instant to remember that we weren't traveling as Vonnie Morgan and Guthrie Leonidas. We were traveling as Karen O'Rourke and Jeff Williams. Our hostess bustled out, leaving me alone with the Fey lackey. Predictably, his eyes darted everywhere except to meet mine, as he stood hunched near the door with his hands shoved in his pockets. "How does someone end up working as a gopher for the Fae anyway?" I asked, curiosity overcoming me. He flinched visibly.
"My family's served the fair folk for as long as anyone can remember. It's just what we do."
I licked my lips. "And Nigellus?" I prodded, aware that I was probably treading on dangerous ground. But Killian only frowned in confusion.
"Who?"
he asked. I was saved from getting in any deeper by Leonidas' arrival. His eyes met mine for a moment before moving to the newcomer.
"What's the word?"
he demanded without preamble. Killian shifted nervously on his feet.
"I'm to take you to the mound of the hostages. Someone will meet you inside."
That was honestly a bit ambiguous for my tastes, but Leonidas only nodded.
"Fair enough,"
he said.
"Vonnie, you ready?"
And if that wasn't a loaded question. Sure. Yeah. Just let me run to the restroom and splash a bit of water on my face. Then I'm good to go.
I'll load the car and meet you outside,
he replied. I sidled around Killian, giving him what was probably an unnecessarily wide berth. My pulse was already picking up, adrenaline starting to flow through my system. The familiar face that looked back at me from the bathroom mirror was pale, and dark circles underlined my eyes. I could try to put it down to the jet lag, but the truth was, this situation was aging me. I needed answers, damn it. I needed my son back. In fact, my need was so great that it meant I was willing to travel to another realm full of people who considered humans little more than cattle, if it meant I might get some of those answers. And because that wasn't crazy enough, I would be making that trip at the side of a man, vampire, with a self-avowed death wish. I still couldn't untangle all of Leonidas' motivations. He wanted to help me get my kid back. I did believe that. He wanted to find out the fate of his friend. I just wished I could see past the wall he put up between himself and the rest of the world. I didn't understand him, and that made me antsy as hell. But there was no time for any of that now. I splashed cold water over my puffy face and blotted it dry. A quick check of my room showed that Leonidas had already retrieved my belongings to put them in the car. After wavering a moment, I decided against texting Len one final time, mostly because I suspected that a quick Google search of the burner phone's number would show I was in Ireland. The last thing I wanted was Zora or Rands rushing straight here and getting themselves into trouble with the Fae. Not when Leonidas and I had just been invited in and might end up getting to dying and back with no real problems. Squaring my shoulders, I headed downstairs and out the front door. The Audi was waiting outside, as was Killian's comical little eco-car.
All set?
Leonidas asked. I opened the passenger side door, trying to ignore the fact that it was on the wrong side of the car. As I'll ever be. We strapped in and followed Killian down the driveway toward the road. Rather than turning left toward the highway, he turned right and led us further down the tree-lined lane, turning right again when it terminated in a T-junction. Our surroundings opened up, and the scenery truly was lovely. Perhaps it was just my mind playing tricks, but I thought I could sense a sort of aura surrounding the place. Magical. Do you feel anything different about this area? I asked.
How do you mean?
Leonidas asked, cutting a sideways glance at me. I shook my head. Hard to explain. It's like there's unfocused magic just floating around free in the air.
Not really. But I suppose it's not a stretch that the area near a weak spot between two worlds might have a bit of leakage, I guess you could call it.
I couldn't stifle my snort. Leakage? Way to make it sound like a diaper that needs to be changed or something.
A poet I am not,
he pointed out.
But if it's fey magic and you can sense it but it doesn't bother you, I imagine that counts as a good sign.
I shrugged, happy to take any good signs that came our way. Ahead, I could make out a cluster of buildings along the road, with a handful of cars parked around them. Set back from the road on our left was a charming little church with a Gothic bell tower, maybe 3 stories high. The church was surrounded by trees that looked like they measured their ages in centuries, and while it was cute and interesting in the daylight, I suspected the place would be creepy as hell at night. Leonidas followed Killian into a lot behind the biggest of the buildings and parked next to him. The place was a newer-looking 2-story structure painted white and olive green, which proclaimed itself to be a cafe. Several people wandered along the sidewalk out front, where a lady in an old converted milk float was selling coffee and other drinks. An older-looking gift shop with stone walls and a cedar-shake roof huddled next to its more modern neighbor. "This doesn't seem very secret," I hazarded, looking at the cheerful tourist crowd.
"Hiding in plain sight,"
Leonidas suggested.
"I suppose it helps. Being able to influence human minds to believe there's nothing out of the ordinary here."
Killian slammed his tiny car door and stood fidgeting next to it, waiting for us to get out. I took a steadying breath and stepped out of the car, aware of Leonidas doing the same. He retrieved the 2 backpacks filled with food, water, and clothing, handing one to me. Then he locked the car and placed the key and fob in a small black box with a sliding lid. I'd seen those before. Magnetic boxes for hiding a spare key. Indeed, he made sure I was watching as he leaned down and stuck it to the frame beneath the rear passenger side wheel well.
"Just in case,"
he said. Our native guide still looked antsy.
"We should go,"
Killian said, crossing and uncrossing his arms. It was bad of me to even think it, but going to dine would almost be a relief at this point if it meant getting away from the unwitting Fey double agent.
"Lead the way,"
Leonidas said. We hefted our backpacks and followed Killian back the way we'd come, tourists veering unconsciously away from the guy as we walked past the cheerful cafe and shop. Further down the road, a track veered off to our right, leading into a field abutting the little church I'd seen from the car earlier. The grassy expanse didn't really look like much, though I thought I could make out some signs and markers dotted around the area. As we got further into it, though, I noticed the odd topography of the place. The ditches weren't just ditches, and the rises weren't just rises. It was as though huge snakes were buried just beneath the surface, coiling around the area, sleeping. Some distance away, a bevy of tourists gathered around a single monolithic stone jutting up from the ground, pointing and taking pictures. Killian led us in the other direction, toward the church. As we got closer, our surroundings got quieter. There were no other people on this side of the field, which was larger than it had seemed from the road. Ahead of us lay an odd little hillock, just a dome of grass-covered earth standing in the middle of nowhere. My feet stuttered to a halt as though something were pressing into me, holding me back. Beside me, Leonidas also came to a rather abrupt stop. "What is that?" I breathed. Killian had come to a standstill a few steps behind us. His voice was low and reverent as he replied.
"The mound of the hostages,"
he said.
"The only active gateway from Earth to Dine."
"21. From here, I could make out a sort of notch carved out of one side of the hillock, with a partial stone wall and a door inset in the gap. The door was a gaping black maw, a featureless opening blocked by a rough metal gate. The barrier didn't look like a modern addition. The metalwork was a bit irregular, a bit asymmetrical, as though it had been hand-wrought. I don't want to go closer, I realized. Is that some kind of magic? Can you feel it too? I started to look up at Leonidas, but something warned me that if I looked away from the gate, I wouldn't want to look back at it. I could hear the frown in his voice when he replied a moment later,
"Yeah, that's weird. Definitely something trying to convince my senses that there's nothing over there I want to get close to, or even pay attention to."
Snippets of conversation from my hours of magical discussion with Edward played through my memory. I think it's some kind of protective spell, something to convince visitors not to get any nearer than this. Indeed, The track worn through the grass skirted the edge of the odd zone of discomfort, whereas I would have expected the foot traffic to go right up to the entrance as tourists tried to peer inside.
Guess that explains why there are hardly any photos online of the interior,
Leonidas mused.
"You're both right,"
Killian said from behind us.
"You'll probably be able to force your way through the magical protections, vampire, if you're strong enough. But if the witch is unable to defeat the spell and approach, she won't be welcome in thine."
As it was, the idea of veering off the track to reach the entrance to the mound made my feet feel like they were set in concrete. "Go around," my instincts insisted. "There's nothing for you there." But that was a lie. The answers I needed lay just beyond that dark opening. "Okay," I said. "Thanks for bringing us here, Killian. Now, please leave. I can't concentrate with you standing around being twitchy at me." I heard the rustle of clothing shifting, but no footsteps walking away.
"You heard the lady, Gallagher,"
Leonidas added. Boots rustled through grass as Killian left us alone. As before, the sudden absence of the strange energy surrounding him leached some of the tension from my shoulders. When I was sure we were alone, I asked, "Can you force your way through it, like he said?" Leonidas took a step forward, and another.
"Seems so. What about you?"
My body still felt frozen when I attempted to lift my foot and move it forward. It was pretty clear that in my case, this wasn't going to be a brute force kind of situation. "Give me a minute," I muttered. Despite my reluctance to look away from the metal gate blocking the entrance to the mound, I closed my eyes tightly and focused on feeling what was around me rather than seeing it. And what was around me was a storm. Not a physical storm, but a storm of magic, like a hurricane, with the entrance to the mound at its eye. "Oh," I said blankly. "Well, crap."
"Problem?"
Leonidas asked. I set my jaw. What's that saying? A problem is just a solution waiting to happen? Without opening my eyes, I lifted my pendant free of my collar with my right hand and reached toward Leonidas with my left. After the shortest of hesitations, strong fingers tangled with mine and gave a brief squeeze. "It's like wind," I tried to explain. "Only the wind is actually magic. I'm going to try something." I focused on the garnet I was holding, picturing the imaginary mirror inside. Instead of using it to reflect my own magic back inside myself, though, I layered the mirror on the side closest to me, pointing outward. I pictured it forming a smooth, curved surface, perfect and free of defects. Then, still holding it in front of my body like a talisman, I wrenched one foot free of the paralysis with an act of will and stepped forward. Fey magic howled against the imaginary mirror like tornadic winds, the power staggering me back a step. I would have stumbled if not for the hand gripping mine. Gritting my teeth, I braced and tried again, ready for the surge this time. My eyes were still closed, and with my mind's eye, I could see the vortex of magic hit the mirrored interior of the pendant and refract it at an angle before returning to the maelstrom. Eddies formed where the reflected magical wind hit the main mass, forming a cross-current. Cautiously, I took another step forward into the relative lull, and another. I was aware of Leonidas keeping pace, a blur of darker magic beside me, calm in the midst of the storm. The entrance to the mound was a disconcerting void ahead of us. It seemed to take an age to reach it. My right hand ached from clutching the crystal, though I couldn't have said whether the forces howling through it were physical or not. If I let go and the pendant ripped free of the chain on my neck, would it be blown across an Irish field? or into another dimension entirely. Since it was my only defense against fey magic, I couldn't really afford to find out. When I stumbled into the calm eye at the mound's entrance, the transition was so abrupt that my ears rang. I sucked in a wheezing gasp of damp air, only then becoming aware that I'd apparently been holding my breath the whole time. I opened my eyes and looked up at the vampire still holding my hand to find his expression grim, and a trickle of dark blood dripping down from one of his nostrils. He wiped it away impatiently with his free hand.
"All right there?"
he asked, clearing his throat when the words emerged hoarse. "Yeah, great," I replied faintly. "No, really, this is awesome." I was shaking, and I felt like I'd been run through a centrifuge. Leonidas looked as if he'd been shoved out an airlock in the vacuum of space, though the burst blood vessels in the whites of his eyes and beneath the smooth skin of his face were healing even as I watched. When he'd apparently reassured himself that I wasn't seriously hurt, only dazed, he turned his attention to the metal gate blocking our access to the tunnel. I followed his gaze, my heart sinking a bit when I noticed the heavy padlock at the top, securing the barrier to a ring driven directly into the rock forming the lintel. Rock. This was a situation that called for lithomancy, the elemental magic at which I was basically useless, unless you needed me to throw dirt or sand in someone's eyes. "I don't think I'll be much help with that," I said, trying to think of some kind of alternate approach. I mean, maybe we could pour some of the bottled water into the keyhole and I could try flash freezing and thawing it a few times? Try to break the mechanism? Leonidas reached up and grabbed the padlock with one hand, giving it a sharp yank. The anchor holding the metal ring in the stone jerked free with a scraping noise and a trickle of rock dust. The gate screeched open a few inches on rusty hinges. I took a hasty step backward in surprise, almost stumbling into the magic hurricane before I caught myself. "Or I guess that works too," I managed. He didn't comment on the show of unnatural vampiric strength. Instead, he merely wrenched the gate open far enough for us to slip through the gap. It was dark inside, but I could just about make out gray stone forming a rectangular corridor. It wasn't cramped enough to make me feel truly claustrophobic, but it was too narrow for us to walk shoulder to shoulder.
"I don't suppose you picked up Edward's magic floating light bulb trick,"
Leonidas said. "Sorry," I told him. "So far, my magic is only good for destroying things. Or, making ice cubes. It's the bartender in me, I guess." He rummaged in the pocket of his long coat and pulled out a small flashlight. Still a Boy Scout, eh?" I couldn't help teasing.
"Enjoy it while it lasts,"
he said, flicking it on.
"Dine will fry it as soon as we get there, I gather."
"Maybe leave it on this side for when we come back," I suggested, knowing that it would have been more accurate to say, "if we come back."
"Good plan,"
he agreed. The beam played over the enclosed space, briefly illuminating a dead end before he moved it to the wall next to us. The rough stone was covered in carvings, spirals, circles, horseshoe shapes, and something like a wiggly sideways letter X. I tilted my head, reminded of microscope photos I'd seen of chromosomes. "Welcome, Nightcrawler," said a high, clear voice from the end of the passage. "Welcome, Adept." Quick as a flash, Leonidas whipped the light toward the dead end. A woman stood there, where there had been no one mere seconds before. She was short and sharp-featured, with eyebrows that swept up like a bird's wings. Her strawberry blonde hair was done up in complicated braids that didn't quite cover the points of her ears, and she was wearing clothing that looked as if it was made of buckskin. She wasn't human. Hello?" I said uncertainly, trying to calm my pounding heart. I'm guessing you're our guide?
We've come with the promise of safe passage to speak with the Seelie Court,
Leonidas stated.
Can you guarantee that?
The woman eyed him up and down. I can guarantee a passage. For a human, even a magically adept one, I cannot guarantee that it will be safe. I licked my dry lips and swallowed. You mean I might go mad? She tilted her head in agreement. Just so. Then her expression grew curious. You are clearly aware of the danger. What errand could be so important that you would choose to risk your sanity? I straightened my spine. My son has been taken. Her expression flickered with something that was there and gone so fast I almost missed it. Sympathy? Regret? I see, she said. In that case, come. Extinguish your torch, Nightcrawler. We both know you can see perfectly well without it, and soon enough, the adept will see far too much. I frowned, not much liking the sound of that. The fingers wrapped in mine gave a light squeeze, and I realized with a jolt that I was still holding Leonidas' hand. I became grateful enough for the solid point of contact when he flicked off the flashlight a moment later and leaned down, placing it on the floor next to the wall on our left.
If she can't handle the other side,
Leonidas said,
we'll need to come right back through. Do you agree to that?
I have no wish to see a magical being broken unnecessarily, said the Fey woman, which was a bit ambiguous, to be honest. But at least she didn't seem to be cut from the same cruel mold as Teague and his ilk. The tunnel was not pitch black. Not quite. Light from the outside world didn't reach us directly back here, but there was enough to make out the gray shapes of my two companions. A moment later, a new glow erupted from the blank stone wall at the end of the tunnel. Our Fey escort stood silhouetted before it, her hand pressed flat to a carved spiral. Light emanated from the curling shape, outlining her fingers, spreading outward and growing stronger as I watched with fascination. It followed the ancient lines chiseled into the rock until every symbol on the wall was glowing, the yellow lines of light becoming brighter and brighter until looking at the wall was like trying to look directly at a welding torch. I raised my hand defensively, trying to shield my eyes, but it didn't help. They watered, and I blinked away the tears, peering through the gaps in my fingers. My other hand clenched Leonidas convulsively. The gate is open, our guide told us. Follow. With that, she stepped into the light. Leonidas stood unmoving next to me, and I gathered he was waiting for me to make the decision whether or not to go through. I stared at the strange new world beyond the gate, where I might find answers to some of the questions plaguing me. Clinging to my companion's hand like a lifeline, I sucked in a deep breath and stepped into a different realm. "22. Dying hit me like a runaway freight train. Stepping through the gate had been like stepping off a cliff, leaving my stomach in freefall and my head spinning. I managed to lock my knees in place and stay upright on the other side, thanks mostly to Leonidas' supporting hand. But my thoughts were still reeling. It was as though I was standing inside the sun, but the brightness had nothing to do with my sense of sight. There was too much of everything. I slammed my eyes closed, only to discover that it made no difference. The overwhelming life of the place still battered at my awareness, threatening to send me to my knees. My chest hurt. It took me a moment to realize that I was hyperventilating. A moment more to realize that I was also crying, and strong hands were pressed to my cheeks. A voice called my name. maybe not for the first time.
Vonnie!
I scrabbled for a hold on something, anything, and ended up clasping a pair of sinewy wrists, my fingernails digging into skin. Fresh pain flared between my breasts, joining the steel band squeezing around my lungs. There was a still spot in front of me. Cool darkness forming an oasis in the burning cauldron of Dine's magic. I tried to focus on that peaceful blur of calm, pushing everything else to the side. A violet glow broke through the smear of darkness before me, and I became aware that I was seeing with my eyes again, rather than my mind. Leonides' worried gaze pinned mine, lit from within by a vampiric glow.
Need to take us back, right now,
he was saying.
I'll make sure she's all right, and come back later, alone.
The sense of the words penetrated a moment later. No! I gasped. That pain between my breasts, it was my pendant, burning its frantic warning into my skin. I'd forgotten to untangle the magical flow around me, too swept up in Dine's overwhelming power. I focused inward instead of outward, feeling out what was happening. Leonides' hand still cradled my face. There was a barrier surrounding him. Something about his undead vampiric nature holding the out-of-control life of the Fey realm at bay. I needed a barrier like that. My magic was elemental magic, destructive, and boosted by vampire blood. It was different than Dine's life magic. There should be a boundary where the two forces met. I could never overpower the Fey realm with my paltry human abilities, but I didn't need to. I just needed to divert the flow around me. I needed a bubble of space where I could survive. Grasping the burning pendant, I concentrated on making a tiny version of the vortex surrounding the entrance to the mound in Ireland. I fed my magic through the pendant and sent it whirling around me, feeding endlessly through the crystal focus until it formed a swirling storm barricading my awareness. I was on the inside. Dine was on the outside. I just had to keep it that way.
Vonnie!
Leonides' voice was tight with worry.
Talk to me, or we're going straight back to Earth.
She has devised a shield,
said the female Fey, from a few steps away.
I need to hear it from her,
Leonides snapped.
We're not going back,
I rasped, my throat feeling like sandpaper.
Okay.
His brows drew together.
Jesus, you're not okay,
he sighed.
But I guess you're not catatonic either. What did you do? And are you going to be able to keep doing it long term?
Made a barrier? I managed. Need to get Jace back. We're not leaving. Cautiously, Leonides let his hands slide away from my skin. I had to consciously unclench the fingers of the hand I still held wrapped around his wrist. The muscles ached from the strain of gripping so tightly. So did the other hand, clasping the now cool crystal. I let the necklace fall into place against my chest, flinching when it settled against burned skin. I blinked several times, finally able to take in my surroundings on a physical level rather than a metaphysical one. We were on a brilliantly sunny hillside, and it was either just past sunrise or just before sunset. Everything was subtly wrong. The sky was the wrong color. The light was the wrong color. The burgeoning plant life choking the area was the wrong color. And we weren't alone. Fully 24 armed Fey stood watching us warily, hands resting on sword hilts and crossbows. Like our guide, they could not be mistaken for human. Not as I had briefly mistaken Teague for human. I wondered if Teague's veneer of humanity was some sort of magical disguise he wore like a mask. Leonidas was still standing close enough to steady me if I needed it, but his attention wavered between me and the ground beneath our feet. I looked down, following his gaze. My breath caught. "What's happening?" I asked hoarsely. "What's wrong with the grass?" Beneath us, a slowly spreading circle of blackness was growing, with Leonidas at its epicenter. The leaves wilted and withered as though burned without heat, or perhaps taken by some kind of blight.
"You really are new at this, aren't you?"
our Fey guide asked.
"Your companion is a night creature, a void in the world that sucks in light and animus from the living. His presence is anathema to Dain's magic."
I thought I detected a slight flinch from Leonidas, quickly covered. "And me?" I asked. "Dain doesn't seem to think much of me either."
"Your magic is not anathema," she said, "merely twisted from its original source."
At any other time, I might have found the conversation fascinating. What source? And twisted how? As it was, I didn't have much attention to devote to the exchange, since there was still a real question about whether or not I'd fall over the moment I tried to take a step. "Guess I'll just have to take your word on that," I said. "So now what? Do we go and meet with the court?" But the female Fae shook her head.
"Tomorrow. It is growing late. The court will have adjourned for the day. I was to bring you to the city when you arrived, and arrange for you to stay there overnight. However, perhaps it would be best for you to stay here at the garrison instead, close to the gate, should you find yourself overwhelmed during the night and need to return to Earth."
Leonidas gave a pointed glance at the group of wary guards.
"And if we needed to leave, would they let us go, or try to cut us down?"
The Fey woman's expression turned wry.
"Believe me when I say, they'd all be much happier if you were both gone."
"She's not lying,"
muttered one of the guards. Leonidas met my gaze, lifting one eyebrow in silent question. I shrugged. I was pretty sure I had a handle on my sanity for the moment, but it only made sense to have an escape route close by, just in case. For all I knew, this city where the court was located could be 5 miles away, or 5,000. If Fae could magically zip around from one place to another in a similar manner to demons, there was simply no way of knowing. "That sounds fine," I said. "Just take us someplace where we won't be in anyone's way and we'll be out of your hair."
"I assume someone will collect us tomorrow when the court is ready to speak with us?"
Leonidas asked.
"Yes, of course," said the woman. "Come, I will take you to an empty cottage where you may rest."
We followed her past the scowling guards and down the hill. I accepted Leonidas' steadying hand on my arm, mostly because, between maintaining my protective vortex of energy and gawking at the alien world around me, I didn't have a whole lot of brain power in reserve to devote to things like not stumbling over my own feet. There was, indeed, a sort of village or encampment built at the base of the hill where the gate was housed. Most of the buildings were functional, not fancy. At least, the parts of the buildings that I could actually see weren't fancy. If there was one defining characteristic of the place, it was the way the plant life seemed to be trying to choke everything the Fae had built here back into non-existence. Leaves and vines covered every available surface. It was like those TV documentaries looking at what the Earth would be like if humans suddenly disappeared, cities and infrastructure crumbling back into nature. Only the Fae were still here, and that made it doubly creepy. I was, it seemed, seeing the physical manifestation of the overpowering magical life force that had nearly floored me before I'd managed to rig a makeshift barrier. In a way, Our surroundings were beautiful. I wished I had enough extra mental capacity to truly appreciate the fact that I was walking in an alien world. Or perhaps an alternate world? I wasn't sure. From the way I'd heard Nigelis and Edward speak of the three realms, it sounded like Dying and Hell occupied the same space as Earth, with gates acting as dimensional portals rather than passages for traveling across long distances. It was probably moot. As far as I was concerned, both options were the stuff of far-fetched science fiction. And yet, here I was, looking up at pink clouds floating in a lavender sky as the white sun sank toward the horizon. Many of the wildly tangled plants had leaves hovering uncomfortably far along the blue end of green's color spectrum. We continued past the functional buildings, garnering a number of distrustful or openly hostile looks from Fey soldiers going about their business. Beyond lay a smattering of other structures that appeared far less institutional. The vegetation grew thicker as we approached, clogging the walkways we were traveling, though I could see the way it seemed to cringe back from Leonides' passage. Leaves curled and wilted. Vines loosened their grip in his wake, sagging from branches and fence posts. It was, quite honestly, disconcerting to watch. Judging by the tension in Leonides' shoulders, it was even more disconcerting to be the cause of it. And yet, when I focused more on my inner eye and less on my physical senses, that dark void of vampire magic next to me still acted as a balm against the painfully sharp bite of Dying's power. Our guide pulled twisting vines free of a gate and opened it. Beyond lay a cottage covered in flowering ivy. The branches of trees grasped at the thatched roof like greedy fingers. Only the building's rectangular shape, along with a glimpse of windows and a door peeking out from the leaves, allowed me to identify the structure for what it was. The Fae led us to the entrance and tugged it open, jerking the handle back and forth a couple of times to snap the vines that had grown across it. The action was matter-of-fact, as though wresting doors free of aggressive plant life was a daily occurrence here. Perhaps it was. I peered past her and into the interior, relieved to discover that the inside was free of jungle-like vegetation. In fact, it was clean and neat, furnished in a sparse but utilitarian manner with what looked like handcrafted wooden furniture.
"You may both stay here tonight,"
said the woman. She turned to look at me directly, a sly smile appearing.
"Shall I bring you some food, Adept? You must be hungry."
Alarm bells rang in my head, even before Leonides went still beside me. "That's really nice of you," I said carefully. "But we brought our own provisions from Earth." Amusement twinkled in the Fae's green eyes.
"Not completely uneducated, then. Very well, Adept. A fair evening to you. Someone will come for you by midday tomorrow."
Her eyes flicked to Leonides as well, though I noticed she didn't wish him a fair evening. With that, she turned and left us standing in the doorway of the Fae cottage, before disappearing into the vegetation leading back to the main pathway. "Well," I said, feeling hungry, thirsty, and exhausted. "I guess that part could have gone worse. At least no one's trying to kill us, right?" Leonides only grunted in reply, a vaguely affirmative noise. He entered, making a quick foray around the modest space, presumably to check for threats.
"Looks safe enough,"
he said, dropping his pack on the table that formed the centerpiece of the main room.
"Come on in and bar the door behind you."
I turned to look at the wooden door, which did not, in fact, appear to have any kind of mechanical lock. Instead, there were sturdy brackets pegged to the frame on either side, and a thick board leaning against the wall next to it. I swung it closed and lifted the board into place, bracing it shut. At which point, I realized rather abruptly that I was now stuck in a tiny cabin with the vampire who'd almost paid me to sleep with him on the night we first met, and who had indirectly caused me to set things on fire on 2 separate occasions since then because I secretly had the hots for him. And there was only one interior door visible inside the cottage. Okay, then. I gathered my courage in both hands and crossed to the single door. Beyond lay a room perhaps a third of the size of the main room, with a bed, a chair, and an upright wooden box that was probably a wardrobe.
"Don't worry,"
he said dryly from somewhere behind me.
"I won't be sleeping."
Wow, I thought. Yeah, this isn't awkward at all. I was just wondering if there was any kind of a bathroom in this place. I lied. Or if we officially left the land of indoor plumbing.
"Bathroom? No. Plumbing? Sort of."
He gestured to a sink in the kitchen area along the far wall, where what looked like a hand pump stood.
"There's a little shed out back that's probably an outhouse, though you may need a machete to get to it."
Nah, I said. I'll just have you walk out to it first and beat back the plant life for me. His expression closed off abruptly. I frowned. Oh, hell. Tell me you're not buying into that line about being an undead black hole sucking in life. Because, newsflash, I can see magic, and that's not what's happening.
"Isn't it?"
he asked tonelessly. No, I told him. It's not. This whole place is like a giant, out-of-control storm of magic, and you're like a calm spot, pushing the chaos away to make a little bubble of serenity in the middle of it. He snorted, the sound faintly derisive.
"Yeah. A little bubble of serenity. That's me, all right."
His gaze turned pointed.
"A more pressing question is, how are you holding it back? I was about 2 seconds from dragging you straight through the gate to Earth before you finally seemed to come back to yourself."
My lips turned down. I made a tiny storm of human magic around me, like a tornado inside a hurricane, I guess.
"And can you keep it up?"
he asked pointedly. Do I have a choice? I shot back.
"Yes,"
he said.
"You could go back and let me tackle this without you."
No, I told him simply. He let out a frustrated breath.
"You should probably eat something in that case,"
he said, changing the subject abruptly.
"It sounds like you'll need to keep your strength up."
No argument from me, I replied, placing my backpack onto the table next to his. When I removed my jacket, however, the movement rubbed my pendant across the tender skin of my sternum, and I winced.
"Did the crystal burn you again?"
Leonidas asked, far too perceptive for my own good. Yup, I admitted. I wasn't focused enough to manage the flow of magic properly when the place first hit me.
"I'll get you some blood to heal it,"
he said. I have the flask, I said quickly. No need for the Red Cross routine. He only raised an eyebrow.
"The flask is for emergencies. Sitting in a cozy little cottage with the door locked isn't an emergency."
You don't have a knife, I pointed out. Neither of us was carrying weapons. Doing so while seeking entry to an enemy's realm under a flag of truce would have been asking for trouble.
"I'm a vampire, Vani,"
Leonidas said tiredly.
"Access to sharp objects isn't really a problem for me."
23. I flushed, thinking of the handful of times I'd seen Leonidas in full fang, so to speak. Oh, right. Just let me get that food and water first, okay? Something to buffer the stomach a bit, you know? A thought hit me. Also, do you think it would be okay to wash up with water from that pump? Because a bit of cold water would probably be helpful right now.
Well, it's not a gift from a specific fae, and you're not drinking it, so it seems safe enough,
he allowed.
I get the impression there has to be some intention behind it on the fae's end.
Good, I said in relief, and crossed to the rustic sink. It was, as I had thought at first glance, a hand pump. I'd never used one before, but it wasn't exactly rocket science. There was an obvious handle. I plugged the sink with a cylinder of cork provided for that purpose and started pumping. It took a bit of work to fill it deep enough that I'd be able to cup my hands in it. When I did, it was to find the water unappealingly lukewarm. Fortunately, that was an easy fix for me these days. I focused a modest blast of cold anger past the vortex of swirling magic surrounding me. Nothing happened. I pictured Teague's smug fae face very clearly in my mind and tried again. Still nothing. I said. I might have a slight problem. Could you hand me one of the water bottles from Earth?
You know, I really don't like it when people use terms like slight problem in circumstances like these,
Leonidas murmured, but he did bring me the water. I looked at it, channeling a bit of power toward it. Frost crackled on the plastic. I looked at the sink. Still nothing. Without replying to him, I rushed to the door and unbarred it, stepping outside and focusing a strong ache of sadness at Jace's absence toward the bare patch of ground where Leonidas had stood outside the door and killed the vegetation. No resulting spray of dirt erupted from the ground. Closing my eyes, I drew on my memory of the fear I'd felt when a rifle round had slammed into Edward's body as he stood in front of me, directing the resulting power outward. The branches around me didn't so much as rustle. I opened my eyes to find Leonidas watching me as though he was worried I'd lost my marbles after all. I can't seem to affect fae, earth, air, or water, I told him. His eyebrows went up.
Oh, but it's not a problem with your magic, because you could still freeze the bottled water from Earth. That's interesting.
Interesting? I guess that's one way of putting it. It was freaking me the hell out, was what it was. Which probably didn't make a lot of sense, since I'd spent 30 years with no idea about magic, compared to barely 2 weeks since my new abilities began to manifest. Let's just hope they won't expect me to perform a demonstration of my powers for the court.
It seems unlikely,
Leonidas said.
Apparently getting to the gate in the first place was the test. And our guide seemed to be able to sense your magic without any showy displays. She knew right away when you made a barrier against Dine's power.
I relaxed a bit. Okay. As long as it won't affect what we came here to do.
Well,
Leonidas hedged.
Not gonna lie here. I was thinking it might come in useful if we had to fight our way out for some reason.
Yeah, sorry. That's really not helping, I told him, and trudged back inside to splash lukewarm water on my face and arms. Afterwards, I ate trail mix and jerky, my jaw aching from chewing the tough meat. I drank bottled water, frosty cold despite the lack of refrigeration in the Fay cottage, thank you very much. As my hunger and thirst waned, my physical exhaustion grew, making it harder to concentrate on keeping the protective vortex of magic spinning around me. Leonidas had been rummaging around the place as I ate.
Not much here beyond the furniture and some blankets for the bed. I couldn't find a cup for the blood, but if you'll give me that empty water bottle, I could probably...
Dine's magic was prickling at me through my protections, and frankly, I was pretty much done with this day. I reached out a hand imperiously. Look, just open a vein in your wrist and give it here, all right? It worked well enough with Rand's, and frankly, it might be a bit easier to swallow if I don't have to see what I'm drinking. I paused, realizing how that probably sounded. No offense. He blinked at me, and it occurred to me that while he'd seen me under some fairly shitty circumstances, he'd never really had to deal with me in full-on crabby bitch mode. After a moment, he rolled up his sleeve wordlessly. He'd ditched the long coat at some point while he was poking around the place, and I tried not to stare at the warm umber skin of a well-defined forearm.
It's possible I didn't fully think this through,
I realized, as he nicked the inside of his wrist with one razor-sharp fang and held it out to me. Since the alternative was looking like an idiot, I gamely steadied his arm with one hand and pressed my lips to the welling wound. His skin was cool, which I already sort of knew. However, having felt that coolness beneath my hands or cupping my face on a few occasions was entirely different than feeling it against my lips. The cut healed mere moments after he made it, and honestly, there hadn't been much blood clinging to it. I had a brief moment of concern regarding what sort of wounds he must have inflicted on himself to produce the kind of volume I'd been drinking the past few days. However, I was quickly distracted by the way in which the physical contact between us eased the sense of dying closing in on me. A moment later, I felt the telltale itch of healing skin between my breasts. I let go of him, feeling dying press around me once more. "Thanks," I said. "I'll, just go try and get some rest now, I guess." He cleared his throat.
Yes, good idea. I'll keep an eye on things and wake you if there's a problem.
"Right," I managed.
Right,
he echoed. Yup, hardly awkward at all. The light outside had been fading gradually, and there was no sign that the previous inhabitant had left behind candles or lamps for us. My recovering Boy Scout might have had something useful in his pack, but honestly, if I was going to bed and staying there, I didn't really need artificial light anyway. There was enough daylight left to fight my way out to the overgrown latrine and back, at which point I retired to the single bedroom and threw a couple of blankets from the wardrobe across the bed. I wavered over sleepwear for a few moments before deciding that I didn't really want underwires digging into my boobs all night, or my jeans leaving the impressions of seams pressed into my legs. Without my magic, if someone decided to storm in and kill us tonight, and if they managed to get past Leonidas, whether I was wearing underwear or not wasn't going to make a whole lot of difference to the outcome. I closed the door to change into the oversized pajama top I'd brought, which buttoned up the front and hit me at mid-thigh. Then I cracked the door open a few inches before returning to the bed in a wishy-washy, sort of private but sort of not gesture. The mattress was different than other mattresses I'd slept on during my life. I thought it might have been filled with eiderdown or something, and there definitely wasn't a metal spring coil to be found anywhere. The blankets smelled a teensy bit musty, but not horrible. I was pretty sure they were woven from natural fiber, possibly wool, but at least they weren't scratchy. It was almost completely dark. I lay on my back, fiddling with Mabel's necklace and trying to relax. The problem was, as soon as I started to doze, I also started to lose control of my protective magic. Silly me. I'd assumed that if I was safely asleep, Dine's magic wouldn't be able to hurt my mind. I'd neglected to realize that there was always going to be a transitional period between waking and sleeping. Over and over, I began to drift off, only to snap awake, gasping for air in response to the feeling of drowning, as Dine's power crashed through my flimsy barrier and swamped me. Each time I fumbled to set my magic spinning again before I was completely overtaken, my heart pounding double time. After what felt like an hour or two of this, it became apparent that I wouldn't be getting any sleep tonight. Not if I wanted to stay sane, anyway. Resigned to pulling an all-nighter before what was arguably one of the most important interviews of my life, I lay back, staring into the impenetrable darkness above me. I suppose I could have thrown on some clothes and gone out to sit in the dark with Leonidas, but given the current level of awkwardness between us, staying here and pretending to sleep seemed infinitely preferable. That decision struck me as completely reasonable for the next couple of hours, even as my fatigue continued to eat at me. By the time I realized I'd made a mistake, it was too late. Dine swirled over me, smothering me, and this time it wasn't because I'd started to doze. I was awake, but I was so thoroughly exhausted that when I jerked my attention to my pendant to strengthen the barrier around me, almost nothing happened. Life poured in, battering at me, but it wasn't the friendly, familiar kind of life from Earth. This life howled. It was angry. I flailed, not sure if I were doing so with my body or my mind. Either way, it was like a gnat's wings fluttering against a cyclone. A horrible, wheezing noise reached my ears as though from a distance, someone sobbing and hyperventilating at the same time. There were things in the dark with me, slimy things with teeth and tentacles itching to devour me and make me part of the maelstrom. A scream tried to escape my throat, but the only sound I heard was an ugly choking noise amongst the wheezing. Something was clawing at my neck. I only realized it was my own fingernails when my wrists were forced away and pinned to the bed by a strength I couldn't escape. I braced, waiting for the monsters to tear into me, but instead they cringed away, opening a bubble of space around me so I could breathe. Well, I say breathe. Sob hysterically might have been a bit more of an accurate description. The grip on my wrists loosened.
Vani, damn it, Vani.
I knew that voice, and I knew the aura of magic, like dark, calm water buoying me up, holding me above the monsters hiding in the depths. All semblance of pride gone, I lunged forward and buried myself against Leonidas' chest, clinging tightly as I tried to burrow into his magic and disappear.
Jesus.
His voice was hoarse as his arms closed convulsively around me. "I'm sorry," I gasped. "I couldn't sleep without dropping my barriers, and I tried to stay awake, but I was too tired, and I lost control of everything." I was babbling. "I'm okay now," I managed. "Your aura holds Dine's power at bay."
Vani, we need to get you out of here. Now.
His tone was grim, and maybe, possibly, just a tiny bit freaked out. "No!" I pushed back, far enough to see his eyes glowing violet in the dark, but not so far that I left the shelter of his aura.
You are choking and clawing at your own throat.
There was anger in his voice. At me. At the situation. I wasn't sure. I swiped at my face, trying to wipe away tear tracks as I dragged my emotions under control. I made a mistake. I knew I was losing my grip, but I tried to tough it out instead of going to you for help. There was a longish pause.
And that help,
he began, only to trail off. "I told you," I said shakily. "As long as I'm inside the boundary of your aura, Dine's magic can't seem to reach me.
Inside the boundary. Which means what, in terms of physical proximity?
He asked cautiously. I swallowed, my throat clicking, becoming aware of exactly how close we were. With effort, I focused on the flow of magic around me, mapping it out in my mind. It's, pretty big right now, actually. Maybe 3 feet or so in every direction. As I watched, the glow in his eyes dulled back to human, barely a glimmer in the darkened room. His aura retracted in tandem until Dine was once more licking at my back. I shivered. And it just got smaller when you stopped vamping out, I reported. Guess it's connected somehow. Immediately, the glow in his eyes returned, his aura mantling around me like protective wings. My heart gave a little pitter-pat, and I swallowed again. Thanks.
I still think we should get you out of here,
he said. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I know you do. But I'm not leaving. Yeah, I screwed up. But I'm new at this, and there isn't exactly a user's manual.
We're talking about your sanity,
he said. My voice hardened. We're talking about my son. I paused, pulling myself together. I can do this. I just might need a bit of help. Was I about to ask my vampire ex-boss to tuck me in and stay in my room to keep the nightmares at bay? Why, yes. Yes, I was.
You need sleep,
he said slowly.
Or you won't have enough focus to maintain your barriers tomorrow. And we'll be a lot farther away from the gate then, if things start to go wrong.
Yeah, I agreed. So, if there's any way you could keep watch tonight from in here, rather than out there... Surely there was some point at which a person reached a sort of awkwardness overload and the feeling burned itself out, right? Right? Maybe Leonidas beat me to it, or something. Because I felt the tension go out of his body on a sigh.
Sure. I guess I can do that.
The mattress shifted until he was sitting on top of the covers next to me, using the headboard as a backrest.
All right like this?
He asked. I shuffled onto my side with my back to him, carefully not touching him while also not getting too close to the howling magic of Dine beyond the edges of his aura. Yeah, thanks. Good night, I guess?
Or good morning. It's probably past midnight by now, actually.
I winced. Great. No matter what happened next, tomorrow was going to suck majorly. I should have told Leonidas to bring along Red Bull instead of bottled water. What was that saying? About hindsight being 20/20? I lay on my side in the dark, trying not to fixate obsessively on Dine's magic with my inner eye, while listening to the eerie absence of breathing behind me. You can sleep now, I tried to tell myself. No, seriously, I added a few minutes later. Sleep. Now. But my body clearly wasn't in sleep mode. As the minutes ticked by, one heartbeat at a time, it became obvious that, if anything, I was returning to panic mode. What if I couldn't hold it together tomorrow? What if I could, but there was no new information about Jace and the other kids? What if I hit a dead end, with no possible way of ever finding him? What if I'd lost my son forever? My breathing had gone ragged again, and the muscles in my neck felt like they were about to cramp from the unremitting tension. When a gentle hand landed on my shoulder, I nearly yelped. "24.
Hey, enough,"
Leonidas said.
"Seriously, Vani, you're killing me here. Just roll over and try to relax, okay?"
The light grip nudged me to lie on my front. I'd just drawn breath to apologize and to tell him that I was fine and not to worry, when both his hands closed on my trapezius muscles and squeezed. The sound that wrenched free of my lips in response was not an apology. It definitely wasn't reassurance. Instead, it was the kind of sound that probably would have earned big tips if I'd ended up staying in sex work. Preternaturally strong fingers kneaded my shoulders, pressing into the knots of tension that had been lodged there for weeks, if not months. It was deeply, inescapably painful, and simultaneously the best feeling I'd experienced in ages. My mind went momentarily, blissfully blank between one moaning breath and the next. Distantly, it occurred to me that this was weird, and I should probably say something. You know, probably. This was weird, right? Did I care? Leonidas' thumbs pressed into a cluster of nerves that sent hot tingles rippling outward from the point of contact. Nope. Apparently I did not, in fact, care whether this was weird or not. I made another phone sex operator noise, except I couldn't recall ever actually making that noise when I had been a phone sex operator. Had I been bad at my phone sex job? Shit. I probably had been. My brain gave me the mental equivalent of a bitch slap, and the annoying internal monologue faded into silence.
"You're one giant knot, and I'm guessing you've never had a massage in your life. Am I right?"
Leonidas said. I replied into the pillow. "No, He let out a soft snort and kept abusing my aching back muscles without mercy. Massages were one of those things that other women did. Karen from accounting paid $70 a pop for massages. Vani, the struggling teenage single mother, did not pay for massages. Good God, forget about the money. Where would I even have found the time? Thankfully, Leonidas didn't continue to quiz me about it. He didn't stop either. I was melting from the outside in, and it was a damned good thing his aura protected me, because the likelihood of me being able to concentrate well enough to focus magic right now was just about 0. It was around the time that his thumbs started rubbing up and down the tendons running along the back of my neck that I realized I might have a different problem. The movement ruffled the fine hair on my nape, making every nerve stand at attention. Maybe I should have seen this coming. My infrequent appointments with a hairdresser had historically been some of the few times I'd ever felt physically aroused, because yes, apparently I was some kind of a total weirdo. Fingers sliding through my hair, massaging my scalp. The sensation tingled its way down my spine, pooling at the small of my back, spreading liquid warmth outward. I let out a pathetic little whimper, suddenly, viscerally aware of exactly whose strong fingers were drawing these feelings from me. My breathing went ragged once again, but for a completely different reason this time. And in the next moment, ow, fuck! The hands jerked away, just as the first teasing hint of smoke hit my nostrils. Horror suffused me as I realized what had just happened. I started to roll away from him unthinkingly, intending to put space between us. A strong hand grabbed my upper arm just as I would have tumbled out of the protection of his aura and into Dine's invisible maelstrom. He grunted, slapping at the sleeve of his shirt with his free hand. I cringed and curled into a ball, hugging my knees as mortification flooded me. "Oh my God," I squeaked. "I am so incredibly sorry." The sound of slapping stopped, and I gathered the smoldering shirt sleeve had been successfully extinguished. Absolute silence descended over the bedroom for the space of several seconds before Leonidas broke it.
"So, I think I've just figured out what brings out your pyrokinetic abilities."
Another pause.
Should I be flattered?
I made a choked noise and hid my face against my knees. "Did I hurt you badly?" I asked, the words emerging muffled and indistinct. He sighed.
"I'm a vampire, Vani. It's already healed."
I looked up, trying to convince myself that because I couldn't see him in the dark, it meant he couldn't see me either. A lie, of course. I cleared my throat, my humiliation complete. "Right. So, we established the night you hired me as an escort that I'm really bad at sex, yeah? Well, in the last couple of weeks, let's just say I've taken my sexual incompetence to new heights."
"So when you get hot and bothered these days, it's literal?"
He deadpanned.
"Huh. Kinky."
I groaned, and briefly considered throwing my pillow at him. After almost setting him on fire, though, it seemed rude. "Please don't tease," I said instead.
"I'm sorry, Vani,"
he said immediately, and he did at least sound contrite. His hand loosened its grip on me, his weight settling next to me on the mattress as he sat back.
"So,"
he continued,
"I guess I was right about you not being on the ace spectrum then. Or at least, not very far down it. Which brings us back to the other hypothesis. A history of shitty bed partners."
"Are we seriously having this conversation while sitting in the dark inside a fairy cottage on an alternate world?" I asked.
Since I just got my arm hair singed off, it seemed relevant,
he replied. I buried my face in my hands, scrubbing at my eye sockets. "You're my boss," I muttered.
"Not since I sold the club,"
he said.
"I believe you'll find someone else signing the paychecks these days."
I looked at the deeper smear of darkness that was Leonidas sitting next to me, a sudden surge of anger and frustration hitting me. "So what? Are you going to remind me that your offer to show me what I've been missing still stands?"
"I was considering it, yes."
A harsh bark of laughter escaped me. "Still think you can succeed where so many others have failed? I'm frigid, for God's sake. Besides, it's not like this is really the time or place." The last sentence slipped out without my permission, because it implied, correctly, that I was thinking about a different time and place where I might say yes.
I still have real trouble wrapping my mind around the idea that you were in sex work,
he said mildly. I frowned into the dark. "Hey, if I'm not going to enjoy it anyway, I figured I might as well get paid for it. And it's not like I can't play the game." I sweetened my voice, becoming Morgan Lafleur, the saccharine southern vixen.
"Don't do that."
he said evenly, none of those things in his voice.
It's not the real you, and it's not remotely what I'm after, as I suspect you're well aware. It's late. We're alone. You're exhausted and freaking out. Frankly, you could use the endorphins, and I'd get enjoyment out of helping you experience something that everyone should have the option of experiencing, assuming they're interested. It doesn't have to mean anything beyond that. You already know I don't seek out sex for sentimental reasons.
It occurred to me that I couldn't recall Leonidas ever making a speech that long about anything before. "No," I muttered, knowing it was churlish. "I get it. You're only in it for the arteries."
Painfully accurate during the normal course of things,
he agreed.
But not in this case. There wouldn't be much point, since you'd take it right back from me in the morning.
I winced at the reminder of how much this man had been bleeding for me lately. "You really in that much of a hurry to be set on fire again?" I asked, aware that I was wavering, my anger and frustration fading, gradually replaced by the subversive little voice that had gotten me into trouble more than once over the years. What would it be like?
"That part's an easy fix,"
he said. My eyebrows drew together in the dark. "Is it?" I heard another sigh escape him.
"Look, are you okay to keep your barriers up without me for a couple of minutes?"
I dragged enough of my focus away from the conversation to feel out the magic swirling around me. Adrenaline from nearly roasting the man beside me had chased away my earlier weakness, at least temporarily. I set my magic spinning, confident that it was strong enough to keep dying at bay. "Yes," I said cautiously.
"Good,"
he replied.
"Stay here. I'll be right back."
I felt a tug as one of the blankets was pulled off the bed. I sat there, still huddled in a ball, wondering if I'd really just agreed to let my former boss, who was also a vampire, try to pop my orgasm cherry so I could fall asleep in the fairy realm of dying without losing my marbles. "Yeah, that sounds pretty crazy, all right," said my troublesome inner voice. "Maybe this is a dream. You should probably just go with it, okay?" I reminded myself that this was the same voice that had once assured me that having sex at 15 would be perfectly fine. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? Leonidas was back before I had a chance to really overthink things, at which point the prospect of thinking went straight out the door. He was carrying a lit candle in one hand and the tube of lotion I'd stuck in my pack in the other. Those weren't really the important points, though. The important point was that he'd shed his worryingly flammable earth clothing, and now wore nothing more than the borrowed fey blanket wrapped around his waist to cover his lower half. "25. Even with the blanket, there was still an awful lot of rich brown skin gleaming in the candlelight. I blinked. Was I staring? I was totally staring. Leonidas set the candle on the table next to the bed and popped the cap off the lotion, squirting some into his hand.
"Triggers?"
he asked, as though this whole thing weren't completely surreal.
"Anything you particularly don't like?"
"Men getting impatient?" I said blankly. "Name-calling and insults?" I was still staring. With difficulty, I dragged my eyes up from his pecs and abs to his face, feeling a sudden surge of empathy for every man who'd ever stared at my boobs while trying to hold a conversation with me.
"No danger of the latter,"
he said,
As for the former, I've always been a big fan of long journeys that lead to happy endings.
Oh, I said faintly. He chuckled. Had I ever heard him laugh before?
There now,
he said.
That wasn't so hard, was it? What did I tell you? Shitty bed partners. So, do you want to go again? Or are you done?
Are you fucking kidding me? I asked, aware that my words were slurring a bit around the edges. He thought I could do that twice? Like, without passing out first? The low laugh came again.
I think we've pretty well established that you're not, in fact, anorgasmic. One of the benefits of being a woman is that with a bit of patience, you can...
But whatever he was saying, I didn't really care. His voice was growing far away, like he was standing at the other end of a tunnel. I passed out between one word and the next, sliding into deep, dreamless sleep. "26. When I woke up, there were monsters lurking under the bed, and Leonidas was talking to a cat. "What?" I mumbled, trying to get my bearings. We were in Dine. It was light outside the window, but that light did nothing to dispel the howling magic of the Fey realm, lurking all around me beyond the protective boundary of Leonidas' vampire aura. The monsters weren't just under the bed. For me, they were everywhere. That didn't really explain the cat, however.
Good morning,
Leonidas said.
I'm trying to figure out if I'm talking to a genderless, shape-shifting fae, or someone's wandering pet. How are you feeling today?
I ran the words through my mind a couple of times, and decided I wasn't awake enough yet to deal with the first part. As for the second part, stretching cautiously, I tried to take stock. I was stark naked, curled on my side beneath the blanket, with Leonidas spooning my back on top of the blanket. Every joint and muscle ached, but I also felt like I'd been so deeply asleep that I hadn't so much as twitched for hours, and that was behind at least some of my stiffness. I remembered the wave of scorching euphoria, my first orgasm. Wow. Okay, there was a lot to unpack here, but most of it was going to have to stay in the suitcase for now. We were in the Fey realm, allegedly scheduled to argue my case before the Fey court today, and that trumped any sort of discussion regarding why the hell my vampire boss was so invested in my previously non-existent sex life in a way that very few other things could have. Also, there was the cat. It was big and black except for a diamond-shaped patch of white fur on its chest. The animal stared at me with almond-shaped green eyes from its perch on the foot of the bed, like it was silently judging me with its furry little cat brain. I licked my lips. Doing okay, I guess, all things considered. Thanks for, helping me get some decent sleep without losing my mind. Now, what's this about shape-shifting fae? The cat's sleek body blurred and morphed. I blinked, and a slender human woman sat cross-legged in its place. I blinked again. No. Wait. Definitely not human. And maybe not a woman? I wasn't quite sure. Guess that answers that question, I said faintly. Hello. Sorry about the whole being naked thing, I don't think we were expecting visitors yet."
"Are you the same Fae who visited Zora at her father's funeral?"
Leonidas asked.
"We've met before, haven't we?"
The androgynous figure rolled forest green eyes. Short black hair framed elfin features, pointed ears just visible through the thick locks.
"Do try not to be so dense, vampire. Of course I am."
The voice was clear and piping, like a child's.
"We've met twice before, and now I am to take you to the court."
I looked between them, trying very hard not to focus on the fact that I was nude beneath the blanket. Is there some subtext going on here that I should know about? Leonidas sighed.
"Our visitor is a cat-she. A Fae shapeshifter, like I said. The same one who showed up when Rand, Zora, and I were hiding out in the Caribbean after a group of Fae loyal to Caspian came after us. And again, at Zora's father's funeral. Not sure how any of that connects to this visit, though."
"I'm told the demon Nigella sent you here," said the cat-she. "Would you have come otherwise, vampire?"
Leonidas' eyes narrowed cautiously.
"Who told you that?" "And no, probably not."
"It doesn't matter. That is why I am here, to take you to the court as you have been bade."
I felt like I was missing some important parts of the conversation, but it was probably just my grogginess preventing brain cells from firing properly. "Okay, great," I said. "Could we, have a few minutes to get cleaned up and dressed? Sorry we weren't ready to go when you arrived. It's been kind of a rough night." Somehow, that adjective didn't adequately convey the reality of the last several hours, but I wasn't about to go into more detail with a complete stranger. The Fae eyed me with clear interest.
"Even among the adept, Dain's nature does not lend itself to safe slumber for humans. You were wise to bring along a vampire."
"You'll get no argument from me," I agreed easily. When the Fae showed no signs of moving, I cleared my throat. "So, dressing?" The cat-she frowned.
"Yes, dressing would be advisable before we leave."
Leonidas saved me.
"She's asking you to leave so we can wash and dress in private."
Realization dawned on the pixie-like face.
"Oh, I see. Human privacy taboos. Yes, I will wait outside. Come get me when you're ready."
Another ripple in reality, and the cat hopped down from the bed, trotting through the gap in the bedroom door with its tail held high. "Isn't the door barred?" I asked, bemused.
"Yep,"
Leonidas agreed.
"Probably best to not ask too many questions. We've got enough to worry about already. Got your shields up?"
Throughout the entire bizarre encounter, he hadn't budged from his place at my back. I had to quash a little voice in my head that wished he'd stay there permanently. God help me, the last thing I needed was to get stupid over him just because he'd given me a pity orgasm last night. The little voice snorted derisively. "Yeah, because your feelings were totally objective and rational before that." "Shut up," I told the voice. My pendant still hung at my throat. I made sure that my barrier was swirling strongly around me before straightening away from Leonidas' loose embrace. "Yes, I'm good to go." I swallowed. "And, thanks again for last night."
"It was my pleasure, Vonnie,"
he said.
"Finally, having a life-sucking undead black hole of an aura is useful for something."
Apparently, the offhand comment from our Fey guide about the nature of vampires yesterday had really hit a nerve with him. "I didn't just mean the aura thing, you know," I said. His expression softened almost imperceptibly.
"Still my pleasure. Now go on and wash up in the sink. You're the sweaty one here, not me."
"Ha ha," I said flatly, even though he was 100% right about that. I washed and dressed quickly, grabbing a bite to eat and drink from our supplies while Leonidas took his turn washing at the sink and donning clothes. To save time, I once again went straight to the arterial source for my morning vampire blood tonic. Somehow, pressing my lips to the gouge in his wrist didn't seem quite so awkward today as it had yesterday. Within 20 minutes, we were leaving the little cottage to rejoin our native guide. I couldn't help noticing that the door was, in fact, still barred. It bugged me considerably until I realized in an oh-duh moment that as a cat, the Fae had probably hopped up on a windowsill, getting in and out that way. The she, back in humanoid form, eyed the spreading circle of blackening plant life around Leonidas' feet with distaste, but said nothing about it. At least not directly.
"People might be alarmed at the presence of a vampire in the heart of the city. I will take you into the court building through a back entrance."
I opened my mouth to ask how far away we were from the city, only to snap my jaw shut abruptly. The Fae flipped a careless gesture of one hand toward the path ahead of us, and a fiery oval burned its way into the air. The interior of the unlikely-looking manifestation was shrouded in mist. I couldn't see the rest of the forest through it.
"That will never be anything other than disconcerting as hell,"
Leonidas muttered. The Fae scowled at him.
"Do not invoke the demon realm to describe my magic vampire."
He only raised an eyebrow.
"For humans, it's just an expression, you know."
"You are not human."
His lips turned down.
"And I, of all people, should know better. Yeah. Old habits. But before we leave, I need to ask you something."
"Then ask."
The she sounded mildly impatient.
"While I'm here, I need to find information about a Fae who might be a prisoner on Dyne."
"I cannot help you with such information,"
the shapeshifter said, frowning. Leonidas sighed.
"Can you point me to someone who could?"
"Perhaps,"
said the she, and I wondered if all Fae were so infuriating to deal with. I fidgeted impatiently. "Look, are we doing this or what? Is that thing one of those travel portals Zora tried to tell me about? We step through and we're somewhere else?"
"That is correct, Adept. I will take you to the court as I have said I would. Come."
The she gestured for us to follow, before stepping through the hole in reality and disappearing. My gaze slid to meet Leonidas, a question in my expression.
"It's safe,"
he said.
"The portal part, at least. There are no guarantees about what we'll find waiting for us on the other end."
I nodded, and settled my pack more securely across my shoulders. With a deep breath, I stepped through, Leonidas following right behind me. It was like a slightly less nauseating version of the gate between Earth and Dyne. At least I didn't feel as if I was going to faint or lose my lunch this time, though I still stumbled when I encountered cobbles beneath my feet instead of grass. Leonidas reached out to steady me, but I waved him off. Just as had happened when Nigellus dragged me through space with his demonic teleportation abilities, I was someplace entirely new. This was obviously the city, though even here the choking plant life was taking over. What parts of the nearby buildings were still exposed reminded me of Gothic architecture from photos of old European cities. Mostly, though, The details were obscured by vines dripping with giant leaves and blooms so large a child could have crawled inside to play hide-and-seek. Except for a couple of guards standing by the doors to the nearest building, the area around us seemed deserted and out of the way, presumably the back entrance to the place, as the cat she had said. The two guards looked at us warily as the she's magic portal snapped closed behind us. Our escort walked up to them fearlessly.
"They are expected,"
said the shapeshifter. The guard on the right gave us another hostile look, but after a moment he dipped his head to the cat she and opened the door.
"Follow,"
the she ordered, glancing at us with large green eyes. We followed, my skin prickling as I sidled past the scowling guards. Unlike the little cottage where we'd stayed last night, the inside of this massive building had not been spared from the encroaching jungle. What I had briefly taken for an incredibly gaudy carpet was, in fact, moss, dotted with tiny white flowers amongst the soft blue-green. Vines hung from the ceiling and had completely taken over the banister of a massive staircase dominating the central atrium. I stared, open-mouthed, trying to take in the bizarre surroundings. For the first time, I really started to feel like I was enmeshed in a fairy tale. I could picture some medieval bard trying to describe this place, a towering cathedral devoured by Dine's hungry life. Nervously, I strengthened the whirlwind of earthly magic surrounding me. The she led us to a pair of massive, intricately carved double doors flanked by more guards. Again, the other fae deferred to the little shapeshifter after exchanging a few words, dipping their chins in acknowledgement and opening the way for us. The space beyond was echoing. My first rushed impression was that a church and a courtroom had a baby together, and that baby got eaten by a jungle. The she led us along a central aisle, with overgrown bench seating on either side. Through the vines and leaves, I caught glimpses of people seated there. The room didn't appear to be packed, but there were a significant number of spectators present. At the front, a raised dais that was separated into two sections dominated the space. Each half held the sort of long wooden desk and seating that judges used back on Earth. A dozen or so regal-looking women sat on the right side, and a dozen or so haughty men sat on the left. All of them looked down on us as we approached.
"Honored court, I bring the vampire and the human adept before you, as agreed,"
said our escort. The woman in the centermost seat on the female side rose. She was stunningly beautiful, with a riot of red curls pinned artfully in place and held up with an emerald tiara. Her pale features were simultaneously delicate and haughty as she examined us.
"Thank you, citizen," she said. "Your task is complete."
The cat she gave an abbreviated little half-bow and shifted form, the cat trotting away to find a seat amongst the flora. I turned back to the court, trying to get a feel for the individuals comprising it. From what I'd been able to piece together, the men made up the unseelie court, and the women the seelie court. Collectively, the two sides formed the fae court. I had no clue if this was all of them, or if only some of the members showed up on any given day to do their courtly duties, whatever those were. Under the circumstances, it seemed unlikely I'd be learning the answer. It wasn't the sort of question I felt comfortable blurting out, and in the end, it probably wasn't important to what I was here for. I had no idea what the protocol was in a place like this. Were we supposed to speak first? It seemed safer to wait for them to go first, and apparently Leonidas agreed with that assessment. We stood silently under the regard of 24 pairs of arrogant eyes until beads of nervous sweat began to form on my brow. Eventually, the woman spoke, sounding resigned.
"So, it is true, then."
One of the unseelie shifted in his seat, meeting the woman's eyes.
"Of course it's true,"
he said waspishly.
"Have we not shared the reports from Earth that the last vampire has been reproducing?"
He spat the last word out as though it tasted bad.
"Indeed,"
said the woman, eyeing the spreading dead patch of plants around Leonidas. "Still, one always likes to have independent confirmation. So, vampire, we have allowed you here today that we might discuss the future." I ground my teeth, not pleased at having been immediately relegated to the status of nameless sidekick. Still, I'd known on some level that getting here might require subterfuge about our true motives. If they were more interested in Leonidas, I would hang back for now and see what direction the conversation took.
"As long as we also have the opportunity to discuss the present, I'm amenable to that,"
Leonidas said.
"What, exactly, did you want to talk about?"
The female fae seated herself, folding her hands in front of her. "As you are no doubt aware, your existence poses somewhat of a conundrum, given the treaty between the fae and the demons. We would like to address that conundrum, to prevent, shall we say, misunderstandings in the future." Leonidas looked irked.
"Misunderstandings. Was there or was there not a specific provision in the treaty regarding the creation of new vampires?"
The woman raised a gracefully arched brow. "There was not. Hence the conundrum. It's clear now that this lack was an oversight on our part. At the time, the presumption was that the last surviving vampire would not care to risk his future offspring to our weapon." It was odd, maybe even a bit creepy, to think of Leonidas as being Rand's offspring. But I supposed for vampires you could look at it like that. Knowing that Rand's had only turned Leonidas in a last-ditch attempt to save his friend's life, I could imagine how conflicted he must have been. Watch Leonidas die, or make him a vampire, knowing that he wouldn't want it, and knowing that the Fae had a weapon that could kill him anyway, like it apparently killed all the other vampires.
"For what it's worth,"
Leonidas said,
"it's not as though I asked for this. I've got no interest in your war or your treaty. And now that I've managed to neutralize the demon who bound my soul, I've got no interest in hell either."
Good one, I thought. Way to sneak the demon-slaying into the conversation. The Fae regarded him with more interest, and I could make out murmuring from the spectators. The Seelie woman tilted her head, assessing. "In that case," she said, "you should have no problem agreeing to our terms." I felt Leonidas tense beside me.
"That depends an awful lot on what those terms are."
"You will not fight against the Fae for hell, or raise more vampires for the demon's army," she said, still watching him closely. There was a beat of silence, and I held my breath.
"I'm willing to agree to that,"
he replied.
"And in return, we won't kill you where you stand,"
said the male Fae, the same one who'd spoken earlier. A shiver ran through me as I began to appreciate the true degree of danger Leonidas had faced coming here. I also started to worry how I might be able to bring up Jace, the real reason I was here.
"How generous,"
Leonidas said, not hiding the irony in his tone. "We will, of course, require your agreement to be magically bound," said the woman. "Elfrida will see to that now." I looked between Leonidas and the Fae on the platform, alarmed. Leonidas' jaw was clenched tight, a tendon ticking at the corner. Another Seelie woman stood, this one gray-haired, though still regal. "Wait!" I said. The word jerked from me. Why is he the only one getting bound? What about your side of the bargain? And what did being bound even mean in this context? The unseelie Fae sneered at me.
Fae do not lie, human. Unlike night-crawling scum.
I glared right back at him. Yeah, and you agreed not to kill him where he stands. I notice you didn't say a thing about what happens after he leaves. Leonidas' hand closed around my wrist, a quelling gesture.
Leave it, Vani,
he said under his breath. "27. The female Fae laughed, the sound both light and unexpected.
Oh, dear. This one has a degree of perspicacity, Oren. Fear not, child. If I intended to see your companion staked through the heart with silver, I would not bother with the binding. My honorable colleagues have a different use for him than death, it seems."
And that was pretty much the opposite of reassuring. But Leonidas still gripped my wrist in warning, and I supposed if the Fae really wanted him dead at this juncture, they wouldn't have put us up for the night and invited us here to their seat of power. He gave a final squeeze and let me go, straightening his shoulders.
Go ahead and do it, then,
he said. The Seelie Fae nodded.
Thank you, Elfrida.
With that, the older woman closed her eyes and started murmuring words I couldn't understand. I could feel them, though, twisting through the air, gaining power from dying itself before they wrapped around Leonidas' body and sunk beneath his skin. He let out a sharp breath, but did not react otherwise.
"It is done,"
said the red-haired Seelie.
Fine,
Leonidas replied tightly.
Now there's another matter we need to discuss.
Indeed there is, said Oren. You claim to have overcome a demon. As everyone here knows, there is only one way to accomplish such a feat.
Dismemberment and encasement in salt to slow their regenerative powers. Yes,
Leonidas said, like that wasn't a completely horrific concept.
Quite, said Oren. You will tell us where the body parts of the demon Miriel are hidden.
I will,
Leonidas said,
if you agree to answer this human's questions about missing children on Earth in return, and if you vow not to use the knowledge I give you to in any way speed Miriel's recovery.
Speed the demon's recovery? Rather the opposite, I should think,
the Seelie leader said dryly.
And that seems a reasonable accommodation. The successful removal of even a single demon from the field of play is quite an impressive accomplishment indeed.
My heart sped up at the realization that I might finally be getting answers to my questions. Fae can't lie, I reminded myself.
Very well,
said Leonidas.
Parts of Miriel are packed in bags of salt in the following locations, scattered around the earth.
It was all I could do not to hold my breath as he rattled off places located across the globe, as desperate as I was to get to the part about Jace and the other children. One of the Unseelie jotted down notes on what looked like a piece of honest-to-God parchment while Leonidas spoke. When he was finally finished, the court members murmured amongst themselves for several moments.
Your information is useful,
said the Seelie leader.
You may have your human ask her questions.
I swallowed my instinctive reaction to the "you're human" comment. This was my chance. My son has been taken by the Unseelie, I said, schooling my voice not to shake, along with a bunch of other children from Earth. I want him back. We want all of them back. and damn it, my voice was trembling, despite my best efforts. The Fey woman frowned, looking at Leonidas.
Does she speak of the tithe?
Perhaps something can be arranged regarding her offspring, though not for the others.
There is precedence for it when a human parent has magic, though not often, and not recently.
No, I'm not talking about the tithe, I flared. No, that's horrible enough. My son is 14 years old, and the other children are older as well. What do you know about this? I need answers. If anything, the Seelie appeared confused.
I know nothing of such a thing, Adept. The tithe takes only infants. Your courage in coming here to seek your lost son does you credit, but I fear I cannot help you.
They can't lie. My heart sank as I prodded around the edges of her answer, looking for chinks and finding none. Then I caught my breath, my gaze flying to the sneering, unseelie Oren. You, I said, where is my son? Where are the other children? But he only stared down at me like I was dirt on his shoe.
The Seelie have answered you already. The Unseelie do not acknowledge interrogation by humans or Nightwalkers.
I gaped at him. But you agreed to answer my questions in exchange for information about the demon.
My counterpart agreed,
he replied in a bored tone.
Besides, I requested all of the locations of the demon's remains. I received only some of them. Given the degree of hatred the vampire clearly holds for this demon, there would have been considerably more pieces than described.
I turned my expression of disbelief on Leonidas. The vampire's face didn't so much as twitch, but his lack of an immediate disavowal was telling.
We are done here,
Oren said, gesturing in the direction of the cat-she.
Remove them.
The cat hopped down from a bench and trotted up to us, tail twitching expectantly. But that couldn't be it. Had I really just risked my sanity and Leonidas' life for this? Sorry we don't know anything about it. Bye now. I was too shell-shocked to immediately protest, and then Leonidas had me by the arm. I drew breath to say something unwise, something that would probably get both of us into trouble. He squeezed sharply.
Not in here,
he said, the words pitched for my ears alone.
Let's get outside. Then we'll regroup. We're not finished yet.
In my distraction and emotional upheaval, Dine's magic was howling at the edges of my barriers. That was probably what allowed Leonidas to hustle me out of the court, following the twitching black tail of the fey cat trotting ahead of us. By the time I'd managed to strengthen my shields enough to banish the howling madness around me, we were exiting the building by a different set of doors than the ones we'd come in earlier. Outside was a much larger plaza area, and unlike the sheltered back entrance, I could see Fae walking here and there on the main road beyond. Much of the plaza had minimal plant life compared to most of what I'd seen of Dine, perhaps because it was paved in stone and routinely trampled by the passage of many feet. There was, however, a particularly gnarly-looking tangle of thorny plants near the center of the open space. A statue, perhaps, or a fountain, with plant life taking advantage of the water supply. The cat-she led us in that direction, and I took a moment to wonder why we were leaving by the main door when it had allegedly been so important to enter from the back so we wouldn't freak out the citizens. Mostly, though, I was focused on running through possible next steps to get the answers that had just been denied to me. Between that and keeping my shields from collapsing due to my own distraction, I was taken by surprise when Leonidas came to an abrupt halt as the cat led us past the overgrown fountain or statue or whatever it was.
Oh, hell no,
he breathed, the tightly restrained rage in his tone prickling the hair on the back of my neck. I whirled to see what was wrong, only to stagger back a step as my adrenaline spiked at the same time my gorge rose. I gasped, my vision wavering for a moment as I locked my knees, barely remembering to hold my barrier steady at the same time. There was a man, or rather a fae, trapped in the tangle of plant life covering the raised stone plinth I'd taken for public art. His body hung limp, naked from the waist up. He had the look of all the male fae I'd seen so far, with exquisite bone structure and long hair, though his was lank and matted, bleached almost to whiteness. Tattoos snaked up his chest, spreading from a single point above his navel like upside-down tree roots. He'd been crucified. A crown of rusty spiked metal circled his forehead, trails of dried blood dripping down from it. A thin iron collar, also spiked, hung around his neck. But the most horrible part, the most sickening, mind-twisting part, was the way he was suspended. Giant, living thorns pierced his arms, torso, and legs like pins holding a butterfly. There were dozens of them, many as long as my arm. More blood dripped from the places he'd been pierced. I looked around wildly, struck by the sudden notion that the cat-she must have led us this way specifically so we would see the tortured fae as we passed. But our escort had disappeared without a trace, leaving not so much as a stray whisker behind. None of the other fae in my field of view seemed to be giving the grisly tableau much notice, beyond casting occasional curious glances in our direction. No one else was nearby. We'd been abandoned here alone with the sad, suspended body. Alone in the Fae City, with no way to get back to the gate and to Earth. "What?" I croaked, only to shake my head and try again. "Why? Why would they do this?" Was this man some kind of criminal? Was this the equivalent of sticking someone in the stocks in the middle of the town square? Good God! These same creatures had my son! Leonidas had stood frozen while these thoughts rushed through my head. Now he lunged forward, ignoring the thorns tearing at clothing and flesh as he leapt onto the raised plinth.
God damn it!
He reached out a hand, closing it around the tortured fae's shoulder.
Albigard!
The puzzle pieces slammed into place hard enough to shatter something inside me. Albigard. Leonidas' fae acquaintance. His friend. Who'd returned to Dine and disappeared, presumed imprisoned or dead. Dear God. The fae's eyes snapped open, and I stumbled back another step, shocked. Like the cat-she's, his eyes were vibrant green, the same shade as Teague's, the same shade as Oren's. Bloodshot and unfocused, they wavered for a moment before fixing on Leonidas. I could scarcely credit that he was still alive, considering the horrific injuries the thorns had inflicted.
"Get this iron off me,"
he grated, his voice every bit as rusty as the metal crown and collar he was wearing. The slight movement of his chest as he forced out the words was enough to send fresh blood trickling from the places where the thorns impaled him. In that instant, I knew with utter certainty that we were about to try and rescue him, despite the blatant foolhardiness of such an attempt. We were in a public square, far from safety or the possibility of escape, with no allies. Already some of the fae passing by on the road were stopping and pointing, their attention caught by Leonidas climbing onto the plinth. The vampire clenched his jaw and ripped the spiked iron crown from Albigard's head. I climbed onto the other edge of the plinth, out of reach of most of the thorns, but still close enough to see that the collar was welded shut and had no clasp or hinge. Leonidas grasped it in both hands. My memory was instantly transported back to the barred gate across the entrance to the mound of the hostages in Ireland. Had it really only been yesterday? Rather than trying to pick the padlock holding it shut, Leonidas had torn the metal latch from the stone with a single yank. He braced, the muscles of his shoulders bulging as he jerked the collar open, cracking it in two. Albigard let out a cry that was half a sob as the spikes pulled free of his neck, his breath subsiding into wheezing gasps. Leonidas hurled the broken pieces away, his hands running over the nearest thorn, piercing the fey, looking for a way to remove it. The vicious plant blackened under his touch, but did not bend or break. "Don't!" Albigard's agonized rasp froze Leonidas' movements instantly.
"I'm sorry,"
the vampire said.
"but we need to."
But the fey's pain-filled gaze had landed on me, staring as though he could look straight through me. My breath caught.
"Adept,"
he croaked.
"My earring. Take it. A gift. For you."
I was confused for only a moment before his intent registered. He was fey, and he wanted me to accept a gift. "What happens if I accept a fey gift?" I'd asked Edward when we were planning this crazy expedition.
"You give the fey who gifted it to you a connection to your soul," he'd told me. "Depending on their particular aptitudes, that could mean the ability to track you anywhere you go, or even to summon you. Since you have magic, it could also extend to draining your power to bolster theirs."
Albigard wanted to draw magic from me to free himself. Would it work? Was I nuts to even consider it? This was Leonidas' friend. He'd cared enough about this fey to come to Dyne, where vampires were feared and hated, just so he could try to find out what had happened to him. And what had happened to him was horrendous. I could not leave a good man to be tortured like this, not if I wanted to live with myself afterward.
"Albigard,"
Leonidas said warningly.
"Don't even think about."
I lunged forward, careless of the thorns tearing at my jacket, and plucked the emerald earring from Albigard's pointed ear.
"Vani, what the hell?"
Leonidas snapped. Jumping down from the platform, I pulled the plain gold stud from my left ear and let it drop, replacing it with the simple hook of the gifted fey earring. "I accept your gift," I told the trapped man. "So, please try not to kill me, all right? I have a son."
"Jesus fuck."
Leonidas dropped down after me, as livid as I'd ever seen him, but it was already too late.
"Albigard, I swear to God."
Albigard's lips drew back in a smile or a snarl, revealing canines that might not have been as impressive as a vampire's fangs, but that were still noticeably sharper than human. His eyes landed on me again, narrowing. I could hear shouts of alarm coming from the guards in front of the building we'd just left.
"Open your focus, Adept,"
Albigard said.
"Draw from Dyne."
I caught my breath, but I couldn't draw from Dyne. I was human. Dyne's magic would destroy me. I opened my mouth to warn him of that, but before the words made it out, there was an almighty wrenching sensation inside of me, and all of my magic was just gone. It was gone, leaving me no defense against the howling maelstrom of the Fey realm. I yelped in surprise, scrabbling for my pendant as though it could somehow save me. Distantly, I was aware of Leonidas cursing, of guards shouting and running toward us.
"Draw from Dyne,"
Albigard had said. Panicked, and with no other real option, I focused on funneling Dyne's magic through the pendant, rather than simply letting it crash over me like a tsunami. The wrenching draw from somewhere else came again, vacuuming up the raw power as fast as I could drag it through the garnet necklace. It burned as it passed through me. Leonidas slammed into the first guard that came at us, both of them going down in a tangle of limbs. I swayed on my feet, my vision tilting crazily. Albigard growled, glowing light pouring from the wounds where the thorns pierced him. I squinted against the glare, watching as the plants holding him suspended began to recede, shrinking away from the power streaming out of him. Perhaps it was my wavering vision, but it almost looked like his tattoos were moving, crawling across his skin like snakes. I fell to my knees on the unforgiving cobbles, still clutching Mabel's pendant. It felt like being in a hurricane, as if I was one of those TV weather forecasters being blown sideways as they tried to stay in front of the camera. I couldn't focus on what the brutal magic pouring through me might be doing to my body. If I did, I'd panic and immediately be consumed whole. Leonidas threw off the guard he was grappling with and leapt toward me almost faster than I could follow. An instant later, he had his arms wrapped around me, pulling me against him. He was trying to shelter me beneath his aura, I realized distantly. But this time, it wasn't helping. With the force of Dine's magic focused tightly through my pendant, and with Albigard pulling from the other side, the power cut right through his protection, not even slowing down. "Albigard!" he roared, clutching me like he was afraid I'd be torn apart. Through watering eyes, I saw the Fae fall free of the retreating thorns, landing on bare feet and dropping to one hand and one knee. With a roar of his own, he staggered upright and flung an arm toward the guards bearing down on us. The armed Fae were instantly blown backward by a blast of elemental magic, thrown to the ground. Albigard whirled toward us clumsily, gesturing in the air with a circular motion. A portal burned into existence right next to us. "Go!" he shouted, and Leonidas scooped me up, launching both of us through the tear in reality. My stomach turned over as our surroundings changed, and Leonidas skidded to a halt with me still in his arms. Past the screaming vortex of magic pouring through me, I vaguely recognized the hill leading to the gate to Earth. 24 shocked guards stood in front of us, their hands scrabbling for weapons as they gaped at the unexpected entrance. Albigard stalked through the portal, which snapped closed behind him. An eerie wind lifted the matted tangles of his hair until they floated around his head like snakes. With a forceful gesture, he slammed his hands downward. The ground beneath us rippled, making Leonidas stagger and sending the guards sprawling. Vines snaked upward from the dirt with unnatural speed, winding around the Fae guards' limbs and trapping them. Albigard prowled past us to the shimmering veil that formed the gate to Earth seen from this side. Still drawing power from me, he slapped his palm against the wavering barrier and muttered words beneath his breath. The veil parted around his hand. We slipped through the gap an instant later and fell into darkness. Bile rose in my throat at the dizzying transition, and when we landed on Earth, my ears rang with the sudden lack of Dine's howling power pouring through me. The garnet pendant cracked in my hand with a sound like breaking glass. I whimpered, feeling as though someone had been pumping acid through my veins. "Quickly," Albigard wheezed, as the fire hose of magic pouring out of me and into him abruptly cut off. Another portal wavered into existence in the near blackness of the mound of the hostages. Leonidas lunged through the sputtering oval of fire, holding me with one hand and dragging Albigard along with the other. It was horrible. I felt as though I was being stretched like toffee and twisted into a knot at the same time. Leonidas' feet hit something solid, and we jarred to a stop. The portal collapsed with a sharp snap behind us. My vision spun crazily, and I dimly recognized the entry hall of Leonidas' penthouse apartment. A dull thump drew my fractured attention to the space beside us, where Albigard had just collapsed to his knees. My stomach turned over, and I leaned frantically to the side, just in time to vomit all over Leonides' pristine, marble-tiled floor. "28. Leonides hauled me to the nearest chair and poured me into it. Then he patted down my jacket pockets until he found the flask of vampire blood he'd given me earlier and pulled it out.
"Drink this,"
he ordered.
"No arguments."
He pushed the flask into my shaking hands before turning back to the entryway, where Albigard still huddled in a heap, panting sharply. I heard the Fae groan as Leonides levered him upright and dragged him to the sofa across from me, lowering him onto it. When he was settled on his side, still breathing raggedly, the vampire rounded on both of us.
"Okay. What the actual fuck?"
he snarled. And, oh yeah, Leonides was pissed at us. I immediately became very interested in the flask, holding my breath and cautiously tipping it up to my lips. Unfortunately, if I'd thought blood was hard to choke down in the normal course of things, it was 10 times as bad right after you'd puked. I gagged on the first swallow, barely choking it down. Albigard looked up at Leonides through the veil of his tangled hair, dark smudges of exhaustion heavy beneath his eyes.
"It worked, did it not?"
he rasped.
"I failed to see the issue."
I screwed up my face and managed another couple of swallows from the flask, feeling the vampire blood begin to do its work on my ravaged body.
"The issue,"
Leonides echoed in disbelief.
"You son of a—"
He cut himself off abruptly, pinching the bridge of his nose between his thumb and forefinger.
"Can they follow us here?" "They cannot trace the portal, but this is hardly a surprising choice of bolt hole."
The room fell into silence, broken only by Albigard's pained breathing. I tilted the flask back, forcing down the final mouthful.
"Jesus Christ."
Leonides' hand dropped.
"Well, it's not like you're going anywhere in this state. Oh, call Rands, I guess."
"Oh, good,"
Albigard deadpanned.
"My day is complete."
Apparently, Leonides hadn't been kidding about Albigard being a bit of an asshole. If I didn't still feel like I'd been run over by a truck, I would probably be worrying more about the fact that I'd given him a connection to my soul, whatever the hell that even meant. Mostly, though, I was stuck on the fact that we were back on Earth, and I hadn't learned a damned thing of use about Jace or the other missing kids. That alone was enough to make me wonder where I'd find the strength to ever get out of this chair. Leonides muttered something under his breath and disappeared, presumably to retrieve a phone, since ours were sitting in a locked car in a gift shop parking lot in Ireland. He came back a few moments later, wearing a disgruntled expression.
"No answer from either him or Zora,"
he said.
"They're not at the hotel."
My stomach sank. Because there was only one other person I could think of to call, and I really wasn't ready to talk to him right now. "Len used to be an EMT, I mumbled.
"Good point,"
Leonides mused, his gaze cutting to Albigard for a moment.
"Shit. This ought to be interesting."
He dialed and lifted the phone to his ear a moment later as Len picked up.
"Len, I need you at the penthouse. And if you've got any medical supplies, bring them. Where are you?"
An instant later, he jerked the phone several inches away from his face. I could make out the sound of indistinct yelling over the speaker, and I winced.
"Len,
Leonidas' sharp voice cut across the angry shouting.
She's here. All right. She's not physically hurt.
Which I supposed was technically true after the vampire blood.
Just get over here as quick as you can, all right?
He ended the call, cutting Len off mid-rant. I capped the empty flask and set it on the floor before leaning my elbows on my knees and burying my face in my hands. "This is going to end badly, isn't it?" I asked, knowing that there was a decent chance I'd manage to pour gasoline all over my friendship with Len and set fire to it. Again, Leonidas shot a glance at Albigard, who lay curled on his side with his eyes shut.
You don't know the half of it.
By the time Len arrived at the penthouse, Leonidas had cleaned up the puddle of my vomit, and I'd managed to stagger to the bathroom to rinse out my mouth and splash water on my face. I was back in my chair, glumly reassessing every single life choice I'd ever made when Leonidas let Len in. He stalked into the living room with a first aid kit tucked under his arm, his gray eyes snapping fire. I cringed a bit when his thunderous expression landed on me, but his gaze slid past me an instant later as his attention caught on the shirtless Fae bleeding all over Leonidas' nice white sofa. Len's face went abruptly blank.
No. No way.
Albigard's eyes snapped open and widened.
You,
he snarled, his lip curling in an expression of disgust. He rolled to his feet, swaying unsteadily as he glared daggers at Leonidas.
How dare you bring this creature into my presence?
The Fae took a single aggressive step forward before his eyes rolled up in his head and he collapsed to the carpet, unconscious. Len stared at the limp heap on the floor for a long moment.
Well, fuck.
"15 minutes later, Leonidas and Len had returned Albigard to the sofa. They'd removed his blood-stained leather trousers, and Len threw a towel over his groin as a nod to modesty. "So," I asked, "you two know each other, I take it?"
You and me aren't on speaking terms right now, Red,
he replied, without looking up from the sluggishly bleeding wound in Albigard's side, one of many where the thorns had pierced him. "Where are Zora and Rance?" I tried.
Atlantic City, probably,
he muttered, still not looking away from his reluctant patient. Leonidas' gaze landed on him sharply.
What? Your partner in crime over there collared me right before you two left,
Len said, biting off the words.
Told me to call Zora if something went wrong while you were playing nice with a demon, and that she'd check in by text twice a day without fail until you both got back safely. Then she texted from the airport to say you were going to some undisclosed location with no cell service, and to ask Zora to take over the search for Jace if I didn't hear from her within a week. Obviously, I called Zora the minute I got the damned message.
Leonidas raised an eyebrow at me. I narrowed my eyes. "Hey, you might have been fine with disappearing and having no one know where we were or when we might be back, but I wasn't. I needed someone to take over the search if we got captured or killed. I refused to feel guilty about that."
You think I didn't have a backup plan in place before we left?
He asked mildly. I stared at him, incredulous. "Well, let's see. Since you didn't tell me you had a backup plan in place, no, I fucking didn't." Len appeared to be doing an impressive job of ignoring us as he lifted Albigard's arm to examine another of the holes left by the thorns. The Fae chose that moment to gasp awake, his fingers closing around Len's wrist, quick as a snake.
"Unhand me,"
he growled. Len grimaced, tugging against the grip.
"How about I punch you in the fucking face again instead?"
he shot back. And yeah, there was definitely some backstory here that I was missing.
"Are these wounds going to kill you, asshole?"
Len asked, his wrist still trapped in Albigard's steely hold. Albigard sneered at him.
"Do I look like I'm dying, human?"
"You look like you've got penetrating wounds from being impaled through most of your major organs, and you should have dropped dead the moment it happened, but you obviously didn't."
"So if it's not going to kill you, then you can fuck right the hell off."
He jerked his hand away sharply and stood up.
"Get some rest and, I don't know, drink lots of water or something. Or maybe vampire blood if that shit even works on your kind."
Albigard's eyes narrowed.
"I would rather suffer these wounds 1,000 times over than drink the blood of a vampire." "Nice,"
Leonidas said, sotto voce.
"Yeah, cool. Have fun with that."
Len closed the first aid kit with a snap and picked it up.
"I'll leave you all to it then. At least until I can be in the same room with you and not want to shout obscenities the whole time. Tell you what, don't call me. I'll call you."
Guilt pressed a little tighter around my heart as he left without another word, the front door closing behind him with a decisive click. Silence reigned for a few moments, and then Albigard said,
"I must rest now. Afterward, though, we will talk."
"2 hours later, I sat staring at the broken pendant in my hand. I'd barely registered the crack of shattering crystal when we arrived, the garnet apparently overloading beneath the staggering amount of power that had been flowing through it. I'd found the missing shard beneath the little side table in Leonidas' entryway. The 2 pieces fit together seamlessly, but I could no longer feel the pendant magically, or use it to do anything. It was probably just as well that the realization had left me numb, since I wasn't sure what the lack of a focus would mean for my elemental powers. Would they be useless again? Or would they be out of control? I'd expected that Albigard would be out cold for the rest of the day and night, given his terrible injuries. So I was startled when he stretched beneath the cover we'd thrown over him and rolled into a sitting position, rubbing his hands over his face. The blanket fell to pool across his lap, exposing wounds that were no longer bleeding. Now they looked pink and puckered, like injuries that had been healing for days rather than hours. "You look better," I said listlessly. He only grunted in response. Leonidas had disappeared into his office once Albigard was resting comfortably. I figured he'd either been trying to get hold of Rands and Zora again, or maybe checking in with whomever he'd set up as his emergency backup plan. He must have heard the Fae stirring, because he appeared a moment later with a pile of clothing, which he dropped onto the couch.
"Right. Time for that talk,"
he said flatly.
"Indeed,"
Albigard replied, shaking out the folded trousers and throwing off his blanket. I looked away quickly, partly because of my prudish upbringing, but mostly because I was now painfully aware that without my pendant, I had very little defense against the effect that Fae tended to have on humans. A minute or so later, Leonidas' dry voice said,
"You can look now. He's decent. Or at least he's dressed. And I assume he knows that if he tries to roll your emotions, I'll punch him into next week."
I glanced up to find the Fae in a button-down shirt and tailored pants, looking oddly human. It took me a moment to realize that his pointed ears were now round, and his sharply swept brows were less obviously alien. I supposed that was one question answered. Apparently, Fae could indeed take on human appearance as a sort of disguise. He was examining me as well, his brow furrowed.
"Does she not possess the power to resist such influence?"
he asked. I frowned at him. "I'm right here, you know. You can speak to me directly. And yeah, I did, but—" I held up the broken chip of garnet.
"Ah,"
he said.
"May I see it? The necklace as well."
It was useless to me now, so I unclasped the chain and handed both items to him. He took the pieces in delicate fingers, positioning them together where the break had occurred. His forest-shadowed eyes slipped closed, and a flash of light so brief I thought I might have imagined it flared from the pendant. He handed it back to me, whole and with no hint that it had ever been broken. I stared at it in shock, before quickly squeezing my eyes shut and reaching out with my mind. The garnet hummed in resonance with my magical focus, just as it had before it had cracked. I opened my eyes. "Thank you," I breathed. Albigard merely shrugged.
"I will have need of it momentarily. That's all." The hell you will,"
Leonidas said.
"I get it. She was there, she was willing. You used her because it was the quickest option to get away from dying. But you're not going to keep using her now that you're free. That stops. Right now."
Albigard met his eyes and held them.
"I dare say you'll see things differently when you learn what I have to tell you."
Leonidas scowled.
"Well, what do you have to tell us?"
"At the moment, nothing at all. Because I'm under a warding spell that prevents me from speaking on the matter."
The Fae lifted his chin.
"I'll need her power, and your mesmerism to break it. And believe me when I say you do want to help me break it."
I caught my breath. "Is this to do with the children? With my son?" His tone turned dry.
"I couldn't possibly comment on the matter. Not currently, at any rate."
Leonidas turned to me.
"Vani, this is your call."
"Your power is still depleted, Adept,"
Albigard said.
"but you've drunk vampire blood, and that has replenished it to some degree. I will need to take all that you currently possess, but this time you have no need to maintain a magical barrier, since we're on Earth."
"Anything," I breathed. "I'll do anything it takes." He nodded, returning his attention to Leonidas.
"I will pull enough magic to snap the warding, but as I do so, you must order me to speak the words I'm forbidden to speak. Normally, I would overcome the pull of a vampire's power with relative ease, but for this, I will not resist you."
"If you say so,"
Leonidas replied. Albigard crouched in front of my chair, forming one point of a triangle that encompassed the three of us.
"Close your eyes, Adept."
I closed my eyes, and immediately felt the familiar wrenching sensation that heralded Albigard pulling magic from me. A moment later, Leonidas' voice, resonant with vampiric power, said,
"Albigard, tell us the thing you've been forbidden to say."
Something invisible in the atmosphere gave way with a sharp snap. My eyes flew open as the sense of Albigard drawing from me ceased abruptly. The Fae was breathing heavily, his head hanging in exhaustion. He looked up at us, his pupils dark and dilated.
"The Unseelie are stealing human children with magical abilities," he said. "They intend to use the young adepts as a ruling class on Earth, under their direct control. Once human civilization has been subjugated and your technology destroyed, the court will move to your world.
fleeing the deteriorating magical conditions undying. Humans will become slaves of the Fae.
Utter silence fell. "Oh my God. We have to find them," I whispered. "We have to stop this. How do we stop this?" I met Leonides' shocked gaze, and both of us looked down at Albigard. The Fae looked back at us, his expression hard.
"I do have some ideas about that, as it happens."
Vani's story continues in Vampire Bound, Book 3. Want the backstory on Zora, Rans, Len, Albigard, and Leonides? Get The Last Vampire Complete Series, Books 1 through 6, or read free in Kindle Unlimited. Join the author on Facebook in Caravel's Crew, a readers group with news, book discussions, freebies, and sneak peeks from upcoming books. This has been Vampire Bound, Book 2. Written by R.A. Stephan. Narrated by Gwendolyn Druyor. Copyright 2020 by Other Love Publishing, LLC. Production copyright 2020 by Other Love Publishing, LLC.